Chapter 121. Zhu Zi was very happy to receive Pei Xinya's message. Pei Xinya, who used to chat with her every day, had not contacted her recently. Zhu Zi was afraid that Pei Xinya was angry with her because she concealed her identity. In fact, Zhu Zi almost wanted to tell Pei Xinya several times. Anyway, Mi and Xiaopu knew about it, so it didn't matter if there was one more Pei Xinya. But she didn't know what went wrong. Pei Xinya had always firmly believed that she was a poor little girl from a remote planet, which made Zhu Zi swallow her words several times. Now seeing the message Pei Xinya sent her, Zhu Zi couldn't help but smile. Zhu Zi immediately clicked on the link Pei Xinya sent, which showed a 5,000 doll with a festive little dress. After a while, Zhu Zi sent the news of the successful purchase to Pei Xinya. In the conference room, the experts studying the Zerg were all frowning, and even turned the topic back to the star map Taman Flower. How about we mobilize civilian forces to find the star map Taman Flower? An elf suggested. But it's too difficult to find it just by knowing a name and characteristics. An elf sighed. Zhu Zi looked down at the Wuqian doll on the optical computer. Wuqian grew from a seed that was 10,000 years old that she bought in an antique shop in the Interstellar Federation space station. Zhu Zi had always thought that Wuqian had changed into this strange appearance because of her blood. Since it was fun, she kept it by her side like a little pet, and didn't care what kind of flower Wuqian was. Zhu Zi slightly widened his eyes in surprise. Wuqian couldn't be the star map Taman Flower. Wuqian ate energy ores and gems with a crunchy bite. In addition to these stones, Wuqian also bit Mu Anya's finger. That was the only time Wuqian bit someone's finger. Although Mu Anya was not injured, she looked frightened and sweating. At first, Zhu Zi thought it was strange, but now it seems that Wuqian didn't bite Mu Anya, but the system hidden in Mu Anya's mind. Thinking of this, Zhu Zi stood up from his seat, said that today's meeting was over, and pushed the door open and walked out. The experts in the meeting room looked at Wang, who interrupted the meeting and left in a hurry, confused. Although they didn't understand what was going on, a group of people still saluted Wang's back respectfully. Zhu Zi flew towards the flower room with the system in high spirits. The system in the cage was squirming in panic. As it watched the flower house approaching, it felt more and more fearful and uneasy. The star map Taman Flower must have been discovered. The system even began to regret that Mu Anya, that fool, had done something else. She was jealous and had to pinch Zhu Zi's flower, which was why her hand was bitten. It didn't expect that Mu Anya would come to harm it even after her death. If Mu Anya hadn't had a special physique that could withstand the Elf King bloodline potion, it wouldn't have chosen such a fool as its host. But it was useless to regret it. The system now had only one word in its mind: run. The system used all its strength to hit the transparent cage. If it didn't do this, when Zhu Zi brought it to the star map Taman Flower, it would only have one way to die. But Zhu Zi's invisible mental power pressed down like a substance, and the transparent cage was rippling. No matter how hard it tried, it didn't move. It seems that I was right. Zhu Zi's voice came from above his head, like a death warrant. The system suddenly let out a sharp roar, and the cage in Zhu Zi's hand was shaking wildly. It must leave here, leave immediately. But when it was placed in front of the star map Taman Flower, the system suddenly became quiet. The pain of being swallowed by the star map Taman Flower was still firmly engraved on the body, and the fear from the depths of the soul made the system unable to help but shrink back. Zhu Zi shook the cage and touched Wuqian's flower bud with a smile. It turns out that Wuqian is a star map Taman Flower. Feeling the touch, Wuqian shook the flower bud and rubbed Zhu Zi's palm happily. Wuqian has now grown to the height of a forearm, but after being fed with a lot of minerals and gems, Wuqian stopped growing and even ate less than before. It seems that Wuqian needs something more nutritious. Zhu Zi said. Zhu Zi, what do you want to do? Hearing this, the system couldn't help but say, and even the usually calm electronic sound was trembling. Zhu Zi ignored the system shouting and carried it to Wuqian's bud. Wuqian's tightly closed bud suddenly opened, and even the two leaves swayed up and down excitedly. The system widened its eyes, and looked at the star map Taman Flower that was getting closer and closer to it. The circle of thin fangs in the center of the star map Taman Flower's pistil opened and closed excitedly, waiting excitedly for it to be put into the mouth. Facing the imminent death, the last string in the system's mind completely collapsed, and it said in panic, "Don't you want to know my memory? As long as you let me go. I am willing to cooperate. I am willing to cooperate with you." The compound eyes in the eggs looked at Zhu Zi as if begging her to quickly move the star map Taman Flower away. Seeing Zhu Zi withdraw his hand, the system breathed a sigh of relief. But the star-mapped Taman flower smacked its lips in disappointment, and the flower bud opened and closed aggrievedly, as if accusing Zhu Zi of taking away its snacks. Seeing this, Zhu Zi touched the 5,000 flower buds as if to comfort them. Then Zhu Zi turned his head and looked at the system and said, "You have no choice but to cooperate." Soon the system was put into the brain search instrument again, but this time, the system was surprisingly quiet and well-behaved. Nanhil looked at Wu Qian in Wang's arms in surprise. He didn't expect that the flower Wang kept as a pet was the legendary star-mapped Taman flower. With the star-mapped Taman flower, the system was completely obedient. Smollett's eyes were always on Zhu Zi. He looked at Zhu Zi with a serious face. Zhu Zi frowned slightly, as if he was worried that something unexpected would happen and the system would run away again. Smollett raised his hand and silently exerted his energy. The divine power field enveloped the entire Elf King court. A large amount of mental power in the brain search instrument was transmitted to the brain of the system through the device. All the elves stared at the holographic projection in the middle with great concentration. After a few minutes, the picture slowly emerged in the holographic projection. In the dimly lit insect nest, the system-bred royal insect that had just crawled out of the insect egg had a natural affinity with it, and swung its not very flexible legs and crawled towards the royal insect. The royal insect glanced at it indifferently, then raised one of its front legs to press against its head to explore its innate ability. The next second, the royal worm's eyes lit up, and it looked at the system as if it had found a treasure. Then the system's body slowly floated up and suspended in the air. The royal worm's thick claws waved up and down, and strange ripples appeared in the air. The system screamed in pain, its body continued to degenerate and twist, and finally turned into a familiar appearance to Zhu Zi, a worm egg curled up in a transparent film. "From now on, you will be the second-generation system," the royal worm said. Zhu Zi frowned when he heard the royal worm's words. He didn't expect that this was already the second-generation system. Where did the first generation go? And what kind of innate ability does the system have that makes the royal worm feel surprised and pleasantly surprised, and can't wait to make it into a system? But soon Zhu Zi knew what the innate ability of the system was. Blood exchange. Zhu Zi suddenly felt a chill on his back. Mu Anya actually had such an idea at the beginning. Smollett's face was so gloomy that it seemed like ink was about to drip out. He stared at Mu Anya, who was making friends with Zhu Zi with malicious intent in the holographic projection. Now it seems that the half-blood elf named Mu Anya died too easily. But what made them even more angry was that, after the system's blood exchange plan failed, the system took out a bottle of light golden Elven King blood potion. Mu Anya's forged Elven King blood confused the Elven Mother Tree, and had a sense with the Elven Mother Tree. Zhu Zi opened her eyes wide. She had also seen this light golden potion in the dungeon of the Yeximan Republic. Even the bottle containing the potion was exactly the same. In the picture, the system kept comforting Mu Anya, and said that she, Zhu Zi, would definitely die when she was 12 years old. It seems that not only the angels know, but also the Zerg. The holographic projection continues, and countless images fly by quickly. After the system gave up Mu Anya, it used a similar set of words to fool Nast into becoming its second host. After the first-generation system in the Yeximan Republic devoured Johnston's brain, the system had a new memory. The King Worm made full preparations for the Blood Moon Day of that year, and dispatched a large number of Zerg to besiege the Eternal Galaxy, forcing Smollett to connect the energy of the Elf Mother Tree to exert the mental field. Zhu Zi also saw the King Worm covered with tumors hidden in the Yeximan Republic's pharmaceutical factory on the battlefield. The Moon Shadow Elf warriors surrounded it, and were splashed by the suddenly exploded tumor. The Moon Shadow Elves, who were a little worried at first, stopped dodging when they found that the liquid in the tumor had no attack power and toxicity, and went straight to the front. And these Moon Shadow Elves also became the first batch of warriors to support Johnston later. At that time, the Elf Kingdom was in turmoil. Johnston, the leader of the Moon Shadow Elf tribe, who was responsible for guarding the seeds of the Elf Mother Tree, was parasitized by the first-generation system without any defense. Johnston's clear eyes suddenly became chaotic, and when he recovered again, he had completely changed. Johnston strode towards the Elf Mother Tree, holding a flesh worm given to him by the first-generation system. He cut his wrist expressionlessly. A large amount of Moon Shadow Elf's blood was greedily sucked into the body by the flesh worm, and the pure white body directly turned into a strange blood red. The flesh worm opened its eyes, as if it was activated, slowly crawled to the roots of the Elf Mother Tree, and merged with the Elf Mother Tree. Seeing this scene, there was a deathly silence in the interrogation room. "Do you know why so many Moon Shadow Elf cubs died?" The electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. Although it was a question, the system did not expect anyone to answer it. It smiled and said, "The blood of the elf flower is a good thing. It is good to make a royal blood potion." Looking at the elves glaring at it, the system suddenly felt very happy, but the next second its whole body froze, and it saw the star-mapped Tamman flower impatiently opened its mouth to it. "Juzi, you said you would let me go." The system opened its eyes wide and shouted. "I said you have no choice," Juzi said coldly. The next second, the system's screen was swallowed up, leaving only the chewing sound of Wuqian. After swallowing the system, Wuqian happily swung 2 leaves, and his whole body was visibly bigger. Chapter 122. Under the elf mother tree, Smollett looked up at the giant tree that gave birth to the life of the elves. The elf mother tree has stood here for tens of thousands of years, and has entered a period of decline. The brilliance around it is no longer as dazzling as before, and it still silently endures the invasion of the Zerg. "Is there a way to catch the bugs hidden in the mother tree?" Smollett asked with a frown. Several elves stood aside, looking at each other, their eyes full of helplessness and anxiety. These days, they have searched the entire elf mother tree, from the trunk to the crown, and have carefully explored it, but they have never found a trace of the Zerg. If it weren't for the memory of the system, they wouldn't even know that the elf mother tree was parasitized by the Zerg. Maybe after so many years, the bug may have grown together with the mother tree. The elf who was in charge of taking care of the elf mother tree shook his head helplessly. It's hard to catch the Zerg without knowing its location. If the mother tree suffers a second trauma, it will be even more costly. Smollett frowned upon hearing this. Although the elf mother tree had not shown any abnormalities except for the blood moon day more than a decade ago. But he always felt a little uneasy. The fleshworm was like a bomb that could be triggered at any time, and the switch of this bomb was in the hands of the royal worm. Zhu Zi lowered her head and gently stroked the trunk of the elf mother tree. The mother tree extended a soft energy to wrap around her, as if hugging her favorite child. The energy of the mother tree continued to extend outward, touching Smollett's shoulder, gently soothing Smollett's bad mood. "Dad, the blood moon day will be in 2 days," Zhu Zi said. The blood moon day represents the beginning of a new year. This is Zhu Zi's first new year in the Elf Kingdom, and also the first new year after the Moon Shadow Elves returned. When the Moon Shadow Elves were in the Yeximan Republic, on the blood moon day, various social media would play the picture of the Moon Shadow Elves' cubs dying and withering on the Elf Mother Tree. They would also deliberately send troops to harass the border of the Elf Kingdom on this day, and try their best to cultivate the Moon Shadow Elves' hatred for the Elf Kingdom. But even if the Moon Shadow Elves returned to the Elf Kingdom, the Blood Moon incident of that year was still a thorn in the hearts of the Moon Shadow Elves. Now even external forces have begun to intervene, fearing that the strength of the Elf Kingdom will increase greatly after the recovery of the Yeximan Republic. They brought up the old things on the Star Network again, trying to provoke the relationship between them and the Moon Shadow Elves again. Fortunately, the system's memory allowed them to see the truth. "Let's tell the truth to the Moon Shadow Elves," Zhu Zi said. "The Zerg hidden in the Mother Tree is a big hidden danger. Moreover, this matter involves the Mother Tree of the Elves, which is related to the survival and reproduction of the entire Elves. It is best not to announce it to the public." Smollett frowned and said in a deep voice. Zhu Zi's green eyes flashed with deep worry. "Dad is right. The interstellar situation is so serious now. If other countries know that their Mother Tree of the Elves is in trouble, all kinds of temptations will definitely follow. But knowing the truth, but not being able to say it is really frustrating. I can't let Smollett always take the blame for the Zerg." Suddenly, Zhu Zi's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. "We have a way to tell the truth without letting other countries know. Just like what she did last time in the Yeximan Republic, connect the mental power signals of all the Moon Shadow Elves." Shinjervia Star, Aper District. Aper District was once the settlement of Moon Shadow Elves, but later, with the departure of a large number of Moon Shadow Elves, it became deserted and deserted. But the Moon Shadow Elves were surprised to find that in the capital Star, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, the former Elf King Smollett has always reserved a place for them. Even the settlements of Moon Shadow Elves in other star regions are the same. The Elf Kingdom seems to have been waiting for them to return. Joy brought his family back to this place that he was very familiar with, and found his home based on his memory. The neighbor's family had already cleaned up the house, opened the window, and greeted him with a smile. "Long time no see, Joit." Joit smiled and nodded, but his eyes were unconsciously red. Jowett stood in front of the door timidly, but the door lock recognition system automatically opened and let him out immediately. Then, the long-closed door slowly opened in front of him. The tables and chairs in the house were covered with years of dust. On the faded velvet carpet, the overturned glass vase rolled to the ground, and the bright bouquets had already withered and rotted. The house was full of panic and embarrassment when it was hastily evacuated. Jowett covered his face in annoyance, and his heart was aching. He regretted that he followed Johnston to the Night-Heman Republic without knowing anything. The Night Elves in the Night-Heman Republic were no different from the Zerg. Maybe the large number of Moon Shadow Elves who died prematurely during the Blood Moon incident was related to the Zerg. Jowett sat on the dusty sofa in a somewhat decadent manner. Although these were just his speculations, and no elf could explain the truth of the incident, Jowett now hoped that the facts were what he had just speculated. At this moment, a soft but strong mental force appeared in his mind. "It's the king!" Jowett raised his head in surprise. What surprised Jowett even more was that the scene of the Blood Moon day more than 10 years ago appeared in his mind. When the scene stopped at the fleshworm soaked in the blood of the Moon Shadow Elves crawling into the mother tree of the elves, Jowett's pupils trembled violently, and his nails dug deep into his palms. "So that's it. Our children died prematurely like this." Jowett's dry throat overflowed with sobs that had been suppressed for many years. It turned out that all this was a game set by the Zerg, and they were the most ridiculous pawns in it, pointing the sword at their homeland. Fortunately, the king brought them back and found the truth from many years ago. At this moment, the hearts of the Moon Shadow Elves and other tribes were truly united again. In the head's palace of the capital star of the Orc Alliance, heavy curtains blocked the sunlight outside the window. The room was dark, leaving only a long suspended table with a circle of blue light. The Emperor Insect sat on the chair, tapping the table with his slender fingers. Zhu Ji. The Emperor Insect slowly recited the name, with a fierce look in his eyes. The plan for many years was ruined by Zhu Zi. It was the first time in her life that she escaped so embarrassingly. Even the system she carefully cultivated fell into Zhu Zi's hands. Fortunately, after the King Bug was made into a second-generation system, the system's defense value was so high that even she couldn't break it. The King Bug's frown gradually relaxed. There was no way to break through the system's defense. Even if Zhu Zi caught the system, there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, the door of the room was pushed open, and the faint light in the corridor came in. An orc with a pair of wolf ears walked straight over and bowed respectfully to the King Bug. "Mother Queen, what do you want me to do?" "The Blood Moon is coming, Walkley Simmons. Go and bring the system back," the King Bug said in a deep voice. "Yes, Mother Queen." Walkley Simmons nodded. Walkley Simmons was a little surprised that the Mother Queen had not given up the system. If it was exposed, it would be abandoned. This is something that every bug knows. But after all, the system was made and cultivated by the Mother Queen with a lot of energy and resources, which is different from ordinary king bugs like them. Walkley Simmons sneered, but he did not stop. He followed the order of the royal bug and led his subordinates to the Eternal Galaxy immediately. The reason why the Queen Mother chose him to carry out this mission was naturally because of his special ability. Looking at the St. Elvia star getting closer and closer outside the starship window, Walkley Simmons couldn't help but raise his mouth slightly. The Elf Kingdom had just recovered the Moon Shadow Elves of the Yeximan Republic, and it encountered a sensitive time like the Blood Moon Day. And his domain can best arouse people's inner hatred, making the Moon Shadow Elves fall into a violent and irrational state, and instinctively attack the object of hatred. He didn't believe that the Moon Shadow Elves could completely forget the hatred that destroyed their race's future. As long as there was a little sign, he could magnify this idea infinitely, muddy the waters of the Elf Kingdom, and save the system in the chaos. Before, this ability of his had no use. Compared with other king insects, he was even useless. The Queen Mother could not even remember his existence. But now it can finally come in handy. Walkley Simmons's starship slowly landed in the space station of St. Elvia. At this time, there was a long queue of people from all over the interstellar space, who came to St. Elvia to celebrate the festival. The orc wolf ears on Walkley Simmons' head shook slightly, and then his brows furrowed deeply. He was on the same planet as the system, but he could not sense the location of the system. Walkley Simmons rubbed his ears irritably. The body made of low-level orcs was not sensitive. Walkley Simmons wished he could turn back to the original form and use his tentacles to sense the location of the system. Walkley Simmons stared at the body of an elf with some envy. It was better to have a body made of a mythical race. He could have been assigned such a body, but unfortunately the Queen Mother's plan was disrupted by Zhu Zi. The elf, who was staring at Walkley Simmons, turned her head and glared at Walkley Simmons. Then she quickly complained to her friend on the light brain, "It's so unlucky. I met a perverted pervert in the space station today." Glancing at the chat content on the light brain, Walkley Simmons turned his head away angrily. However, When Walkley Simmons turned his head, he saw an elf holding a weird-looking doll. The doll had a round flower bud and thin stems and leaves that were not in line with the size of the flower bud. The stems and leaves were even wearing a red and white furry little clothes. The light projector suspended in front of the elf still showed the strange flower. It seemed to be a small game. The elf controlled the strange flower to eat all kinds of things. No matter how hard the things were, they were bitten crisply by the flower. I don't know why Walkley Simmons felt a little numb when he saw this scene. He always felt that the crystal core in his chest was aching. Walkley Simmons's feet moved faster unconsciously, and walked forward quickly. Please show your ID. Walkley Simmons was suddenly stopped by the security guard. Walkley Simmons glanced at the security guard calmly, took out his ID from the space, and put it in the detection port. The green light on the detector lit up, and Walkley Simmons strode out. The security guard opened his eyes slightly, and looked at the surname on the certificate with some surprise. It's the Simmons family of the Orc Alliance. Why did the Simmons family suddenly come to the Elf Kingdom? The elf in charge of security picked up the intercom, and immediately reported the news to his superior. As soon as Walkley Simmons left the St. Elvia Star Space Station, he went directly to the direction of the Yapper District. He had already inquired clearly that Zhu Zi would appear here tonight, and that would be the best time for him to rescue the system. Walkley Simmons could almost imagine that after he disrupted the Elf Kingdom and brought the system back, the Queen Mother showed him an admiring expression, but he didn't know why he was so close to the Elf King's court, but still couldn't sense the location of the system. Will the king really come today? A little elf in the crowd looked up and asked his mother expectantly. The elf's mother nodded. The king will watch the mandel flowers bloom with us here. After getting a positive answer, the elf jumped up excitedly. Great, I can see the king. As soon as they got the news today, they rushed to the Yapper District. The mandel flowers will bloom under the moonlight on the day of the blood moon to welcome the arrival of the new year. But the elf is not interested in the mandel flowers. She has seen the mandel flowers bloom many times, but has never really seen the king with her own eyes. The elf was held in her mother's arms. Her bright eyes were full of excitement, and she stared at the direction of the high platform not far away. Mom said that the king would stand there and greet them at that time. Walkley Simmons, who was squeezed in the crowd, was very impatient. The elf next to him was still chattering all the time. I really don't know what's so exciting about seeing Zhu Zi. However, the system may be brought to Zhu Zi or Smollett, and only the mental power of these two can suppress the system. But Walkley Simmons felt more and more flustered because he couldn't sense the location of the system. As the night gradually fell, the entire square was shrouded in twilight. Pure white mandel flowers were spread in the center of the square, and the buds were wrapped in layers of beauty and splendor. But the elves waiting quietly in the square did not focus their eyes on the flowers. They all looked up at the high platform. Someone saw the platinum suspension car fleet under the night sky and shouted excitedly, "The king is here!" The crowd began to boil in an instant. On the suspension car, Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan lay on the window glass and looked down curiously. If the window was not one way, the elves would be able to see the two heads lying on the window. Zhu Ziyuan came from the Star Gate early this morning to celebrate the new year of the Elf Kingdom with his sister. But unfortunately, because his mother was busy participating in the election of the head of the Interstellar Federation, she couldn't come to the Elf Kingdom at this time. His father and elder brother were also busy helping his mother run for the position of head of state. Now it seems that he and his sister are the only ones who are relatively free in the entire Dragon Clan. Sister, will this flower really bloom when it is illuminated by the moonlight of the blood moon? Zhu Ziyuan asked curiously with his eyes wide open. Zhu Zi shook his head. I don't know, I haven't seen it either. Zhu Zi had only seen this kind of flower in videos and materials before, but unfortunately, he had never had the opportunity to see it with his own eyes. Sister, don't lie on the window, we are almost there. Zhu Ziyuan said anxiously. Now his sister is not only his sister, but also the king of the elves. He must maintain his sister's image. The platinum hovercraft stopped exactly at the edge of the platform. The streamlined door slowly opened and extended outwards to the steps, which were tightly connected to the platform. The elves in the square of the Yapper District looked excitedly at the hovercraft engraved with the exclusive emblem of the Elf King. Zhu Zi specially changed into a new crown for the Blood Moon Day. A dazzling laurel crown was wrapped around her long light brown hair, flowing with fine golden light. On her floor-length dress, the mandel flowers embroidered with silver threads bloomed layer by layer, swaying as she raised her hand to salute. Greetings, King. The elves knelt on one knee like a tie to salute the king. Walkley Simmons stood blankly in the crowd that suddenly became shorter. It was not right to kneel down to Zhu Zi, and it was not appropriate to stand abruptly, which would easily expose herself. Walkley Simon frowned and hesitated for a few seconds, but he still knelt down on one knee with the crowd. Walkley Simons in the crowd looked up at Zhu Zi on the high platform. Because he didn't come early enough, his position was not very good, and Zhu Zi was far away from her. But Zhu Zi couldn't be proud for long, and soon she would be attacked by the moon shadow elves she had just brought back, and she would become the laughing stock of all interstellar people the next day. When he thought of these, Walkley Simons couldn't help but smile, and his hands trembled slightly with excitement. Now the time has not come, he has to open the field when the elves are most relaxed so that he can get twice the result with half the effort. Walkley Simons' eyes were fixed on the mandel flowers in the center of the square. Zhu Zi seemed to be very interested in these flowers. At this moment, the silver moon hanging high in the sky was slowly stained with blood, and the red moonlight poured down and sprinkled on the color of the sea of mandel flowers. Zhu Zi slightly opened her eyes and looked at the blooming mandel flowers. The layers of transparent flowers, like glass, stretched out under the strange moonlight, and the white and blood-red intertwined to create a breathtaking beauty. So beautiful. Zhu Zi couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that the flowering period of mandel flowers was too short. It only bloomed once a year, otherwise she wanted to plant them all over the Elf King's court. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept across the sea of flowers, and the pollen of the mandel flowers, with a faint glow, flew up. In an instant, there were spots of light in the sky, like falling stars, and the stars fluttered and swayed with the trajectory of the wind. The pollen was blown in front of Zhu Zi by the wind, and Zhu Zi smiled and raised his hand to gently catch them. Walkley Simons, who was hiding among the moon shadow elves, also smiled. He quietly displayed his own domain. His domain has no fixed boundaries and is triggered by smell. Wherever the smell drifts, it is covered by the domain. Even if the security of the Yapper district is tight, it cannot prevent it. Once an elf smells an abnormal smell, it means that he has already stepped into the trap he set, and it is too late. But to be honest, this is the first time his ability has come in handy. Chapter 123. In the square, the moon shadow elves moved their noses and smelled a faint smell. The scene in front of them began to blur gradually, and fragmented memories flashed in their minds. Walkley Simons knew that he had succeeded when he saw the dull expressions of the elves around him. Walkley Simons flipped through the memories that appeared in the minds of the moon shadow elves, and it was indeed the scene of the blood moon day. The elven flowers withered, and the moon shadow elves knelt under the elven mother tree and cried in grief. Everything was exactly as Walkley Simons imagined, but suddenly Walkley Simons widened his eyes in disbelief. Why did the moon shadow elves' memories show the image of Johnston? And it was Johnston who had been parasitized by the first-generation system. How could those moon shadow elves know that they put bloodworms into the elf mother tree? Did the system tell them? No way. How could the system do this? Walkley Simons suddenly remembered the strange flower that was crunchy when bitten. Walkley Simons seemed to hear the light and cheerful game music in his ears, and an insect egg was put into the mouth of the strange flower and chewed and swallowed. It was the star-mapped Taman flower. The system is dead. The chill spread throughout his body, and his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a big hand. Suddenly, the moon shadow elves in the domain unconsciously turned their eyes to him. The deep eyes were filled with anger and hatred for the Zerg clan, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Walkley Simons' pupil shrank suddenly. He was just proud of his domain, but now he suffered the consequences. Several attacks came at him, and he had no place to hide in the crowd. He hurriedly took back his domain and spit out a mouthful of blood. What happened over there? Seeing the sudden commotion below, Zhu Zi frowned and asked. King, it was Walkley Simons of the Orc Alliance who made the noise. Nan Hill replied. The Orc Alliance suddenly rose 60 years ago, uniting the Orc planets of several star fields, and gradually developed into one of the three major interstellar powers alongside the Elf Kingdom and the Interstellar Federation. The years when it rose were also the period when the Zerg developed most rapidly, but the Orc Alliance star field, which was obviously the closest to the Zerg nest, miraculously did not encounter frequent Zerg tides like other star fields. Among them, the Simons family was even more talented, uniting the Orc star fields that were originally independent. The Simons family of the Orc Alliance on StarNet also has a high voice in the prediction of the Star Alliance League Championship. As a family member of the Orc Alliance, leader McGlynn Simons, Walkley was the focus of attention as soon as he entered the country, and the plainclothes guards in the crowd kept an eye on his movements. Watching Walkley Simons quietly move towards the moon shadow elves, it seemed as if he had evil intentions written directly on his face. Li Shi and the others were originally ready to attack Walkley Simons, but they didn't expect that the Moon Shadow Elves would attack before them. The Moon Shadow Elves who woke up looked blankly at Walkley Simmons, who was covered in blood under their feet. I don't know why I suddenly got angry and wanted to beat this orc violently. Although it was not pleasant to look at now, it was not good to use someone as a foothold in public. So the Moon Shadow Elf loosened his feet and planned to let Walkley Simmons go. Feeling the pressure behind him suddenly relieved, Walkley Simmons' eyes lit up instantly. But before he had time to rejoice, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrists, and his hands were firmly held by Li Shi. King, Li Shi and the others have already caught Walkley Simmons, Nan Hill said. Zhu Zi nodded. This was probably sent by the royal insect to rescue the system, but they didn't know that the system was dead. King, let Walkley Simmons go. Simi, who had been standing quietly by the side, suddenly said. How can you let him go? Zhu Ziyuan widened his eyes in surprise. He dared to make trouble in such a place. Walkley Simmons must be coming for his sister. He didn't want to let anyone who went against his sister go. Simi ignored Zhu Ziyuan's angry look and looked at Zhu Zi seriously. Walkley Simmons is just the most inconspicuous one in the Simmons family. It won't do us much good to capture him. On the contrary, it will easily alarm the enemy and make them prepare in advance. Simi explained. But if we capture and release him, will Walkley Simmons realize that something is wrong? Zhu Zi wondered. This will not only fail to capture Walkley Simmons, but also alarm the enemy, which is not worth the loss. No, King. Simi smiled. Walkley Simmons should be a Zerg who used the body of a wolf orc and absorbed the memories of the orc before his death to develop intelligence. The thinking patterns of this kind of Zerg are relatively simple, and they don't think so much. After being released, Walkley Simmons would only be secretly proud of himself for escaping from the hands of the elven guards. Simi said. Then let him go. Zhu Zi said. The one who can come out to make trouble with the real name system is probably not a smart one. However, Zhu Zi's eyes stayed on Simi for a few more seconds. The bloody moonlight poured on Simi's face, and his azure eyes were like a clear lake stained by blood mist. Simi seemed to know the Zerg very well. On the other side, although Li Shi received the king's order, he still followed the king's instructions and loosened his hand slightly. Seeing the opportunity, Walkley Simmons suddenly bent his legs and kicked Li Shi's knees. The metal knee pads collided with each other and made a crisp sound. Walkley Simmons quickly broke free from the shackles and disappeared into the crowd. Walkley Simmons. As Clay Simmons ran, he couldn't help but feel proud. He was indeed smart. After this episode, the festival celebration returned to its lively state. The gorgeous fireworks exploded in the air, and the red gold star rain fell down, giving the blooming manville flowers a layer of golden light. After the fireworks ended, Zhu Zi also prepared to return to the elf palace. In the hovercraft, Zhu Ziyuan took out 2 bottles of dark green medicine from the space knob. What is this? Nutrient solution? Zhu Zi asked in confusion. Zhu Ziyuan held the 2 bottles of medicine and said with bright eyes, Didn't we lose a part of our memory before? Mom got this medicine that can restore memory from a survivor of the Angel Kingdom in the Sovo Star region. Hearing this, Simi looked up slightly, with a hint of surprise and confusion in his azure eyes. How could there be a potion that could break the memory seal he had cast? But that person said that if it was a memory seal set by the Seraph, it might not work, and we would enter a 3-day weak period after drinking the potion. Zhu Ziyuan said. Zhu Zi took the potion without hesitation. What is the probability of restoring memory? 10%, Zhu Ziyuan said weakly, and there are only the last 2 bottles left. In fact, he had already drunk 2 bottles himself when he was on Dragon Island. Anyway, it was something he and his sister had experienced together. As long as he remembered it, it was equivalent to his sister remembering it. But the probability of restoring memory was too low, and he was not lucky. He drank 2 bottles in a row and didn't remember anything. Instead, he lay in bed for 6 days and a daze. The weak period is so uncomfortable, and I can't do anything. Zhu Ziyuan said. It's okay, I give it a try. It's a good thing to have a chance to recover lost memories. She always feels that the angels are hiding a bigger secret. At worst, she will stay in the elf palace during the weak period. But just when Zhu Zi opened the bottle stopper and was about to drink the potion bottle in his hand was taken away by a bony hand. Even the memory recovery potion in Zhu Ziyuan's hand was held in Simi's hand. Zhu Zi looked at Simi in confusion. What's wrong? King, the side effects of the potion are too great. Simi said. But I just want to give it a try. Zhu Zi said. Zhu Zi felt that Shimiya was not normal today. King, please close your eyes. I can help you recover your memory, You don't need this potion, Shimia said. You are Seraphim. Zhu Ziyi's tone was affirmative. Shimia was stunned for a moment, but still nodded obediently. I'm sorry, I concealed my identity. Zhu Ziyuan on the side widened his eyes in surprise. Shimia was actually a Seraphim, and he admitted it so quickly. Then what about him who lay on the bed with his eyes staring at the ceiling for 6 days? He is more resistant to drugs. However, Zhu Ziyuan still closed his eyes in a hurry. He also wanted to recover that memory, wondering why his mental pollution value soared after he went to the Star Pirate's starship. Zhu Zi also slowly closed her eyes, and suddenly a soft mental power appeared in her mind, blowing away the fog covering her memory like a gust of wind. The memories of the past on XF6351 star emerged in her mind one by one. The angels suspended in the culture medium with their eyes closed, the pirates holding weapons to block them, and Zhu Ziyuan, who was foolishly holding a highly polluted Zerg crystal and chewing it. Zhu Ziyuan, who had recovered this memory, opened his mouth in surprise. He now wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. How could he be so stupid as to chew a highly polluted crystal when he was a child? Was it because that crystal was bigger than the others? No wonder his mental power pollution value soared. It turned out that he deserved it. He was probably the only one in the entire galaxy who had tasted the taste of polluted crystals. It was so bitter that his tongue was numb. He took a bite and threw it away. I won't eat anything randomly in the future, Zhu Ziyuan said with his head down. What did you eat? Shimia asked in confusion. Black Zerg crystals, Zhu Ziyuan said honestly. Shimia looked at Zhu Ziyuan and fell into deep silence for a while. By the way, Shimia, how did you end up on that pirate starship? Zhu Zi looked at Shimia in confusion. I was caught by them by accident when I was weak, Shimia said. He understood the feeling of powerlessness in the weak period better than anyone else, especially when there was no one around to help him. He burned a pair of angel wings and fell into a weak period that lasted for several months. Then he was discovered by a mercenary group and was about to be sold to a research institute. On the way to the research institute, he met Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan, who suddenly broke into the starship. If Zhu Zi hadn't pressed the red button at that time, he would do the same as countless times before, smashing the glass culture tank and leaving when the starship was about to arrive at the institute. I want to know what the sequel of the novel that has not been completed is like. Zhu Zi asked the question she had always wanted to know. According to the system's memory and the prophecies in the novel, this world may have restarted many times. But why did this world restart? What was the opportunity for this world to restart? Simi opened his mouth to speak, but his mouth opened and closed but no sound came out. Finally, Simi sighed and said, I am restricted by the law and cannot tell you. But I can take you to a place where you will know the answers to all your questions. A platinum-colored starship was sailing on the vast sea of stars. The busy interstellar routes were full of starships, but this starship was going further and further away. Shimia, where are we going? Zhu Zi asked, looking at the dark universe without a trace of light outside the window. Angel Kingdom. Simi lowered his eyes. Zhu Zi slightly widened his eyes in surprise. Didn't the Angel Kingdom disappear? Even the stars of the Yaoguang galaxy collapsed. An obscure emotion flashed in Simi's azure eyes. He was silent for a long time and finally said, Angel Kingdom has indeed disappeared. I am the last angel left in this world. The starship continued to sail into the depths of the universe, and the dark universe finally revealed a little light. Simi drove the starship towards the light. The last piece of extremely vast and gorgeous ring nebula spread out in front of Zhu Zi's eyes. The dreamy nebula floated and flowed, and the edge was flowing with molten gold-like brilliance. This is the Yaoguang galaxy, Zhu Zi said. The first time she saw the Yaoguang galaxy was when her father took her to the Biguang Star Lake to seek medical treatment when her mental power was in chaos. She couldn't take her eyes off the gorgeous nebula like a cosmic wreath. But at that time, the distance was too far, and the Yaoguang galaxy flashed by. The starship was getting closer and closer to the Yaoguang nebula, so close that the high-speed dust flow outside the porthole left scratches on the extremely hard transparent glass. The porthole glass trembled, and the starship's protective shield suddenly emitted a dazzling blue light. The indicator lights on the dashboard flickered, and the star map on the navigation projection was distorted into a mess of colors. This starship, which was located in the center of the asteroid explosion and had never shaken, now had a sharp and long alarm. Alert, alert, please drive away from the danger zone immediately. Alert, alert. The dazzling red lights in the starship flashed, casting a light and dark shadow on Simi's face. But Simi still drove the starship to the Yogwang galaxy without changing his expression. His blue eyes were like a calm sea of stars. Zhu Zi stood aside with blinking eyes, watching Simi directly turn off the intelligent navigation system that kept issuing alarms. For some reason, the current situation is obviously very dangerous, and the high-speed rotating nebula may tear their small starship apart at any time. But Zhu Zi's heart was very calm, and she even had time to appreciate this cosmic wreath that could only be viewed from a distance before. When Zhu Zi was a child, she wanted to take a closer look every time she passed by this nebula, and Zhu Zi would slow down the speed for her. At that time, Zhu Zi wanted to go into the Yogwang galaxy to take a look, but when she made this request, Zhu, who always unconditionally met his daughter's needs, decisively shook his head and refused. Zhu Zi had no choice but to give up. After growing up, he gradually forgot about this outrageous wish. I didn't expect that I could get so close to the Yogwang galaxy this time. And after the alarm on the starship was turned off, my ears were much quieter. If the elves in the elf palace knew that their king was in such a dangerous place, they would definitely explode immediately, and want to take Zhu Zi away from here immediately. The platinum starship looked extremely small in this vast nebula. The starship's body was shaking violently, and the universe was showing its great power. The protective glass outside the porthole cracked like a spider web, and the super control console shot out crackling sparks. Shimya, this starship seems to be broken, Zhu Zi kindly reminded. Shimya stopped what he was doing and said weakly, King, I don't have money to pay. Zhu Zi's brain crashed for a moment after receiving this reply. After a few seconds of being stunned, he said, That's not what I meant. Shimya breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly his frown relaxed. We'd be there soon. Zhu Zi saw a dazzling and hot white in front of him, as if it was going to swallow and melt everything around. King, we're going to jump down later, Shimya suddenly said. Zhu Zi showed her first shocked expression today, staring at Shimya with wide eyes, while he said outrageous words without changing his expression. What about me? Zhu Zi pointed at herself blankly. Zhu Zi felt that she didn't seem to need to know the reason for the world restarting now. It's good to live in confusion, at least you're still alive. That, Shimya. I have something else to do, I need to go back. Zhu Zi hadn't finished her words. Suddenly, she saw the white wings behind Shimya spread out, and the holy feathers were like a galaxy pouring down with flowing light. Under the strange and gorgeous nebula, a shock of sacredness and danger was outlined. Shimya's figure gradually overlapped with the little boy she saw on the starship, but the pair of eyes that were calm at that time now had a little more spirit. Sorry, King, can I hold your hand? Shimya said. In a corner where no one cared, Shimya's ears were slightly red, and he stuttered when he spoke. But a pair of blue eyes were very serious in seeking Zhu Zi's opinion. Zhu Zi nodded quickly. Saving your life is important. Saving your life is important. After getting his consent, Zamiya held Zhu Zi's hand tightly, and took her to jump from the side of the ship. The imagined heat wave did not come. Zamiya's white wings flowed with clear light, isolating the surging heat. However, the dazzling white light still made Zhu Zi feel like she was going blind. When Zhu Zi saw the surrounding environment again, he found that he was already standing on solid ground. This place isolated the dangerous Stardust storm, and formed a safe zone. No one would have thought that there was an intact planet in the famous cosmic wreath in the interstellar. It's just that this planet is desolate and dim, and the environment is worse than the nameless star at the edge. But Zhu Zi looked up at the city floating in the air. The pointed towers are stacked and staggered, and the towering holy dome can vaguely see the glory of the past. Seeing the iconic building of the kingdom of angels that once appeared in the textbook, Zhu Zi was surprised and said, This is the angel city of Saint Akacher Star. Shimya nodded, but the loneliness that could not be hidden in his eyes made him look a little pitiful. Even the angel wings behind him looked a little droopy. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the dry grass behind Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi immediately turned her head alertly, clenched one hand slightly, and quietly mobilized her mental power. But Zhu Zi frowned. Her mental power was a little stagnant in this space, and not as natural as outside. But Zhu Zi still stared at the dry grass that made the sound without any slackness. She saw the grass shaking as if a short thing was about to get out of it. What could be in this deserted angel city? Suddenly a black shadow whoosh appeared, passed her directly, and went straight to Simi's direction. Archangel. A little boy in a gray long-sleeved shirt jumped out of the grass, like a rabbit, and hugged Simi's legs happily. Simi lowered his head, and touched the little guy's head, and squatted down to look at the child at eye level. Zhu Zi was a little dumbfounded. There was actually someone living in the deserted and dilapidated Angel City. And it was really an ordinary human child. Simi saw Juzi's doubts and explained, "My people still live here." The little boy was very happy to see Simi coming back, and jumped around him. "It's really the Archangel who is back!" the little boy shouted loudly. Then Juzi saw more people flocking here, men and women, young and old, all of them looked like ordinary humans. Their faces were full of smiles, and they surrounded Simi and Juzi enthusiastically. A white-haired old man raised his hand tremblingly, and looked at Simi with some distress in his moist eyes. "It's our Archangel who is back." Juzi was a little surprised. When the kingdom of angels was destroyed, the humans and beast men who depended on the kingdom of angels left the Yaoguang galaxy, and scattered all over the place. How come there are still people living in the Yaoguang Nebula? Juzi looked at these people worriedly. The Yaoguang galaxy is constantly moving towards the other side of the galaxy. Experts predict that the Yaoguang galaxy will be captured by the gravity of the black hole of the other side of the galaxy in 300 years. What should be done here then? This galaxy is heading towards irreversible death and decline. If they don't leave, the people here will be swallowed by the black hole along with the Yaoguang galaxy. Chapter 124. What is this? The old man noticed Juzi and asked. "She is the Elf King," Simi said. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this, and the others turned their eyes to Juzi. "It's the Elf King!" a child exclaimed. Juzi was a little surprised to be stared at by so many pairs of eyes. It seemed that they had known her for a long time. "Are you here to see the mirror?" The old man looked at Juzi, and his gentle eyes were as deep as the stars. "Mirror?" Juzi tilted his head and asked in confusion. Simi nodded. "Yes, please help me, Grandma Yu, to open the mirror." "Okay." The old man nodded slowly, and a faint smile spread across his old face like ripples. Grandma Yu walked in front with a dry crutch with a pitted surface. Although her movement seemed slow, her speed was not slow. Suddenly, a strong wind blew on the ground, and the bone-like branches creaked in the wind. Grandma Yu led Juzi, and she needed to walk for a long time before they arrived at the location of the mirror of light. Juzi thought she would see a mirror, but what appeared in front of her was a lake. On the cracked surface, only the lake was like a solidified blue amber. "This is the mirror of light," Grandma Yu said. Juzi walked forward and looked at the calm lake, which reflected the lonely sky city, and nothing else. Grandma Yu raised her hand, and knocked the crutch on the ground, making a heavy rumbling sound. The dark brown stick, which was originally covered with cracks, suddenly made a crisp sound, and the cracked bark peeled off like butterfly wings, emitting a faint glow. The calm lake surface rippled in circles from the center, and then a silver-white color broke through the water, and the edge of the mirror inlaid with gems slowly emerged. The ancestors of the angels bypassed the rules and restrictions, and sealed their memories in the tracing mirror. "This is the end of this world," Simi said with his eyes downcast. Suddenly, Grandma Yu's cane emitted a strong light, and the surging energy waves gathered on her cane. Juzi opened his eyes wide, and looked at the angel wings that slowly appeared behind Grandma Yu. The white wings fluttered in the air, and the pale hair moved without wind, which made Grandma Yu look sacred. But the angel wings behind Grandma Yu were not solid, but illusory. The holy wings quickly dissipated in the air, as if they had never appeared. Grandma Yu returned to her old appearance, but the mirror surface of the light-tracing mirror soaked in the lake began to show images. But the images were blurry, and even if Juzi used her mental power to see them, she couldn't see clearly. Juzi opened her eyes wide, and suddenly a white light flashed in front of her eyes. When she saw the image in front of her again, she found that she and Shimia were already in another space, with pure white angel reliefs, and a dome with gilded clouds in front of her. "When is this the city of angels?" Juzi asked. "Star calendar 3032. Shimia replied. Juzi was full of doubts. "This year is star calendar 3029, which is 3 years later. But according to this time point, the kingdom of angels has long been destroyed, and the glorious city of angels in front of her could not exist at all." Suddenly Juzi saw the angels coming towards him. The angels stood in 2 rows, with their holy wings folded behind them. The angels seemed to have not seen Juzi, and the others at all. They walked forward through their bodies without any hindrance. Here they were just a phantom. The one walking in front was the 12-winged seraphim in a white robe, with the same white hair and blue eyes as Simi. Only half a step behind him was Simi in the light-tracing mirror. Simi looked up and called out to the angel in front, "Father." Juzi couldn't tell whether the word father was called out by Simi in the light-tracing mirror, or whispered by Simi standing beside him. Simi stared at his father in the light-tracing mirror intently, with the surging emotions in his eyes, like a suppressed volcano, but in the end, it was covered by a calmness. Hearing the voice, the seraphim stopped immediately and looked back at Simi standing beside him. Zemia in the tracing mirror frowned, and his face was as anxious as the angel behind him. What happened? Juzi asked. Zemia waved his hand, and the magnificent temple in front of him disappeared. The picture began to zoom out, and Juzi saw the overwhelming Zerg surrounded the last remaining star field of the Yaoguang star system. The star field border was blazing, and even angels drove starships into the sea of Zerg and exploded. But no matter how the angels struggled, the huge Zerg army was steadily devouring the remaining star field. How could this happen? No one from other races came to help. Juzi frowned. According to the picture in the tracing mirror, the kingdom of angels did not perish early like the original world, but continued to exist like other mythical races. If that were the case, other countries would not watch the Zerg occupy the Yaoguang star system as they do now, without sending any army to support them. After all, the Zerg is the common enemy of all interstellar people, and this situation would only happen if other races are also busy with their own affairs. But the situation is far worse than Juzi imagined. Shimi lowered his eyes, his voice heavy. This is the only place in the entire universe that the Zerg has not attacked. Where is the Elf Kingdom? Juzi was surprised. Shimi waved his hand again, and Juzi saw the devastated Eternal Galaxy in disbelief. Every planet here, even the Elf King's court, was occupied by the Zerg. Juzi did not see any elves in the Eternal Galaxy, only the ubiquitous, cheering Zerg. Even the lush and green elf mother tree has completely become a bent and broken dead tree, and the falling elf flowers are like the last wail of the mother tree. Juzi trembled as he leaned on the dry trunk of the elf mother tree, but his palm went straight through the trunk, and he could only feel the coldness of his hand. Did all the elves die at that time? Juzi asked slowly, and with difficulty. The Eternal Galaxy, which lost 2 elf kings in succession, was the first to be occupied by the Zerg. Simi said. What about the Interstellar Federation? How are my parents and brother? Juzi asked anxiously. Although he knew that nothing had happened now, Juzi couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he thought of such a tragic ending. The conflict between the Dragon Clan and the head of the Interstellar Federation, Anita Ivers, continued to intensify, and later the whole clan moved away from the capital star. However, when the Interstellar Federation was in trouble, the Dragon Clan and the Third Legion still rushed to the front line. But in the end, the Interstellar Federation still fell into the mutant mermaids, and the Zerg tied. Shimia's voice was hoarse and low. All the Federation members fought to the last moment. Hearing this, Juzi lowered his head in silence. What happened next? After a long while, Juzi asked in a low voice. The scene in front of Juzi changed again, and Juzi returned to the Angel Clan temple that he saw at the beginning. But this time the atmosphere of the angels was even heavier. We have no other way. There are dense Zerg outside, and the Sky City can't hold on for much longer. An angel in a light green robe paced back and forth anxiously. But if we fail, we won't even have the last chance to escape, and the entire Yaoguang galaxy will no longer exist. Another angel said worriedly. At this time, all eyes fell on the archangel sitting in the first seat, waiting for him to make the final decision. Time passed by minute by minute. The insect tide kept approaching, and there were constant reports of the annihilation of the Legion. Let's start, the archangel said in a deep voice. The other angels nodded obediently. As soon as the archangel finished speaking, a huge golden magic circle lit up under Juzi's feet. The magic circle became larger and brighter, gradually covering the entire temple without stopping. What are you doing? Juzi asked in surprise with his eyes wide open. This is the secret method of the angels, the time cycle magic circle. It can make everything start again. Simi explained calmly, but his voice was a little hoarse. What's the price? Juzi asked. To perform such a heaven-defying secret method, the angels would definitely have to pay a considerable price. However, Juzi thought of the collapsed stars, the perished kingdom of angels, and the angels who had lost their wings. She seemed to have known the price of activating this magic circle. A fierce golden light suddenly burst out from the magic circle, and Juzi realized that the center of the magic circle was Simi in the light-tracing mirror. Simi stood there calmly, but his trembling lips and red eyes revealed his panic and helplessness at the moment. The wings behind all the angels in the magic circle except Simi were burning one by one, until there were no wings left to burn, and the whole person began to become illusory and transparent. No. Don't. Simi in the light-tracing mirror raised his hand, and said in a trembling voice. Not far away, the archangel gently held Simi's hand, but his gradually transparent body made him hold nothing, so he had to try hard to maintain the empty handshake posture. Don't be sad, Xiaomi. This is the best way. Let the river of time flow back, and everything can start over again, the archangel said softly with a smile on his face. After my father's world restarts, can I still see you? Simi said anxiously in the tracing mirror with a trembling voice. The tears in Simi's eyes fell drop by drop, hitting the golden formation, and soon turned into wisps of white smoke. He looked at the disappearing tribesmen one after another, and his father, who shook his head slowly in despair. Suddenly, the formation burst into a light more dazzling than a star, and the complex patterns in the formation began to flow, and the golden runes swam in the void like living things. But only Simi was left in the entire magic circle. In an instant, all the golden runes condensed together crazily, and turned into an extremely bright ball of light, which shone with the radiance of the stars hanging in the sky. At the moment the ball of light was formed, everything fell silent, and Simi stood there blankly, looking at the suddenly empty temple. Zhu Zi couldn't help but walk forward and gently touch Simi, who was stunned in the tracer mirror, but when he looked up, he bumped into Simi's sight. Zhu Zi suddenly withdrew his hand. Just now, he just felt that Simi, who was standing alone in the temple, was too miserable, so he couldn't help but touch his head to comfort him. But everything was just a projection, and she couldn't touch Simi in that time and space. However, Simi in this time and space had a smile in his deep eyes, and just looked at Zhu Zi's hand stroking his head. King, Simi whispered. Time in the tracing mirror continued to pass, and the condensed light ball turned into the shape of a heart and rushed into Simi's chest. Simi in the tracing mirror vomited blood because of the sudden impact and the huge energy pouring into his body. But the wings behind Simi radiated a stronger glow than before. Suddenly, the temple was shrouded in a shadow, and Simi looked up at the dense Zerg. The Zerg excitedly hovered above the temple, as if teasing the new prey they had just got, and pairs of compound eyes flashed with excitement. Soon this universe will belong to them completely, and be completely ruled by them. But Simi took out a long sword from his waist, and then stabbed his heart without hesitation. Suddenly, the whole world burst into a white light, and all the scenes in front of him disappeared. So this world is restarted by you, Zhu Zi said. Zhu Zi originally thought that the trigger for the restart of the world would be a special time node, or a major event. But I didn't expect that it was Simi who restarted the world. As long as Simi died, the world would restart. Chapter 125. The scene in the tracing mirror disappeared, and Zhu Zi was pulled back to the real world. Having seen the former glory of the Sky City, and seeing the devastated planet now, Zhu Zi's heart tightened. The world can be restarted, but the angels, and the shining star system that disappeared in the formation will never come back again. Shimiya also lost his relatives forever. Later, I restarted the world several times, but the ending was still the overwhelming insect tide engulfing the major star systems. Shimiya lowered his eyes and whispered. Maybe it was because of too many restarts that the Emperor insect discovered some abnormalities. Then it accelerated the progress of the insect race engulfing the world. Shimiya's tone was full of loss. What should I do? Zhu Zi asked with a frown. Until I found a glimmer of hope in this inevitable end. Shimiya looked up at Zhu Zi, his eyes as blue as the sky flashing with a different kind of brilliance. So you saved me, on the Elf Mother Tree. Zhu Zi said, looking at the broken angel wings behind Simi. The Simi in the mirror was a 12-winged seraphim like his father, but now Simi was missing 2 pairs of wings, which looked a bit discordant. Shimiya nodded, but soon shook his head again. Shimiya looked into Zhu Zi's eyes seriously, and said, I helped you, but the one who really saved you is always yourself. Zhu Zi looked at Simi with some doubts. At first, I found that the new elf king could not be born, because the energy of the elf mother tree was not enough to support the breeding of the king's flower. Then I arbitrarily put part of your soul into the other world. Zhu Zi nodded. She knew this. If it weren't for Shimiya, the king's flower would have died directly on the elf mother tree. But Shimiya lowered his head, his blue eyes full of regret and guilt. I'm sorry, I can't control the location of the soul, so you appeared in such a place. Zhu Zi smiled at Shimiya. It's not that bad, at least I lived there peacefully until I was 12 years old, and met many good people. There was a volunteer sister who gave her a little rabbit doll, a nurse who gave her a strawberry candy, and her adoptive parents who treated her well at the beginning. The memories of the other world are not all gloomy. Is the novel I saw in the other world also what you want me to read? Zhu Zi asked. Shimiya nodded honestly. I have tried many intervention methods before, but none of them worked. Every time you die on your 12th birthday. But due to the restrictions of the world's laws, I can't tell you all this directly, so that you can avoid risks in advance. Fortunately, the laws of the other world don't have such restrictions, so I wrote the future into the novel to tell you. All he can do is tell Zhu Zi what will happen in the future, but it is Zhu Zi himself who really changes the trajectory of the future. Zhu Zi suddenly remembered the title of the novel she had read, I Am a Super Charmer in the Stars, which Simi's writing is quite decent. Zhu Zi covered her mouth and chuckled. It was hard to imagine that Shimia wrote down the name of the novel with a serious face. I wrote it according to the best-selling novel model of that world, Shimia explained in a low voice. Otherwise, it would be a bit strange to tell Zhu Zi these things directly at that time. Write them in the form of novel stories, so that Zhu Zi will not want to read them because she feels bored. Thank you for your hard work, Shimia. Zhu Zi patted Shimia's shoulder gently and said sincerely. In order to let her know, Shimia worked hard. However, Shimia did not write the final ending of this world, perhaps because he was afraid that she would feel desperate after knowing it too early. Will the insect tide in the tracing mirror happen again this time? Zhu Zi frowned and asked worriedly. When Zhu Zi thought of the devastated planet and piles of corpses in the tracing mirror, he felt cold all over. Although things were much better in this life, the Zerg's plans on the Elf King and the Yeximan Republic all came to nothing. The Mermaid Kingdom returned to normal, and after coming to the world, it also developed very well in the interstellar world. There would be no more mutant mermaids that could not be killed on the battlefield. Moreover, she and Smollett were alive and well, and the Elf Kingdom would not fall as quickly as before. But Zhu Zi couldn't help but feel depressed when she thought of the dense swarm of insects that seemed to never end in her light-tracing mirror. Although under the consultation of the Star Dome Agreement Council, the various interstellar races would send a large number of legions to the Zerg nest every 2 years to exterminate the insects. But it is estimated that no interstellar person could have imagined that the Zerg would quietly breed so many insects. The Zerg army, that the royal worm has spent so much time and energy to cultivate over the years, is to occupy the universe. The royal worm will not give up, and the war between us and the Zerg is bound to happen. Shimia said in a deep voice, it's just a matter of time. When did the royal worm launch a large-scale Zerg tide in the last few world restarts? Zhu Zi asked with a frown. It usually happens around February of the year 3032. Shimia sighed imperceptibly. We don't have much time left. What does Shimia think we should do? Zhu Zi looked at Shimia and asked seriously. Zhu Zi didn't know how many times Shimia had experienced reincarnation, and how many times she watched the interstellar civilization they were proud of being destroyed by the Zerg. But Shimia is indeed the person in the world who knows the Zerg war best. Instead of racking your brains to think about it, it is better to ask the most professional people for advice. This is the experience Zhu Zi summed up after becoming king. Hearing Zhu Zi's question, Shimia immediately analyzed. Although there are many Zergs, ordinary Zergs are consumables in this war. In the interstellar space, where almost everyone is a soldier, ordinary people can kill many Zergs in a row when they rush to the battlefield. The biggest threat to us is actually the mysterious Queen Zerg and the Queen Zergs under her. Before the Zerg war, we need to weaken the power of the Queen Zerg as much as possible. Shimia continued. Zhu Zi thought for a moment, and Shimia's meaning was simply to kill more Queen Zergs. This made Zhu Zi think of Walkley Simmons, who broke into St. Vi on the day of the Blood Moon and tried to cause trouble. Mag Simmons, the head of the Orc Alliance, was disguised by the Imperial City, so the orcs of the Simmons family were probably all overlords. The strength of the overlords disguised as wolves will be greatly weakened. But if they want to participate in the Star Alliance, they have to disguise themselves as orcs. So the Star Alliance is our best chance to get rid of the overlords. Simi smiled. Zhu Zi nodded in understanding. No wonder when Li Shi and his team caught Walkley Simmons, Simi was so worried that the overlords would notice something unusual. It turned out to be preparations for the Star Alliance. But Zhu Zi couldn't understand why the Zerg was so obsessed with participating in the Star Alliance. Zhu Zi had seen the list of participating members submitted by the Orc Alliance, and there were nearly 20 people with the surname Simmons alone. The biggest use of the Star Alliance League is to distribute spiritual power ores. Thinking of this, Zhu Zi suddenly looked up. His eyes lit up and said, could it be that spiritual power ores can not only help interstellar people improve their spiritual power, but also allow the Zerg to evolve? After all, the royal bug is most concerned about the evolution of the Zerg. For interstellar people, improving spiritual power and breaking the shackles of the SSS level is not a kind of evolution in itself? Zhu Zi suddenly realized that perhaps they named it spiritual power, or too narrowly, and these ores are also applicable to the Zerg. Simi nodded. The Zerg is for these evolutionary ores. The Zerg that obtained a large amount of ores in the last time and space completed large-scale group alienation in just 3 months. But this also gives us a good opportunity. Zhu Zi smiled, and was instantly full of fighting spirit for the upcoming Star Alliance League. Zhu Zi might not be so interested in competing with his second brother and Afra, and he might even be a little reluctant to do it. But once the enemy is changed to Zerg, Zhu Zi has even begun to think about uniting the contestants from the Interstellar Federation and the Mermaid Kingdom to kill the King Bug. Ximye, why don't you all go to participate in the Star Alliance League together? Zhu Zi said with bright eyes. Ximye looked up in confusion and looked at Zhu Zi with a blank face. Didn't he plan to participate in the Star Alliance League? Why did the king say that, and who are you? Zhu Zi patted his head and explained, I mean to participate in the Star Alliance League with your people in the name of the Angel Kingdom. Seeing Zhu Zi say these words as a matter of course, Ximye's heart suddenly flowed with a trace of warmth. Are you really planning to stay here forever? This confirms the rumors of the demise of the Angel Nation. Zhu Zi asked with his head tilted. Zhu Zi discovered as soon as he saw the people of Ximye that the spiritual power level of the people here was not low. The grandmother Yu who opened the light tracing mirror for them even had SSS level spiritual power. All countries in the interstellar space can participate in the Star Dome Alliance League, and the bloodline of your mythical race is there, so the strength of your angel race is not weak. Zhu Zi said very seriously. Even though the angel race has been isolated from the world for many years, the tribe members have lost their angel wings, making them look like ordinary people. But judging from the fluctuations of their mental power levels are not low. The first little boy who ran over and hugged Ximye had S-level mental power. You should know that some small countries, or even the whole country can't find a few S-level mental power owners. Go to the Star Dome Alliance League, as an angel. Zhu Zi looked at Ximye and said, no one likes to live with a hidden identity, not to mention that Ximye is an angel of the angel race. The Angel Kingdom is destroyed, and no angel will be seen in the world again. This has always been a regret in the hearts of many people. There are even angel fan groups on the Star Network, dedicated to studying the history and culture of the Angel Kingdom. If everyone knew that the Angel Kingdom still exists, they would definitely be very happy. And the survivors of the Angel Kingdom have not forgotten the angel race. Zhu Zi said. Ximye stood there quietly. His eyes seemed a little relaxed. Zhu Zi continued, and this planet is not suitable for long-term human habitation. Not only is there the gravitational threat of the black hole in the other side of the star system, but the living environment here is also equally bad. Looking around, there are only cracked land and bare hillsides without any grass, and water resources are scarce and almost extinct. Zhu Zi even suspected that such a barren planet might not produce enough food to meet the basic survival needs of the people here. However, Zhu Zi noticed a little girl holding a half-tube of nutrient solution in her hand, which looked like a high-grade nutrient solution. There is also a nutrient solution factory here. Zhu Zi was a little surprised. This way, there is no need to worry about food issues. Ximye shook his head. Without a factory, the production process of nutrient solution is complicated, and there are no raw materials for making nutrient solution on this planet. Even if there is a ready-made abandoned factory, there is no way to operate it. Where did these nutrient solutions come from? Zhu Zi asked in confusion. I brought them in before. Ximye answered honestly. So that's how it is. Zhu Zi nodded thoughtfully. Last month, Ximye asked for leave from the steward and disappeared for 7 days. Ximye should have come here quietly. But there is no route to the Yaoguang Galaxy on the star map, so Ximye can only drive a starship there by himself. Ximye probably scraps a starship every time he goes to the Yaoguang Galaxy. Although her salary as a guard is very high, she can't stand the money Ximye spends with his family. Ximye is probably poor now. Then Ximye stood quietly and successfully received a sympathetic look from Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi decided to give Simi's salary a raise after he returned. After all, he had an entire angel tribe to support. But it's not appropriate for the angel tribe to live in this Yaoguang Nebula all the time. There are still empty habitable planets in the Elf Kingdom. Well, I think Booth is very good. There are large plains and lakes and a suitable climate. Why don't we all move there? Zhu Zi said excitedly. But Simi shook his head and said, we can't leave here. But this place will eventually be captured by the gravity of the black hole. Zhu Zi frowned worriedly. There is no difference between the angel tribe living here and waiting to die. Why can't we leave? Zhu Zi asked. After the time cycle formation was formed, a counter formation was left behind. Grandma Yu explained in a low voice. The cane in Grandma Yu's hand returned to its original dry and cracked appearance. Her skinny fingers curled weakly, and her knuckles were sickly blue and white. The whole person looked much older and more tired than before. Counterformation? Zhu Zi was puzzled. Then, dozens of kilometers away, Zhu Zi saw a formation that was the same as the one in the light-tracing mirror imprinted on the dry and cracked land. The only difference from the formation with golden light was that black gas was constantly coming out here. Zhu Zi felt the surging energy suppressed underneath with fear, as if the energy could break through the formation and destroy the world in the next second. The breath around the counter formation was even more scorching, and coupled with the high temperature of this planet, the temperature nearby soared by more than 10 degrees, making people sweat profusely. However, in such a harsh environment, the angels built houses one after another near the formation, and the only 200 or 300 people left in the angels lived here. Grandma Yu sighed deeply and said, "Time reincarnation is an act against the will of heaven." Not only did the angels pay a huge price, but they also left this counter formation. If we leave here, no one can suppress this formation. Then all the efforts made before will fail, and there will be no chance to start over. Looking at this black gas formation, Zhu Zi lowered his head silently. Is there no other way? The best way is to have a strong enough force to directly destroy the counter formation. Grandma Yu smiled while leaning on her cane. The black hole in the other side of the galaxy can tear it into pieces. This way, everyone will have no worries, Grandma Yu said silently in her heart. Zhu Zi opened her eyes wide in surprise. She never thought that the reason why the Yaoguang Nebula approached the black hole in the other side of the galaxy, which experts from all ethnic groups could not explain clearly, was actually like this. You made it approach the other side of the galaxy, Zhu Zi said in a shocked tone. Grandma Yu smiled lightly and said slowly with a calm look, "This is the best way." Zhu Zi swept the faces of the people around him, and saw that their eyes were calm, as if they had already accepted such an outcome. However, Grandma Yu's eyes gently swept across the young faces of the tribe, and her old eyes were full of love and reluctance. She smiled and said, "Children, don't stay here and suffer with us. We adults are enough to suppress this counterattack." Grandma Yu looked at Zhu Zi with earnestness and expectation in her eyes. These children were born and raised in this isolated place. When the time comes, please ask the Elf King to help me take care of them. Zhu Zi nodded solemnly, even if only some people can be taken away. But the angels fell into a dead silence. The young man lowered his head and pursed his lips, as if he was unwilling to accept such a solution. "I want to go with everyone." A clear voice in the crowd broke the stagnant air. A black-haired boy held his family's hand and said firmly, "I don't want to leave alone. I want to stay here." Another boy followed with red eyes, his voice trembling, but every word was sonorous. "If you don't leave, then I won't leave either," several children said in unison. They didn't know what they would face after leaving here, and they didn't know if they would see their families again in the future. Growing up and suppressing the magic circle had become their mission engraved in their minds. Suddenly they were asked to leave here alone, and they didn't even know what to do when they went out. Zhu Zi opened her mouth, and finally swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She suddenly realized that no matter what she said now, it would not work. Simi lowered his head, and the broken hair on his forehead covered his eyebrows and eyes, and his blue eyes were a little dim. "King, we should go." Simi's voice was slightly hoarse, and his fingertips unconsciously rubbed. "There is no signal here, and the people in the palace must be waiting anxiously. It's time to go back." Zhu Zi nodded. She looked back at the angels again, and waved to them gently. There was no starship on the way back, and this section of the road became particularly long and difficult. Shimio had taken so many days off to go back to the Yaoguang Galaxy, and probably spent most of his time on the way back. It was not until they flew out of the Yaoguang Galaxy that Zhu Zi and Shimiu boarded the Elf King's starship that had been waiting for a long time. Nancy looked at the king flying out of the dangerous Yaoguang Galaxy with fear, and his surprise at the angel wings behind Shimiu was not as great as his concern for the king's safety at the moment. Fortunately, the king was not injured. In fact, as soon as Nancy noticed that the king's mental signal appeared near the Yaoguang Galaxy, her heart was hanging high. But Smollett, who always cared about the king the most, looked calmer than anyone else, as if he believed that Shimiu would not let the king encounter danger. Nancy stopped the idea of breaking into the Yaoguang Galaxy to find the king. However, seeing the depressed face of the king who had just walked out of the Yaoguang Galaxy, Nancy couldn't help but worry. The starship was silent, with only a faint hum from the circulatory system. The atmosphere of the entire starship was particularly low. Zhu Zi looked at the gorgeous nebula that was gradually going away with disappointment. When she went there, It was only her and Shimia, and when she came back, it was only the two of them. Zhu Zi sighed slightly. Shimia looked at Zhu Zi and lowered his eyes, and whispered to comfort her, "Don't think about it, Wang. Maybe this is the mission of the angels." Zhu Zi pursed his lips and stared at the cosmic wreath outside the window, wondering what he was thinking. But Zhu Zi didn't like what Shimia just said. There are 4 mythical races in the interstellar space, and it can't be that only your angels have a mission. Zhu Zi, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly stood up and said, "Nangxir, send someone to clean up booth." "Yes, King. I send someone right away." Nangxir nodded hurriedly. Although she didn't know why the king suddenly mentioned this empty planet, she couldn't help but smile when she saw that the king was in a much better mood. Shimia looked at Zhu Zi with some doubts. Even if Booth was cleaned up, his people probably wouldn't be willing to leave the Sky City. Zhu Zi suddenly thought of a way, and said with a smile, "Let's clean up Booth first, just in case it comes in handy." Chapter 126. What does the king want to do? Shimia couldn't help asking, and there was an expectation in his azure eyes that he himself didn't notice. "Break the counter-array directly," Zhu Zi said in a deep voice. "But the counter-array suppresses powerful energy, and it is difficult to break it directly," Shimia said in a low voice. "If the counter-array can be broken directly, they will not think of taking it into the black hole and then perish together." "But how do you know if you don't try it?" Zhu Zi said with bright eyes. "The angels have sacrificed enough for this world, and Zhu Zi doesn't want them to swallow up even the last remaining bloodline in the black hole. Shimia will be very sad to lose his people again. But it's not enough to rely on us alone," Zhu Zi said very seriously. In the Elf Palace, Smollett frowned when he learned about the counter-array. Although the counter-array is powerful, it is not indestructible. "There must be other better ways," Zhu Zi said. Suddenly, Zhu Zi's eyes lit up. "Why don't we do this?" Zhu Zi suggested. Smollett nodded. "This is the only way. Although the method is a bit simple and crude, it may be able to break the counter-array." Shimia stood aside and listened quietly, with a flash of joy and expectation in his eyes. If this method works, the angels will no longer have to guard the counter-array and wait to perish with it. A few days later, 2 Titan-class interstellar battleships appeared at the edge of the Yoguang galaxy at the same time. The god of light worship of the elves and the dragon god of the dragons, 2 huge ships, one black and one white, suspended side by side among the broken wreckage of the star ring, making a low roar. Even the gorgeous nebula dimmed a little. If anyone saw this scene, they would be surprised to find that this was the first time that the top 2 warships ranked in the Titan-class warship rankings were gathered together. "Sister, are there really angels living in the Yoguang galaxy?" In the communication projection of the command room of the god of light worship, Zhu Ziyuan opened his eyes in disbelief. Afra also appeared in the projection. Her beautiful fishtail was like flowing silk, and the translucent fin membrane was as thin as a cicada's wing, shining with a soft luster. Afra, who hadn't seen Zhu Zi for a long time, seemed particularly happy. If it weren't for the fact that the Mermaid Kingdom was closer to the Interstellar Federation, she and her father should be on the same starship with Zhu Zi now. However, Afra felt a little sad when she saw the angel wings folded behind Simi. The mermaids, who had also been isolated from the world for many years, understood the current situation of the angels better than anyone else. Although they didn't know what happened, the angels seemed to be in a worse situation than the mermaids. This dangerous nebula didn't look like it was habitable. "What is a counter-ray, sister?" Zhu Ziyuan asked curiously in the dragon god. Even Afra pricked up her ears seriously, waiting for Zhu Zi to speak with bright purple eyes. They received a message from Zhu Zi a few days ago, asking if they could go with her to break the counter-array of the Yoguang galaxy. Zhu Ziyuan almost doubted his ears at that time. How could the 2 incredible words going to the Yoguang galaxy and counter-array be connected together? Moreover, Zhu Zi did not explain clearly what the counterattack of the Yoguang galaxy was. But it was not important. Their whole family came with them. Even Zhu Zi's grandmother Zhu Yizhen was on the dragon god. The mermaids of the Mermaid Kingdom also came in full force. The Mermaid King Alfred brought almost all the top-notch combat forces in the country. And the Mermaid King Alfred himself was also quite knowledgeable about the battle formation. "Sorry, I can't explain it clearly." Zhu Zi felt very distressed by the restrictions of the world's laws. He couldn't say what he wanted to say even though it was on his lips. "But you will know when you go there," Zhu Zi said. In the command room of the God of Light battleship, Zhu Zi looked at the high-speed moving cosmic dust stream outside the window. As soon as the dust stream touched the God of Light warship, the ice blue protective cover on the God of Light warship automatically rose, and the starship flew in space, and the tail flame of the curvature engine emitted a faint blue light. Zhu Zi tapped the holographic operating console with his fingertips and commanded the warship to sail to the center of the Yoghuang galaxy. The dragon god also followed without hesitation. The two behemoths ran smoothly in the dangerous nebula, and even the ship body did not shake at all. Soon Zhu Zi and his party arrived at the Sky City. The people of the Angel clan only felt that the sky darkened, and when they looked up, they saw two huge ships that covered the sky. "What is this?" someone said in surprise with wide eyes. There was also a young man with alarm bells in his heart, staring at the slowly descending starship with vigilant eyes, holding the spiritual weapon tightly in his hand, ready to launch an attack at any time. But when he saw Zhu Zi coming out of the cabin, the young man's wolf-like eyes instantly became gentle. The hand holding the hilt of the sword quietly loosened, and a smile appeared on his face. "The Elf King is here!" someone shouted happily. Seeing that it was Zhu Zi, Grandma Yu breathed a sigh of relief and went to greet him with a cane. However, the number of people coming down from the starship was beyond her expectations. There were elves, dragons, mermaids, and humans, and each of them looked extraordinary and had a high level of mental power. Their Archangel Semi was also in the crowd. Although his eyes were as calm as usual, Grandma Yu could feel that the Archangel seemed very happy today. On the starship, Zhu Ziyuan looked at this planet hidden in the Yoghuang galaxy in disbelief, and these gray-looking people, completely different from the angels with white wings in his imagination. "Sister, is this the angel you mentioned?" Zhu Ziyuan asked softly. Zhu Zi nodded under Zhu Ziyuan's surprised eyes. "Is it possible?" Zhu Ziyuan opened his eyes wide. But an hour later, Zhu Ziyuan stood there blankly after watching the projection of the light-tracing mirror. Even Afro looked as if he hadn't come back to his senses for a long time. "How could this happen?" Afro murmured in a low voice. Smollett, Zhu Si and Wei Shilong were also a little stunned after walking out of the light-tracing mirror. Zhu Si, who had been on the front line, didn't expect that the Zerg clan had quietly developed to such a large scale. If it weren't for the time reincarnation array of the Angel clan, they would have died countless times. Grandma Yu, who opened the light-tracing mirror again, seemed to be struggling. Her face turned pale, and her lips turned slightly purple. But when she thought that almost all the strongest forces in the galaxy had gathered here to help them break the counter-array of the time cycle array, Grandma Yu's tired body instantly became more energetic, and her eyes unconsciously showed joy. "Where is the counter-array of the time cycle array?" Smollett asked. "It's near our residential area. I take you there," a black-haired boy said happily. A few minutes later, the Mermaid King Alfred frowned and looked at the array with ominous black air. His keen sense of danger made him unconsciously want to stay away from here. But the fishtail swam in the air, and Alfred still approached the counter-array. Alfred raised his hand, and a scepter appeared in his hand. The rod made of black iron was wrapped with dark golden lines. After Alfred injected his spiritual power, the diamond-shaped crystal on the top glowed with a faint blue light. Alfred narrowed his eyes, and a faint spiritual power ripple rose around him. In an instant, a blue light burst out from Alfred's scepter, cutting through the air at a very fast speed and heading towards the counter-array. But the blue light was quickly swallowed up by the black air of the counter-array, without causing any ripples. Alfred frowned and looked at the scepter in his hand. He always felt a sense of stagnation when using spiritual power here. "Have you noticed that your spiritual power seems to be suppressed as soon as you enter here?" Alfred said. "It may be because of the cosmic dust flow outside," Wei Shilong said. "External interference may affect the use of spiritual power, not to mention that we are still in the nebula left after the collapse of the star." Alfred frowned, and his huge and elegant fishtail swayed in the air in a somewhat irritable manner. The feeling of being suppressed mentally suddenly made him very uncomfortable. "But don't worry, this may be a good thing. The counter-ray may not have erupted for hundreds of years because of this suppression," Wei Shilong continued. Alfred was relieved. "I hope so," Alfred said, "but this counter-ray is indeed very tricky. The counter-ray that has existed for hundreds or even thousands of years is not so easy to break. No wonder the angels came up with the idea of using the black hole of the other side of the galaxy to solve the counter-array. Let's take action later. I need to go up and take a look." Alfred frowned slightly and said. Soon Alfred flew to a height of several thousand meters. Alfred looked down at this huge counter-array from top to bottom. The scene seen from high in the sky was even more shocking. It was like a dormant ancient beast, with rolling black gas emanating from it. Afra looked up at Alfred and wanted to follow him, but was stopped by Alfred's eyes. Afra had no choice but to stay down there. I wonder if my father can find the center of the counter-array, Afra said. The books in the Mermaid Palace recorded many arrays. Generally, only extremely dangerous arrays would leave a counter-array after completion. Alfred's eyes were as sharp as a hawk as he scanned the array. The trajectory of the runes and the veins of energy surge were captured in his eyes. Zhu Zi looked up at Alfred expectantly. Time passed by minute. Suddenly Alfred's eyes lit up and pointed to the center of the formation. Here. Everyone looked in the direction of Alfred's finger, and saw that his fingertip was pointing to the intersection of 3 complex patterns. As long as these 3 intersections can be destroyed at the same time, this counterformation can be broken, Alfred said. As soon as Alfred finished speaking, Wu Suing took the lead in launching the auxiliary system's mental power field. Alfred, who felt the help of such a powerful auxiliary system mental power field for the first time, couldn't help but slightly widen his eyes. Even Grandma Yu looked up in disbelief. With the increase of the auxiliary system field, she even felt that her mental power had increased several times. The huge counterformation was still rolling with strange black air, but Grandma Yu looked at the people gathered here. Her skinny fingers couldn't help but tremble slightly, and a moist light appeared in the bottom of her turbid eyes. Grandma Yu suddenly remembered the story she had read in ancient books when she was young. Breaking the formation with the strength of the group, the dry cane in Grandma Yu's hand emitted a faint light, and the next moment the light shone brightly, and mysterious runes lit up along the cane. Smollett lowered his eyes, and suddenly his aura became stronger. The golden long sword floated in front of him, and the sword body was emitting a flowing halo, as if it was a beast ready to attack. The white angel wings behind Simi spread out, and the holy light lingering around him made the black air coming out of the reversal retreat. Suddenly, a dragon roar broke out in the sky. Zhu Zi looked up and saw a giant dragon with golden light flowing. The pure golden scales looked like flowing gold liquid melted in the sky. Zhu Zi was a little stunned. It was the first time she saw her father transformed into a golden dragon. For a moment, various colors of light wrapped in surging mental power shot towards the center of the counter-array like thousands of arrows. Even the ground began to shake violently, and countless blazing lights collided at the center of the array. Wu Suaning's forehead was constantly sweating, and the auxiliary mental power field began to tremble slowly. To be honest, it was the first time that Wu Suaning opened an auxiliary field for so many SSS level and SS level mentalists at the same time. The stronger the object of the field assistance, the more mental power he needs to consume. Wu Suaning's fingertips trembled slightly, trying to stabilize the mental power field, overloading to maintain the operation of the field. Suddenly, a loud noise shook the eardrums of the people on the ground, like a roar coming from the depths of the center of the array. The ground shook violently again, and even the houses built by the angels near the counter-array began to shake and collapse. As everyone attacked fiercely, a dazzling light burst out from the center of the formation. Countless spiritual powers and dark energy intertwined and surged, condensing into a ferocious vortex in the air. Smollett's long sword collided violently with the vortex, making an extremely harsh sound. Then the lines at the center of the formation began to crack inch by inch, and in an instant, the fine crack spread like a spider web, and the entire dark formation began to shake. The counter formation is about to be broken. The angels suddenly opened their eyes, and said excitedly. Things that they had never dared to dream of before appeared in front of them, and the angels were so excited that their hearts were pounding in their chests. The white light of the spiritual power colliding and interweaving on the formation was more dazzling than the sunlight at noon in their eyes. Everyone held their breath and stared at the anti-ray that was about to be completely broken. But just when they were about to start cheering and celebrating, Grandma Yu looked at the anti-ray and her pupils suddenly shrank violently. Her dry hands tightly grasped the crutches, and her knuckles turned white due to excessive force. What are these? Grandma Yu said in surprise. Seeing this scene, the smiles on the faces of other angels immediately froze in place. Their faces, which were originally flushed with joy, instantly lost their color, and the look of fear flooded everyone's pupils like a tide. What is this? Someone said tremblingly. Above the broken anti-array, a thick black gas that seemed to drip ink was steaming up. The black gas spread around with a trembling energy, as if the ghost hand that came out of the abyss was going to drag everyone around to hell together. Zhu Zi also opened her eyes wide, and was attacked by the black air unexpectedly. The biting coldness rushed into her bones along with a sharp wind. The black air seemed to be like a living thing, as if it wanted to drill into every inch of her pores. Suddenly, Smollett appeared in front of Zhu Zi in a flash, raised his hand, and raised a mental protection shield to protect Zhu Zi firmly behind him. The tingling feeling of the heart disappeared without a trace in an instant, and Zhu Zi patted her chest with some fear. The black air just now was filled with the cold air of death, as if it could kill her instantly. These black airs were like the regulators buried here by the laws of the world, and they wanted to bring everyone who should not be alive into the abyss. Suddenly, Zhu Zi felt a dazzling golden light flashing in front of her eyes. She poked her head out of the mental protection shield behind Smollett to see what was happening outside. Zhu Zi opened his eyes wide in surprise, watching his grandmother Zhu Yizhen casually wave her hand, and a golden semicircular barrier appeared out of thin air, firmly imprisoning all the black air inside. Seeing this scene, everyone's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. If the black air was allowed to spread, the consequences would be disastrous. It's Grandma's mental field, absolute defense, Zhu Zi said happily. As long as you are in this mental field, no matter how fierce the external attack is, as long as the mental field does not dissipate, the people inside will not be hurt in the slightest. It is an absolutely safe haven. Even though Zhu Zi has never seen Grandma use her mental field with his own eyes, Zhu Zi has heard about Grandma's deeds countless times since he was a child. Although Grandma's mental field is an absolute defense, Grandma doesn't like to use her mental field to protect people. Grandma generally likes to use her mental field as a prison. The outside world cannot break through her defense, which in turn means that the people who are protected inside cannot get out either. Grandma had used her mental power field many times on the Zerg battlefield, trapping the Zerg inside and slaughtering them. Every time Grandma's mental power field dissipated, a large pile of Zerg corpses would appear. As a result, for a period of time, even the low-level insects without reason on the battlefield would instinctively flee when they saw Zhu Yizhen. However, too much time has passed, and many people may have forgotten Zhu Yizhen's mental power field. After confirming that all the strange black air was trapped in the field, Smollett raised his hand to unlock the mental power protection shield on Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi finally leaned out from behind Smollett and looked at the black gas under his grandmother's spiritual field. Zhu Yizhen raised his hand and threw the black spear into his spiritual field. Feeling the spiritual power fluctuations of the same source, the surface of Zhu Yizhen's golden spiritual field rippled like water waves, and then very naturally opened a hole for the spear that was neither too big nor too small. The sharp tip of the spear condensed Zhu Yizhen's majestic spiritual power, like a black lightning constantly shuttling and stabbing in the surging black gas. Wherever the gun passed, the thick black gas was like being stirred into boiling ink, and Zhu Zi could even hear the wailing of the twisted black gas. The black gas definitely didn't expect that one day it would be trapped in a protective shield and strangled. Zhu Yizhen's fingertips flew through the air, commanding the spear to fly like a dragon in the golden field. These black gas dared to run in front of her little granddaughter, damn it. Zhu Yizhen felt distressed when she thought of Zhu Zi's pale face. If Smollett hadn't protected her in time, her lovely granddaughter would have been frightened by the black air. Zhu Yizhen stared at the black air with a gloomy face, and her hands unconsciously became more fierce. In less than half a minute, the thick black air inside was crushed. Zhu Yizhen waved his hand, and the mental field dissipated instantly, and the dark anti-ray on the ground disappeared without a trace. Zhu Yizhen looked at Zhu Zi's face that had become rosy again, and she was slightly satisfied. Children should be healthy and cute like now. But Zhu Yizhen suddenly felt a little annoyed that she acted too quickly. Shouldn't the black air be left for little Z to play with? After all, the child has grown up and may want to do it himself. Chapter 127. Grandma. Zhu Zi shouted. Hearing her granddaughter calling her, Zhu Yizhen immediately walked towards Zhu Zi. The black air has disappeared and will not come out again. Zhu Yizhen said to Zhu Zi softly, "Were you scared just now?" Zhu Zi nodded obediently. She was indeed scared by the black air with a strong murderous aura. The black air seemed to be coming towards her. If Grandma had not trapped the black air in time, the consequences would be disastrous. Grandma's domain is so powerful, Zhu Zi said with sparkling eyes. Zhu Zi had always been curious about Grandma's mental power domain. But because of mental power pollution and old age, Grandma had not taken action for a long time, but this time she finally saw it. The defensive mental power domain was used by Grandma as an offensive domain. The black gas of the counterattack was firmly trapped inside, without any power to fight back. Looking at his granddaughter's admiring eyes, Zhu Yizhen's face was full of smiles, and the corners of his eyes showed his unconcealed joy. Suddenly, a dragon roar came from the sky. The sound was like a bell breaking through the clouds, and the sound waves seemed to turn into substantial ripples. Zhu Yizhen frowned unhappily at Zhu Zi, who made the noise inexplicably. Zhu Zi in the form of a giant dragon hovered in the air, and the golden dragon scales sparkled in the sunlight. Zhu Zi, who had been paying attention to Zhu Zi, suddenly moved his ears sharply when he heard Zhu Zi praising Zhu Yizhen's powerful domain, and his golden pupils narrowed slightly. Zhu Zi, who had transformed into his original form, subconsciously roared to try to attract his daughter's attention, and then he had an idea and gracefully circled in the air, swooping down to the ground and transforming into a human form. Wei Shilan, who was standing on the ground, turned away without watching. For the dragon race, there is still a difference between transforming into a prototype and maintaining a human form. After transforming into a prototype, the dragon race will be more inclined to act according to the most instinctive thoughts in their hearts. Zhu Zi, who had just landed, had the same golden pupils as the prototype, and still had the murderous and indifferent eyes of the beast. Zhu Zi looked at Zhu Zi, who suddenly appeared in front of her with a fierce look, and was not afraid. Instead, she smiled and praised, "Dad is also very powerful." Hearing the words that satisfied him, the imposing aura in Zhu Zi's eyes suddenly disappeared, replaced by visible happiness. It was worth it for him to fly a long circle in the sky. Smollett frowned as he looked at Zhu Zi, who ran to Zhu Zi on purpose. He didn't expect the Marshal of the Interstellar Federation to be so naive, and he didn't know how he would manage his own army. If their elf kingdom also had a marshal like him, he would have to think carefully about whether this person could be competent for the job. Zhu Zi, who was immersed in joy, was grinning from ear to ear, but suddenly, Zhu Zi felt a mental power fluctuation. Soon, this mental power fluctuation swept across the entire land strongly and swiftly. It was the mental power field. Zhu Zi, who realized that he had fallen into someone else's mental power field, narrowed his eyes uncomfortably, and he turned to look at the source of this mental power. Smollett looked at him indifferently, and then raised his hand, and several golden lights flashed in the field. The beam shot out and landed on the empty ground. For a moment, the earth and rocks flew, and the golden light was overflowing. After a series of actions, Smollett withdrew the mental field as if he had completed the task. "What's wrong? Is there a black gas that has not died out?" Zhu Zi frowned and asked. Although it was a question, Zhu Zi's tone was firm, and he obviously didn't think it was the case. "A few bugs crawled out from the ground. I deal with them," Smollett explained slowly. "Bugs?" Zhu Zi became nervous instantly when he heard the word bugs. Could it be that there are Zerg in the Yoguang galaxy? Could this counterattack also be a conspiracy of the Zerg? Various thoughts flashed randomly in Zhu Zi's mind. But when he followed Smollett's gaze and looked at the so-called bugs, Zhu Zi fell into silence. On the dusty ground blown up by Smollett, there lay a centipede split in half. If Zhu Zi hadn't used her mental power to see, she probably wouldn't have noticed such a bug. It hadn't mutated or evolved. It was just an ordinary bug. Even a child passing by could step on it to death. So just now Smollett launched his awesome mental power field just to kill a centipede that was not even as thick as a finger. Zhu Zi looked at Smollett speechlessly. Smollett was very happy, because that move was definitely more powerful than the dragon flying in the sky. Smollett looked at Zhu Zi with his amber eyes, as if secretly asking how it was. Zhu Zi, who understood the meaning, thought the two fathers were childish, but still opened his mouth and said, "Great, great, both are great." "Sister, what about me?" Zhu Ziyuan suddenly appeared from nowhere, looking at Zhu Zi with a pair of big eyes full of expectation, waiting for his sister's praise. "Forget it." Zhu Zi sighed. "Okay." Zhu Ziyuan's bright eyes dimmed instantly. He thought to himself that his sister was right, and the little ones didn't play a big role. But soon Zhu Ziyuan became energetic again. In any case, the counter-ray in the Sky City was broken. The dark counter-ray dissipated, and even the scorching air around it dropped a few degrees. Some people stood stiffly in place, looking at everything in front of them in disbelief. Just in a short time, the heavy shackles that trapped their ancestors disappeared. Excited tears filled his eyes, and cheers suddenly broke out from the crowd, and then the sound spread across the entire scorched earth like a wave. The counterattack has been broken. The counterattack has finally been broken. Some people cheered, and some hugged each other excitedly. The emotions that had been suppressed for a long time rushed out like a flood, dispersing the hundreds of years of haze, and the angels ushered in a new dawn. Even Grandma Yu's eyes were red with excitement, and she looked at Zhu Zi and his group with great gratitude. The ending that was originally thought to be certain death was broken, and they no longer had to defend this counterattack, and the children of the angels could go out and take a look. Zhu Zi happily looked at the land that had returned to normal, so that the angels could move to boot together, and no longer have to stay on this barren planet. Zhu Ziyuan stretched his hands and feet in a proper manner, and a smile appeared on his face. Although the few of them didn't contribute much here, it didn't stop him from being happy for the angels. However, Zhu Ziyuan couldn't help but feel panicked when he thought of the scene in the retro light mirror where the interstellar people were defeated. If it was really like the ending in the retro light mirror, the angels might as well stay in this shining nebula. Not far away, 2 Titan-class battleships were hovering side by side. The people of the angels surrounded the battleships and exclaimed, "They can actually take people through the abyss," a girl said in surprise. "The white area around the Sky City is the most dangerous abyss. Any starship that reaches there will be smashed to pieces. The abyss protects the angel city from being discovered, but it also restricts their freedom of entry and exit. Without angel wings, you can't fly into the abyss." But what surprised them was that the 2 starships passed through the annihilation zone intact, with only some scratches and damage on the surface of the starships. They looked up at the 2 huge ships. Even if only one came, it would be more than enough to accommodate all the people of the angels. The people of the angels happily packed their luggage, with smiles on every face, and stepped into the white and gold-colored battleship of the God of Light, ready to go to the new planet. Zhu Zi stood in front of the transparent porthole, watching the people coming in one after another. However, Zhu Zi saw that his mother did not enter the battleship, but walked alone in the opposite direction, with her head down, thinking about something. Wei Shilan held a crescent-shaped scimitar in her right hand and injected mental power into it. But soon Wei Shilan frowned slightly. How could this happen? This was obviously a mental weapon she had used for more than 10 years, but she felt a clear sense of stagnation when she just injected mental power. And this feeling is more serious than when she first came here. It seems that the longer she stays on this planet, the more her mental power is suppressed. What's wrong with Mom? Zhu Zi, who came to find Wei Shilan, ran forward and asked worriedly. The mental power suppression has become more serious, Wei Shilan said. I have the same feeling. Zhu Zi nodded. Even her Star Core sword was affected by the shadow, and the Star Core beast was still shouting that it wanted to go back quickly. However, the counter ray has been broken, and they are about to leave here, so Zhu Zi no longer cares about the mental power suppression. After we leave here, we should be able to return to normal, Zhu Zi said with a smile. After all, Shimia has come and gone here so many times, and his mental power has not been affected. Wei Shilan shook her head, her eyes slightly filled with joy. She smiled and said, maybe there is no need to leave in a hurry. This is a good place to hone your mental power. I remember that more than 1,500 years ago, the psychic Violet Baker proposed a suppression and tempering method in psychic theory. Violet Baker believes that in an environment where mental power is extremely suppressed, the potential of mental power can be stimulated. Theoretically, once a person masters the skills of using mental power in such an extreme environment, the ability to control mental power will make a qualitative leap. Wei Shilan continued, however, because there is no way to create a safe environment for mental power suppression, this method of mental power training was banned thousands of years ago. Zhu Zi's eyes lit up instantly after hearing this. The suppression environment of the Sky City is natural. We don't need to worry about the safety of mental power. Wei Shilan smiled and nodded. The theory that was banned from research thousands of years ago may be of great use now. Chapter 128. But after all, it is a theory from thousands of years ago. As for the actual effect, we still need to find more professional people to verify it, Wei Shilan said rigorously. Okay. Zhu Zi nodded. Zhu Zi smiled. If this method is really effective, then we can bring the participants from the Interstellar Federation, the Mermaid Kingdom, and the future Angel Kingdom to conduct pre-match training here before the Star Alliance League starts. But now the most important thing is to take the Angels to Boo Star. After all, although the anti-ray was broken, the houses built near the anti-ray were also destroyed. If the Angels are not taken there, they may have no place to live. A moment later, everyone in the Sky City boarded the God of Light battleship. The Angels opened their eyes wide and looked at the battleship in amazement, which was more shocking inside than outside. But no matter how curious they were, the Angels just looked around. She was very restrained and didn't walk around on the God of Light warship. At the stern of the God of Light warship, Grandma Yu stood in front of the porthole and looked at the planet that was getting smaller and smaller. That was the place where she had been trapped for most of her life. She had never left there even once. Grandma Yu's thoughts were a little trance, until the warship passed through the annihilation zone steadily and sailed out of the Yogwang galaxy, and the vast stars appeared in front of her. Grandma Yu slowly raised her hand, and her fingertips were pressed against the cold porthole, as if she wanted to touch the starlight that seemed so close. Grandma Yu's turbid and old eyes reflected the bright starlight, and a smile rose unconsciously on her wrinkled face. So this is what the outside is like. The God of Light warship had been sailing for an unknown period of time, when suddenly a water blue planet appeared in front of everyone outside the window. This planet was suspended in the vast universe, and its surface was covered with different shades of blue, like a pearl immersed in liquid glass. This is the Booth planet. An elf pointed to the planet and said. Simir followed the direction of the elf's finger, and saw the planet. This is a rich and beautiful planet, and Simir knew that the Booth planet was still Zhu Zi's private property. Simir turned his head, and looked at Zhu Zi gratefully. Zhu Zi was standing in front of the porthole at this moment, with a pair of green eyes looking intently at the water blue planet. But Simir saw Zhu Zi's hand hanging by his side quietly raised, and quickly pinched the chubby face of a little girl next to him. After succeeding, Zhu Zi looked down at the little girl beside her, with a smile in her green eyes. The little girl was concentrating on her new home, and didn't notice her little move. Hee hee. But Zhu Zi turned her head slightly, and looked at Shimia. Zhu Zi, feeling guilty, didn't know where to put her hands. Then she turned her head, and pretended to be busy. How could her perfect plan be caught by Shimia? The god of light worship sailed at a very fast speed, and it passed through the atmosphere of Booth Star in a short while. Everyone saw a plain covered with green grass. The emerald color extended to the end of the site, and there were winding streams running through it. Seeing such a place, the children who grew up in the barren land widened their eyes in shock. Okay, I take you here. Zhu Zi touched the little girl's head, and said with a smile. Elf Palace? After sending the angels, the god of light worship returned to the Elf King's court. Because he had to settle the angels and restore the angel kingdom, Simi had a lot of things to do, so Simi stayed on Booth Star. Before, no matter where Zhu Zi went, Simi followed him silently. Zhu Zi originally thought that Simi had no sense of existence, but now there was suddenly one less person behind him, and Zhu Zi felt a little uncomfortable. King, you have an interstellar meeting to attend today, Nancy said with her eyes down. What meeting? Zhu Zi paused and asked in confusion as he returned to the bedroom. King, it's an interstellar meeting with the heads of the Orc Alliance and the Interstellar Federation, Nancy reminded softly. Oh, I see. Zhu Zi nodded. So many things have happened recently that she almost forgot about this interstellar conference. This is a holographic virtual online meeting, which is attended by the 3 major countries of the Star Dome Council, mainly to negotiate the competition system of the Star Dome Agreement League. Will Mag Simmons also attend this meeting? Zhu Zi asked. Mag Simmons is the current head of the Orc Alliance, and will also attend this time, Nancy said. Elf King Court time is 2:15. The interstellar conference was held on time, and Zhu Zi closed his eyes in the most advanced holographic cabin. When Zhu Zi opened his eyes again, he found himself in a huge blue and white space full of technology. The cold light flowed on the 4 walls like liquid moonlight, and the huge silver conference table floated in the center of the space in a ring. There were only 3 main seats on the entire conference table. Each seat was far apart, and the emblem of the 3 kingdoms was quietly suspended behind. Zhu Zi didn't arrive early, and Anita Ivers, the head of the Interstellar Federation, had already arrived. Seeing Zhu Zi coming, Anita Ivers smiled and greeted her. After a simple greeting, the two sat quietly in their seats, waiting for the last party of the meeting, the Orc Alliance, to arrive. Anita Ivers' fingertips tapped the table silently, and floating in front of her was a message window that only she could see. The message window was still on the conversation record between Anita Ivers and Wei Shilon. Wei Shilon, pay attention to Mag Simmons at the interstellar meeting. Mag Simmons is the Emperor Insect. Anita Ivers stared at this sentence closely. The head of the Orc Alliance is actually the royal bug. Anita Ivers lowered her eyes slightly to hide the trembling in her heart. But what is Wei Shilon saying this for? Let her unite with the Elf Kingdom at the Interstellar Conference to fight against the Zerg together. Anita Ivers looked at Zhu Zi, who was sitting diagonally opposite her, calmly. It was the time when the head of the Interstellar Federation was changing, and her term was about to end. If she wanted to be re-elected, then the biggest opponent now would be Wei Shilon. Unlike her, who was born at the bottom and struggled all the way to stand in this position today. Wei Shilon has the blood of the Dragon Clan flowing in her body, and naturally has extremely high public support. But Anita Ivers wants, and needs this position of head more than anyone else. Although the results of the Star Alliance League are crucial to the future development of the Interstellar Federation, but if Wei Shilon's son Zhu Ziyuan can shine again in this Interstellar Star Alliance League, the domestic people's support for Wei Shilon will definitely rise to a higher level. This way, she may not be able to be re-elected as the head of the Interstellar Federation. Anita Ivers' fingertips tapping on the table suddenly stopped. Her eyes were deep and dark. Suddenly, a blue electric light flashed, and two figures appeared in the holographic simulation room. Mag Simmons was wearing a black formal suit, with a smile on her face, and waved to Zhu Zi and Anita Ivers. Although Mag Simmons had a gentle smile on her face, her blood-red eyes and upright animal ears made her look like a wolf lurking in the night, extremely dangerous. Behind Mag Simmons was a wolf orc, wearing a silver-gray combat uniform, and his scarlet pupils, which were exactly the same as Mag Simmons's, were shining with cold light, and he looked at Zhu Zi as if he was intentionally or unintentionally provoking. After Nanhill glared at him fiercely, he retracted his gaze. Not far away, Mag Simmons walked towards Anita Ivers as soon as he appeared. Mag Simmons stretched out a hand and shook hands with her with a smile. Anita Ivers also had a decent smile on her face, but when she touched Mag Simmons' hand, a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Although there was only an extremely subtle difference in touch, Anita Ivers was very sensitive in this regard. She was sure that Mag Simmons was wearing a glove on his right hand that imitated the texture of the skin. But just as Anita Ivers was stunned, Mag Simmons soon let go of Anita Ivers' hand. Mag Simmons did not intend to isolate Zhu Zi on purpose, and then she turned her head and greeted Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi looked at Mag Simmons' wrist calmly, and frowned slightly when he saw Mag Simmons' smooth wrist. Where did the dark mark of the royal insect go on Mag Simmons' wrist? Could it be that she saw it wrong during the Star Dome Council? No way. Zhu Zi frowned. It should be that the royal insect deliberately hid this mark. If she hadn't seen the future memory in the retrospective mirror, Zhu Zi might really think that the person with a gentle smile on his face was just an ordinary orc starfield leader. Behind Mag Simmons, the orcs in black combat uniforms also greeted Zhu Zi. But his face was cold, and had not changed since he appeared here. This is my eldest son, Vaughn Simmons. Mag Simmons looked at Vaughn Simmons with pride, and said with a smile. Zhu Zi nodded, but Nanhill frowned and wondered what it meant for the royal insect to suddenly produce an eldest son at this time. This is the first time I've seen President Simmons show up with his eldest son, Nanhill said tentatively. Before, the child had been raised on the new Naya star due to physical reasons. But the Star Dome Agreement League is coming soon, and Vaughn's age is just right, so I brought him back to the capital star. McG Simmons had already prepared a set of rhetoric, and was not afraid of being asked. Maybe Vaughn will have the honor to fight the Elf King in the Star Dome Agreement League. McG Simmons looked at Zhu Zi, and said with a smile. Zhu Zi looked at Vaughn Simmons's cold face, and when he mentioned the Star Dome Agreement League, the animal ears on his head moved sharply. Mag Simmons made no secret of his satisfaction with him. It seemed that this was the killer weapon that the Royal Bug had prepared specifically for the Star Dome Alliance League to win the championship. When the time came, the interstellar meeting officially began. But Anita Ivers sat silently in her seat during the meeting, and her hand that had shaken with Mag Simmons hung unnaturally at her side. This was her first time shaking hands with the Zerg, and she felt a little numb on her scalp. Anita Ivers lowered her eyes, and looked at the national emblem of the Interstellar Federation reflected on the silver-white floating table. On the national emblem, two long swords, one black and one blue, crossed, surrounded by a circle of burning thorn vines, symbolizing the country established by the Federation people in blood and fire. Anita Ivers' mind suddenly flashed back to the scene of her youth. She saw the capital star of the Federation for the first time in the crowded cabin of the interstellar passenger ship. There were noisy sounds in her ears, the snoring of the orcs next door, the laughter of children chasing and playing at the connection of the starship cabin, and the sound of the luggage wheels rubbing against the ground mixed with the crew's announcement that they were about to arrive at the capital of the Interstellar Federation. Anita Ivers now even missed herself at that time. Her biggest wish at that time was just to make this place where she was born and raised better. Anita Ivers couldn't help but chuckle. She walked a long way to get here, but she almost lost herself at the beginning. Anita Ivers tapped her fingers on the floating keyboard and quickly typed out a short line of words. In the office of the administrative building on the capital of the Interstellar Federation, Wei Shilon frowned and looked at the chat box that had not been replied for a long time. She was sure that Anita Ivers had definitely seen the message, but just didn't reply to her. Wei Shilon walked around the office anxiously. Suddenly, a new message popped up in the chat box with a ding-dong sound. Anita Ivers, I know. Although it was just a plain I know, it made Wei Shilon feel relieved instantly. Member Wei, the executive meeting has been postponed for 10 minutes. The assistant reminded in a low voice. Wei Shilon smiled and nodded. Let's go to the meeting. On the other side, in the holographic virtual interstellar conference room, 6 plans for the Star Dome Agreement League competition system drafted by major interstellar universities were placed on the office desk after layers of selection. Mag Simmons frowned and looked at the plans in front of him. 5 of the 6 plans were to put Zergs in the arena, allowing contestants to get points by killing Zergs. Even the plan submitted by the ruling Military Academy of Traw State proposed to put 2 king insects in the arena. Mag Simmons' eyes went dark. These interstellar people were thinking about killing the Zerg. Other ordinary bugs would be fine, but if there was really a king bug in the arena, wouldn't Vaughn and the others just go and kill each other? There must be no king bugs in the arena. King bugs are too dangerous. Those who can participate in the Star Dome Alliance League are the future of each country. We can't let these young people be exposed to such risks, Mag Simmons said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Zhu Zi raised his eyes, and suddenly saw something in his mind. It seemed like a great idea to let the king bugs kill the king bugs. Nan Hill, who noticed the king's idea, smiled and said slowly, "The reason why the king bug is dangerous is that we don't understand its ability. After understanding the ability of the king bug, these risks in the arena are controllable." Mag Simmons' face darkened after hearing this, and she glanced at Zhu Zi. Why does Zhu Zi always make her unhappy? Mag Simmons was more satisfied with the second plan. The teams from different countries competed with each other, so the Zerg would not need to kill their own kind. Mag Simmons silently pushed the second plan to the front. This competition system plan is good. The traditional competition and free-for-all mode can truly stimulate the potential of young people. It can also better compare the level of the teams from different countries. Zhu Zi looked at Mag Simmons and said with a smile, "Our biggest enemy now is the Zerg, and we naturally compete in the ability to kill the Zerg. The galaxy where the Orc Alliance is located is closest to the Zerg nest. I think President Simmons should understand the harm of the Zerg better." Hearing this, Mag Simmons clenched her hands under the table unhappily, and the more she looked at Zhu Zi, the more she disliked her. A hint of anger flashed in the cold and calm eyes of Vaughn Simmons at the side. Obviously, the Zerg are the choice of the universe's laws, and the interstellar people are the biggest threat to this universe. The interstellar people occupy such a good star field, but the gene chain remains unchanged, and there has been no progress in nearly 1,000 years. Instead, they are very keen on killing each other among different races, and even people from the same planet can fight. After the emergence of the Zerg, these interstellar people have united a little, but there are still undercurrents between countries, which gives them a good opportunity. Vaughn Simmons thinks that the existence of interstellar people is a waste of resources, and it is better to give all the living space to them. Vaughn Simmons opened his mouth slightly, as if he was about to say something, but was stopped by Mag Simmons' eyes. Vaughn had no choice but to shut up with a cold face. Damn it! It was all for the sake of evolving the Ur. If it weren't for this, he and the Queen Mother wouldn't have to suffer such humiliation here. Vaughn Simmons only heard the Queen Mother say with a smile, "The Zerg is indeed our biggest worry, but ordinary Zerg are not easy to capture alive, let alone the powerful king bug." It is indeed not easy to capture the king bug alive. Zhu Zi nodded. Vaughn Simmons' frown relaxed slightly. Zhu Zi finally said something that made him happy. But Zhu Zi changed his tone and said, "But I think all this is worth it for the Star Alliance League." Hearing this, even Mag Simmons frowned. It seems that Zhu Zi must choose the fourth plan. Then Mag Simmons looked up at Anita Ivers of the Interstellar Federation. The Interstellar Conference is not a place where Zhu Zi has the final say. Just 3 days ago, she expressed to Anita Ivers her desire to cooperate with the representative team of the Interstellar Federation in the Star Dome Agreement League. Soon after conveying the intention of cooperation, Mag Simmons received Mag Simmons' response. Mag Simmons was not surprised to see Anita Ivers' request for cooperation. Anita Ivers had only one request. It was not necessary for the Interstellar Federation to win, but to let them secretly assist Anita Ivers' daughter Chile, whose mental power was only S level. In order to be re-elected as the head of state, Anita Ivers could not care about the interests of the Interstellar Federation. The interstellar people were indeed extremely selfish, but Mag Simmons was also very happy to see this situation. Naturally, she agreed to Anita Ivers' request without hesitation. Mag Simmons smiled. The Interstellar Federation had long been on her side. Anita Ivers flipped the virtual pages in her hand. Her eyes fell on the 2 words King Worm in the fourth plan. It is not easy to capture the King Worm alive, but the Orc Alliance is close to the worm nest. The Star Alliance League needs the King Worm, and then I will trouble President Simmons to spend more time on it," Anita Ivers said with a smile. Mag Simmons opened her eyes slightly, and even wondered if she had heard it wrong. Why did Anita Ivers, who was standing on the same boat with her, suddenly regret it? Could it be that she suddenly found her conscience? Or was Anita Ivers just playing a trick on her before? Mag Simmons looked at Anita Ivers with sharp eyes. Anita Ivers looked back at her calmly, as if she had nothing to do. Mag Simmons's hands hanging under the table clenched into fists. Anita Ivers was even more ruthless. Not only did she want her king bugs to kill each other, she even wanted her to find the king bugs used in the competition. But it was all for the sake of evolving, so Mag Simmons had to hide the surging anger in her eyes. At the end of the holographic virtual interstellar meeting, the Elf Kingdom and the Interstellar Federation voted to pass the plan submitted by the ruling military academy of Tross. Mag Simmons left the meeting room with a gloomy face. In the head's palace of the capital star of the Orc Alliance, the black and gold holographic simulation cabin door slowly opened, revealing Mag Simmons' face that was so gloomy that it was about to drip ink. Seeing this, the other bugs instinctively stepped back 2 steps, fearing that they would be affected. But it was too late to retreat. The tyrannical pressure came, like an invisible big hand tightly pulling their throats, making them breathless. Just when the bugs were sweating and thought they were about to die, the pressure that frightened them finally dissipated. However, under the brutal pressure of the king bug, only Vaughn Simmons was avoided, and Vaughn Simmons still stood there with his back straight. "Queen, we just need to avoid the king bug in the competition," Vaughn Simmons whispered. Mag Simmons suddenly looked at Vaughn fiercely. "Why do you have to avoid it on purpose? You don't need to care about anything, the only task is to win." Mag Simmons glanced at the other king bugs. Although they didn't understand what happened, the king bugs who were noticed by the queen mother were instinctively very happy. Mag Simmons clenched his fist hanging at his side more tightly, and his hatred for the interstellar people was like substance. "Everything is for the evolution of war," Mag Simmons said with a gloomy look. Chapter 129. As soon as the competition system of the Star Dome Agreement League was confirmed, the official website of the Star Dome Council immediately announced it on the official website. Netizens who have been squatting in front of the official website opened their eyes wide to see the new competition system. There will be an overlord in the arena. Someone left a shock message. "I want to run away light years away when I see the overlord." No, the lives of the contestants are also lives. Isn't it too dangerous to release the overlord directly? Didn't the official website say that the risk of the overlord is controllable when the ability is confirmed? The overlord released into the arena must have been carefully inspected by various countries. Ordinary people like us don't have to worry about the geniuses. That's what I said, but when I saw the word overlord, my scalp tingled. Most interstellar people may never see an overlord in their lifetime. Suddenly, I am looking forward to seeing the delegations of various countries beating up the overlord. As expected of the highest level Star Alliance, they let us watch the overlord. So exciting! Compared to the overlord, I want to see the Elf King more. It has been a long time since the Elf King has appeared. I don't care who has more or less spiritual power Anyway, it won't be mine. I just want to see the 3 mythical races, the elves, the dragons, and the mermaids, in the same frame. It's a pity that I didn't get a ticket to the scene. I can't even imagine how cheerful I would be if I were there. Alas, there were originally 4 major races of gods, and the mermaids have appeared in the world, so why are there no angels like us? The fans of the angels above are here again. The angel kingdom has been destroyed for many years. Why do so many people still like to mention it? Someone said puzzled. Don't you want to see the 4 mythical races in the same frame? Someone excitedly typed this line of words on the floating keyboard. In the first military academy of the Elf Kingdom, Gallop flipped through these comments. Why are there still so many people who are obsessed with the angels? Gallop asked in confusion. Gallop looked at the discussions about the angels on the official website of the Star Dome Council popping up one after another. It was as if he had poked the nest of angel fans. Seeing that a post announcing the competition system of the Star Dome Agreement League was about to turn into a forum for missing the angels. It's so smoky. Gallop frowned and said, the angel kingdom has been destroyed, and there is no angel in the world anymore. Gallop leaned on the training equipment and typed this line of words with a cold face. Gallop used his own big account to speak on it. The certification standard of the Elf Kingdom's first military academy is behind the account nickname, and there is also a gold label of the 4th year individual chief. This string of shining labels is particularly conspicuous among the ordinary black letter accounts. The people who were just discussing the angels with great interest were instantly discouraged when they saw this sentence. Okay, we are just thinking about it. And so many years have passed. If the angels are still there, they would have appeared long ago. She probably only dreams of seeing the 4 mythical races in the same frame in her life. On the other side, after sending this sentence, Gallop closed his light computer and continued to train with a gun. The Star Dome Alliance League is about to start, and time is tight. He just wanted to see the competition system of the Star Dome Alliance League. As a result, he was tripped by the comments below. What's so good about the mythical races in the same frame? Gallop snorted coldly. He went to participate in the Star Covenant League to fight for the glory of the Elven Kingdom. Even if he was in the same frame with other mythical races, they would only draw their swords and fight each other when they met. Gallop concentrated and pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot out from the muzzle and hit the bull's eye. Suddenly, a ding-dong sound rang on his optical computer. Gallop frowned slightly. Who would send him a message at this time? Gallop opened the optical computer and saw that it was a text message from the Elven King's court. Please all members of the Star Covenant League to gather at the St. Elvia Star Space Station before 2000 hours on July 28th to participate in the pre-match training of the Star Covenant League. Training? The text message numbers sent are all the highest encryption level of the Elven King's court. Only after entering the spirit power and passing the check will the content of the text message be displayed. How can a training camp be so mysterious? A few days later. In the vast universe, a platinum-colored warship broke the silence, and the smooth surface of the ship reflected the stars. In the God of Light warship, Gallop felt that he might be dreaming now. Otherwise, how could he appear in the King's God of Light warship? In the huge Titan-class warship, all kinds of facilities are available, and there are 6 interstellar standard training grounds on this floor alone. Gallop stood in the training ground of the God of Light warship and looked at the delegations of various countries. A group of people who should have been tit for tat are now gathered together in a lively manner. Gallop never thought in his life that Carol Lyrifin would sit with her mortal enemy, White Tandon, and discuss their respective spiritual weapons with laughter. You know, every time the Elf Kingdom and the Interstellar Federation held a league, these two people wanted to put on sacks and beat each other up the day before the game. How could it be as harmonious as it is now? No wonder even the text messages he received were encrypted at the highest level. It turned out that this was not just a training camp for their Elf Kingdom. It was like a meeting of allies. But Gallop was very curious. Why are there 4 national teams? There are only 3 countries in the Interstellar Federation, the Mermaid Kingdom, and their Elf Kingdom. The representative teams of these 3 countries all wore their own uniforms, and the national emblems embroidered on their chests were very easy to recognize. But Gallop wondered which country the 4th representative team was from, and the number of people in this representative team was less than that of other teams, and even the quota given by the Star Dome Council was not full. Gallop opened his eyes wide and looked carefully at the national emblems on those people's clothes. The complex patterns were ancient and heavy, and there was a pair of conspicuous wings on it. But Gallop racked his brains and couldn't figure out which country's national emblem this was. Gallop frowned. Did I miss a country? It shouldn't be like this. But even if he didn't know where the 4th country came from, Gallop could see that their 4-nation alliance was formed to target the Orc Alliance. Although Gallop was a little confused as to why they valued the Orc Alliance so much, he somehow felt that it was quite good to train together. Gallop looked around and saw many opponents he had played against in the league, but now they suddenly became teammates he could work with. Gallop looked at a figure and his eyes suddenly lit up. It's Yi Yunshin, the genius armorer from the underground city of the Interstellar Federation. Although Yi Yunshin has only been in school for a year, he has already become famous in the armorer world. An excellent armorer is even more valuable than the chief individual soldier of a university, and is a talent that all major legions want to recruit. And Gallop heard that even the quota for making an appointment with Yi Yunshin to make spiritual weapons has been scheduled for several years. A few days ago, they held a whole night meeting specifically for this genius armorer who suddenly appeared. It's best to eliminate her as soon as she enters the venue. But now Gallop has completely forgotten the content of that day. Gallop pretended to be nonchalant and approached Yi Yunshin, wanting to get to know this future master armorer, even if it was just to show his face in front of Yi Yunshin. But Gallop looked around and found that there were quite a few people who had the same idea as him. So a magical scene appeared on the training ground. With Yi Yunshin as the center, a bunch of people wanted to get close to her intentionally or unintentionally. Yi Yunshin, who had just rejected a person who tried to chat up with her, silently held her forehead. She was hiding in such a hidden corner of the training ground. How could so many people notice her? But Yi Yunshin was no longer surprised by such scenes. Facing so many competitors in the crowd, Gallop couldn't help but speed up his pace. He had to go over quickly, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to interrupt around Yi Yunshin. But suddenly Gallop stopped stiffly, and he saw their king walking towards this side. Zhu Zi had been looking around in the crowd, and finally found Yi Yunshin in the corner of the training ground. Xiao Xian. Zhu Zi greeted Yi Yunshin happily. Hearing this voice, Yi Yunshin suddenly looked up and saw Zhu Zi with a bright smile on his face. Yi Yunshin, who deliberately put on a cold expression and refused to socialize, instantly lit up a pair of dark eyes. Yi Yunqin didn't expect Zhu Zi to still remember her, and come to find her on purpose. Zhu Ziyuan beside Zhu Zi also waved to her, and greeted her. Afra's beautiful fish tail turned into legs that were convenient for walking on land. The blue ear fins still remained on the side of the ears, and the ear fins floated with tiny sparkles. "You are Yi Yunqin," Afra said with bright eyes. Yi Yunqin tilted his head, and wondered how the mermaid princess knew her. "Zi mentioned you to me." Afra's voice was ethereal and pleasant, with a clear feeling of the blue sea water. When they were in Atlantis, Zhu Zi mentioned her human friend. Afra had always been curious about who Yi Yunqin was. "No wonder I never found you before." Zhu Zi asked in confusion, "Xiao Xian, why are you hiding in this little corner?" If she couldn't find Yi Yunqin again, Zhu Zi almost thought that Yi Yunqin didn't participate in the Star Dome Agreement League. Yi Yunqin scratched her head embarrassedly. Her short black hair was a little messy because of her rubbing, and a few strands of hair were unruly. There were too many people who wanted to find her in this kind of occasion, so she hid, but Yi Yunqin didn't expect Zhu Zi to be looking for her too. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have hidden in the little corner today. However, Yi Yunqin found that since Zhu Zi appeared beside her, those who tried to come over to talk to her all walked away without realizing it. There seemed to be a vacuum zone around Zhu Zi, which could automatically isolate others from approaching. Zhu Zi hadn't seen Yi Yunqin for a long time. When she was a child, she thought that when she grew up, she could go to the same military academy with Yi Yunqin and her second brother. Yi Yunqin also said that she could make all her spiritual weapons in the future. But she didn't expect that so many things happened later, and she didn't stay in the Interstellar Federation. Zhu Zi seemed very happy to meet Yi Yunqin again. Although she couldn't be a classmate with Xiaoxin and her second brother, she could participate in the Interstellar League together. "Zi, I have something to give you," Yi Yunqin said with a smile. Yi Yunqin searched in the space twister. A moment later, a small rectangular box appeared in Yi Yunqin's hand. Zhu Zi curiously opened the small box, and found a knife inside. The blade was only the size of a palm, and the shape of the knife was like a crescent moon with a cold blue light flowing on the edge. "This is a spiritual weapon. Zi can use it as a hidden weapon," Yi Yunqin said. Zhu Zi held the light knife in one hand, and injected spiritual power into it. In an instant, the blade hummed and trembled, as if responding to her. The moment the connection with the knife was established, Zhu Zi opened her eyes in surprise. Zhu Zi found that this knife was not as simple as it looked on the surface. She aimed at several robots used as targets in the training ground. Zhu Zi turned her wrist, and the knife shot out. The robot keenly sensed the danger, and the intelligent brain calculated the movement trajectory and speed of the knife, and accurately dodged the attack at a side angle. But the blade in midair split into two, and the two flying blades drew a strange arc in the air, directly and violently breaking the robot's defense. "A very powerful hidden weapon," Afra exclaimed. But soon Afra discovered that this hidden weapon could not only split into two, but the two flying blades drew a cold light in the air, and each of them split into two new blades. For cold lights drew interlaced arcs in the air, and each blade moved with Zhu Zi's mind, leaving a trail of afterimages at a very fast speed. Then they split into two again under Afra's surprised eyes, turning into several streams of light. "This knife can actually split again," Afra said in surprise. For a while, the sound of metal collision and parts breaking came one after another, and the debris of parts fell like snowflakes. Dozens of combat robots in the training ground were all cut into pieces by the blades in just half a minute. Afra opened her mouth slightly, her beautiful purple eyes full of shock. This ordinary knife actually split 4 times in a row. 16 thin blades were suspended in the air, and the blades were shining with a faint light. As Zhu Zi waved her hand, they quickly gathered together and returned to her hand. Afra felt that this knife was very suitable for Zhu Zi. After all, if this knife was in her hand, her mental power would not be able to control the direction of each blade so accurately. Zhu Zi's pair of green eyes were bright, and he couldn't let go of the knife. "What kind of hidden weapon is this?" Zhu Zi asked curiously. Zhu Zi had come into contact with many hidden weapons before, but had never seen such a thing. "I haven't thought of a name for this knife yet," Yi Yunqin said with a smile. "Zi can give it a name." "No name yet." Zhu Zi opened her eyes wide in surprise, and instantly felt that the knife lying quietly in her hand had become a little heavier. No name means that this is a type of hidden weapon that has never appeared before. After naming the new weapon, it can even be sent to a special organization for evaluation, and then recorded forever in the list of spiritual weapons. But Yi Yunqin actually gave her the right to name the new weapon. Zhu Zi stared at the knife, rubbing her chin with her thumb and index finger, and said very seriously, "Since Xiaoxin has given me such an important task, I have to think about it carefully." However, Zhu Zi is not good at naming, and the only name Zhu Zi has given is only 5,000. At the beginning, Zhu Zi spent 5,000 star coins to buy the seeds of the star map Taman flower in the space station of the Interstellar Federation, and then the 5,000 was named because of this. But when naming the spiritual weapon that Xiaoxin gave her, you can't be as casual as Wuqian. Zhu Zi thought for a long time, and suddenly his eyes lit up and said, "The shape of this knife looks like a crescent, and it can be divided into so many small knives. How about calling it Moon Shadow Knife? It's a nice name," Yi Yunqin said with a smile. "It's very good." Zhu Ziyuan nodded and praised. "My sister has worked hard to come up with such a name. From now on, this is probably the highest level of my sister's naming. Then call it Moon Shadow Knife," Zhu Zi said happily. In fact, Zhu Zi had thought about building another hidden weapon for himself before, but he had never found a suitable one. The Moon Shadow blade that Yi Yunqin gave her was just right, and she used it surprisingly smoothly. Zhu Zi pulled out the Star Core sword from her waist, and said with a smile, "This long sword is just right with the Moon Shadow blade." Yi Yunqin smiled, but her eyes were attracted by the long sword in Zhu Zi's hand. Silver-white long sword. Yi Yunqin, who is keen on studying various spiritual weapons, naturally knows Zhu Zi's long sword. She even watched the widely circulated video of Zhu Zi holding a sword and killing Zerg on the Edge Star repeatedly on the Star Network. Yi Yunqin spent a long time analyzing the data in the video frame by frame. Then she was shocked to find that the spiritual power conversion rate of this spiritual weapon is likely to be as high as 90%. Yi Yunqin opened her mouth and asked a question she had always wanted to ask. Which ordnance master designed this sword? No matter how hard Yi Yunqin looked, she couldn't find any master ordnance master who could design such an outstanding work. 90% of the spiritual power conversion rate has reached the limit of the spiritual power weapon conversion ability, let alone reaching more than 90%. This sword was not designed by anyone. Zhu Zi shook his head and said. Suddenly, the Star Core sword in Zhu Zi's hand hummed restlessly. The Star Core sword could feel the expression of Yi Yunqin when he looked at it. It was a pure and passionate appreciation without any greed or impurities. This made the Star Core beast very happy. If it had a tail, it would have been up to the sky now. The Star Core beast was like finding a soulmate, and couldn't wait to change back to the first form. A snow-white ball of fur fell on the back of Zhu Zi's hand, and then bounced into Yi Yunqin's arms like a small cannonball. It was not designed by anyone, it grew like this by itself. The Star Core beast raised its little head proudly. Although it has a round body, and most people can't tell the difference between looking up and not looking up, the Star Core beast's round eyes are full of happiness. This. Yi Yunqin's pupil shook, and he looked at the little ball of fur in shock. Originally thought it was the pinnacle work of some master, but it turned out to be such a small thing. Pei Xinyo looked at Yi Yunqin's surprised expression, and felt a little empathy. She had the same expression just now. It's just that she was the opposite. She didn't expect that the little pet raised by the king could turn into a sword. This is the Star Core beast, and the long sword just now is the second form of the Star Core beast. Zhu Zi explained. No wonder the conversion rate of mental power is so high. It turns out that this is the Star Core sword. Sure enough, nature's creation is the most perfect. No matter how sophisticated the man-made weapons are, they pale in comparison to it. Yi Yunqin sighed. Hearing this, the Star Core beast jumped in Yi Yunqin's arms with even more joy. Yes, it is so perfect. The Star Core beast stayed in Yi Yunqin's arms for a long time, and then reluctantly left Yi Yunqin and returned to Zhu Zi's hands. Although Yi Yunqin is a person with high aesthetic taste, Zhu Zi is the one who feeds it. The Star Core beast can still tell which side is more important. Seeing the Star Core beast flying towards her with a look back every 3 steps, she poked its forehead in anger. But now that the Star Core beast has fallen out of favor, Zhu Zi can't put down the Moon Shadow knife. Zhu Zi smiled at Ximye, who was not far away. Ximye. Zhu Zi waved his hand. Ximye, who was doing physical exercises, stopped what he was doing and walked towards Zhu Zi. King, what's wrong? Ximye asked. Let's go have a fight. Zhu Zi turned the knife with one hand. Although Ximye didn't know why Zhu Zi suddenly challenged him to a fight, he nodded obediently. In the middle of the training ground, on the semi-enclosed sparring platform. As soon as Zhu Zi and Ximye stood up, they attracted everyone's attention. It's the Elf King. Someone with sharp eyes immediately called his friends. More and more people gathered around at once. Gallop in the crowd also noticed the movement here and looked over curiously. It was Wang who was sparring with Ximia. But Gallop couldn't help but open his eyes wide when he saw Ximia. Ximia was nothing to look at. He followed one every day when he was in school. But Ximia was wearing the uniform of another national team, which made Gallop very confused. Ximia is a traitor. Gallop clenched his fist and said angrily. On the sparring stage, Zhu Zi and Ximia were fighting fiercely. Zhu Zi forced Ximia to use his mental power domain. The pure white mental power wave stretched outward with Ximia as the center, creating circles of water like mental power ripples. Gallop blinked in confusion. He had seen Ximia use his mental power domain several times. Why does it feel like Ximia's spiritual power field didn't look like this before? Suddenly, feathers floated in Ximia's spiritual power field on the sparring stage. The pure white feathers were cold, light, beautiful but extremely dangerous. Well, Gallop can now be sure that Ximia's spiritual power field did not look like this before. Ximia's spiritual power field can participate in the Spiritual Power Field Beauty Contest held by the neighboring Interstellar Federation. But the next moment Gallop opened his mouth in surprise. The pure white spiritual power field suddenly shone brightly, and Ximia gently floated in the air, and his huge wings behind him spread out. The white feathers exuded a holy glow, and the whole training ground seemed to be quiet when the wings flapped. Gallop could even hear someone gasping for air. Gallop rubbed his eyes, and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Angel! This is the extinct angel in the legend. There is no mistake. Gallop has seen many bird-like beastmen, and some of them even have a pair of white wings on their backs. But Gallop is sure that only the wings of the angels look like this. Simir is an angel. The moment Gallop saw the angel wings behind Simir, his brain crashed for a moment. It would be fine if he saw the mermaids here, but he actually saw the legendary angels. Gallop counted the wings behind Simir, with a dull look in his eyes. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 4 pairs. Simir is actually an archangel with 8 wings. Other people on the training ground also widened their eyes. It's an angel! Someone exclaimed. How can there be an angel? Gallop finally knew where the 4th national team came from. It was the Angel Kingdom. No wonder he didn't recognize the national emblem. The Angel Kingdom had disappeared for too long, even longer than the Mermaid Kingdom. Gallop didn't dare to think how many people would be shocked if the news of the Angel Kingdom's appearance was announced on the Star Network. On the training ground, many people were watching the battle between Zhu Zi and Simi. Although Simi was an angel, Gallop still supported their king more. And Gallop found that in just a few months, the king's progress was very rapid. The king's mental power field was also stronger than when he was in the first military school Star Dome Alliance League member selection competition. The lush branches and leaves broke a hole in Simi's mental power field during the growth. Ximia's spiritual power field showed spider web-like cracks, which then spread to the entire field. The fluorescent white spiritual power field cracked like a mirror. The training ground detected a strong spiritual power fluctuation, and a red light came on. A protective shield rose around Zhu Zi and Ximia. The green and white spiritual powers in the protective shield collided in midair, and a violent sound erupted. The protective shield was hit by the strong cracking energy, and lit up a circle of blue light. The lush trees behind Zhu Zi exuded a bright light, and the green light in his hand became stronger, rushing toward Ximia like a surging tide. Ximia reacted quickly and raised his hand to resist, but just as he was ready, Zhu Zi suddenly withdrew his spiritual power. Ximia was stunned for a moment, but just as Ximia was surprised, several flying blades shot towards him from all directions, with the blades flowing with cold blue light, drawing strange arcs in the air, leaving Ximia with no way to avoid them. Ximia's eyes flashed with a trace of panic, and he quickly raised his mental protection shield. Ximia now finally understood why Zhu Zi was smiling happily, while spitting his knife, when they were scheduled to fight. Several fierce blades collided with the mental protection shield, bursting out dazzling white light, and Ximia's protection shield was broken under the heavy load. The moon shadow knife pierced through the protective layer, and stabbed at Ximia, knowing that no matter what he did now, it was too late. Ximia simply stood there without blinking. But under the arena, the angels were sweating for him, and some even almost shouted, "Archangel, be careful!" Suddenly, at the moment when the winner was decided, several blades stopped in front of Ximia and froze in midair. "I lost," Ximia said with his eyes downcast. Ximia raised his index finger and thumb to pinch the blade in front of his forehead. Then he concentrated on collecting all the other blades that were suspended in midair and handed them to Zhu Zi. Ximia's face was calm throughout the whole process, but the others on the training ground were not calm. As soon as the winner was decided, a cheer broke out in the crowd. Some cheered for Zhu Zi's victory, while others screamed excitedly because they had not yet digested such a huge amount of information in their minds. There are actually angels in this world, and that angel is going to participate in the Star Alliance League with them. Many people in the training ground looked at Shimiya with great excitement. Even Yi Yunqing couldn't help but set his eyes on the pair of angel wings behind Shimiya. However, Yi Yunqing frowned slightly, feeling that the number of wings behind Shimiya was a little wrong. According to the design structure, the number of wings behind Shimiya was too small. Yi Yunqing's aesthetic obsession began to act up. Although the angel wings behind Shimiya were also very beautiful, Yi Yunqing always felt that if Shimiya added 2 more pairs of angel wings, the overall structure would look more perfect. However, Yi Yunqing felt that this angel seemed to be a little too honest. Zhu Zi could put away all the moon shadow knives with just a raise of his hand, but he was still worried about picking them up one by one. Gallop was shocked to see the angel and froze in place. Suddenly, Gallop seemed to remember something and turned on the light brain. Gallop silently looked at a comment he had sent out using the big real name system. The angel kingdom has been destroyed. There is no angel left in this world. Gallop's eyes went dark, and he quickly clicked to delete the comment. If he was quick enough, no one would notice. On the Star Network, the news that the competition system of the Star Alliance League was confirmed was very popular. The comment section of the official website was also crowded with people. Gallop's comment was very popular in the message area. The moment Gallop deleted the comment, it was immediately noticed. Many interstellar people stared at the inexplicably disappeared high-praise comments with wide eyes. Am I dazzled? I suddenly felt that there was a missing floor here. Congratulations, your feeling was not wrong. It's so strange, why did the big guy suddenly delete the comment? What he said was indeed not wrong. There are no angels in this world anymore. I don't understand why this is not worth saying. Maybe the big guy has a guilty conscience, and suddenly realized that saying such straightforward words is too cruel to those angel fans. I think there is nothing wrong with the boss. The pink angels are just eating space and liking a race that doesn't even exist. Someone left a message. However, this little movement in the comment area did not cause much ripples. Billions of data are skipped every minute and every second on the huge Star Network. This matter was quickly forgotten by people until the official website of the Star Dome Council once again updated the list of participating countries in the Star Dome Alliance League. There were originally 27 participating countries in the Star Dome Alliance League, but after the Elf Kingdom regained the Night Shimon Republic, the number of countries on the list dropped to 26. But it just returned to the original number 27. The Star Dome Alliance League will attract the attention of the entire galaxy if there is any movement, let alone a sudden addition of a participating country. The newly added country was written in the corner of the list, but the 3 bright words Angel Country instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone stared at this familiar yet unfamiliar country name with wide eyes in disbelief. Is it the Angel Clan that is back? Someone typed this line of words with trembling fingertips. Impossible, how come everyone just mentioned the 4 mythical races in the same frame, and this Angel Country popped up? Something is very wrong, I just searched it. This so-called Angel Country appeared quietly on a small planet near the Eternal Galaxy. Someone left a message. It's too coincidental. Unless there is a real angel standing in front of me, I won't believe it. This is definitely to take advantage of the popularity of the Angel Clan. Which new country gave itself such a name? Even if the Angel Country has perished, don't think that there is no one behind it. Serious protest against the phenomenon of random naming. Giving such a name clearly shows that a small country wants to use the Star Alliance League to gain attention. Someone left a message indignantly. Hundreds of messages like this appeared in the comment section. Suddenly someone said weakly, "Is it possible that this Angel Kingdom is the Angel Kingdom you think it is? How is it possible? No way. Here is a piece of evidence that is not considered evidence." The person who just left the message posted a screenshot. This is a screenshot I took half an hour ago, a message from a military academy student of the first military academy of the Elf Kingdom. What's so strange about this? There are indeed no angels in this world. What kind of evidence is this? Someone interrupted impatiently. This is not the point. The point is that this person just deleted this comment. If you don't believe me, go to the comment section and see for yourself. Now you can't find this comment at all. The person continued. As soon as this sentence came out, the netizens in the comment section exploded instantly. This is the chief soldier of the 4th grade of the 1st Military Academy. His information channels must be much more proficient than ours. So why did he suddenly delete the comment? Could it be because he knew the news of the Angel Kingdom in advance and met the angels? Then he realized that he had said the wrong thing. It suddenly dawned on me. I was just in this comment area, and the boss was very angry when he posted this. In this way, the boss's inexplicable deletion of comments can be explained. Then did I scold the wrong person just now, and scold the real angels? The angels' fanatical fans left an excited message, so there are really angels. A moment later, this comment was actually liked by the official account of the Starry Sky Council. This directly confirmed the existence of the angels. In an instant, the news spread explosively on the Star Network like a virus. But in the blink of an eye, the entire network was immersed in this information storm. After the collapse of the star in the Yogwang Galaxy, the survivors of the Angel Kingdom, who were forced to scatter around the world, looked at the news in disbelief. Some people trembled with their hands, and tears filled their eyes unconsciously. Angel Kingdom. Angel Kingdom has appeared. Because of the appearance of the Angel Kingdom, the Star Network ushered in the biggest shock in history. Countless interstellar people poured into the Star Network, and even caused a partial collapse of the Star Network that had not had any problems for hundreds of years. I finally squeezed in, and shocked my whole family. The Star Network would actually have a problem. No, I thought it was because I didn't pay the fee. I even doubted myself, and I didn't even doubt that there was a problem with the Star Network. This is the power of the angels, and it directly collapsed the Star Network. So where are the angels? Where are the angels? Someone asked anxiously. What did I miss? Where's the angel? Why didn't I see it? Not only you didn't see it, no one saw it. What's going on? Some people who came in without knowing the situation asked in confusion. After the Starry Sky Council official website liked a comment, it began to play dead as usual and said nothing. Netizens who knew the Starry Sky Council official website style of being frugal with words saw that the Starry Sky Council official website didn't say a word, so they simply rushed into Gallup's account. It's Gallup. Gallup may have seen an angel. It's true. After seeing the angel, this person deleted the comment because he was afraid of being slapped in the face. Gallup, who was far away on the battleship of the God of Light, didn't know that he had become famous in the entire galaxy in this way. Countless people flocked to his account and sent him private messages. All of them asked him whether he had ever seen an angel. The number of fans on Gallup's account was rising at an alarming rate. In a very short period of time, Gallup's number of fans was comparable to that of the top stars in the interstellar. The God of Light warship sailed in the sparsely populated star field, and the extremely high speed caused some delays in the Star Network signal here. After deleting the comment, Gallup felt that he was very smart. Since the angels decided to participate in the Star Dome Agreement League, it was only a matter of time before the Angel Kingdom was made public. Gallup didn't want to wait until everyone knew about the existence of the Angel Kingdom, and then turn his comment over to slap him in the face. Next time, don't use the main account to browse the Star Network, Gallup secretly warned himself. Suddenly, Gallup's light brain screen lit up. There was new news on the official website of the Star Dome Council. Gallup set the official account of the Star Dome Council as of special attention. In this way, he would be the first to know about the new news of the Star Dome Agreement League. Angel Nation. Gallup looked at the list of participating countries announced by the Star Dome Council in surprise. So the official website of the Star Dome Council directly announced the Angel Nation. Gallup felt that even if the official website of the Star Dome Council did not reveal any other news, the words Angel Nation alone were enough to make netizens explode. This is definitely the biggest news on the Star Network in the past 100 years. Gallup had a hunch that the Star Network must be extremely lively now. Just when Gallup was struggling with whether he should go to the training ground to practice, or go to the Star Network to watch the excitement, Gallup's optical brain began to vibrate wildly, and the number of message notifications on the Star Network account soared at an alarming rate. Gallup, is your optical brain out of sorts? Gallup's friend asked in confusion. Gallup shook his head in confusion. I don't know what's going on, I go check it out. But just when Gallup was about to open his StarNet account, his optical brain suddenly went quiet, and a gray triangle appeared on the screen. No signal? Gallup frowned. Suddenly, a soft broadcast came from the Light God battleship. The battleship has entered the Yogwang Galaxy, and is about to arrive at the destination, the Sky City ruins. So it has entered the Yogwang Galaxy. No wonder I can't receive the StarNet signal. Gallup nodded in understanding. But Yogwang Galaxy. Gallup, who reacted, suddenly widened his eyes. The place where they were going to train was actually the Yogwang Galaxy. Isn't that a dangerous nebula that has collapsed? But with the Angel Semi in front of him, Gallup would not be surprised no matter what news he knew now. The God of Light warship sailed smoothly in the Yogwang Galaxy, and through the glass windows, one could see the gorgeous nebula outside. If he took another starship to the Yogwang Galaxy, Gallop would definitely worry about safety. But if it was the god of light worship, Gallop would not have such unnecessary worries at all. But the sudden disconnection of the star network signal made Gallop very uncomfortable. And the red message dot suddenly appeared in his account. Gallop never thought that so many prompt numbers could be stuffed into the message number box in his life. Gallop frowned. Could it be that he was cyberbullied? But he didn't seem to do anything excessive, and didn't say anything he shouldn't say. The inexplicable large number of unread messages in his account made Gallop anxious to know what happened. But he couldn't log into the StarNet at all without a signal, let alone log into the StarNet account to read the messages. Gallop sighed deeply. Forget it, this training camp is over, and there will be a StarNet signal after he goes out, and he will be able to see it then. Suddenly, Gallop's shoulder was patted heavily by someone. Gallop turned his head impatiently. What? The person who patted his shoulder was Carol Lirifin. Gallop wondered why Carol Lirifin suddenly came to him. Congratulations, Gallop, you are now famous in the StarNet. Carol Lirifin said with a smile, holding her stomach. Gallop's face was full of black lines. Carol Lirifin's smile was too exaggerated, and the words she said were also weird. Looking at Gallop, who didn't know what was going on, Carol Lirifin laughed even more happily. After she had laughed enough, Carol Lirifin took out the picture she had quickly screenshotted. What the hell? Before Gallop finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened. The screenshot of Carol Lirifin was the homepage of his StarNet real name account. However, on the ordinary homepage was the number of fans that suddenly skyrocketed. Gallop looked at the screenshot, and then at Carol Lirifin, who was almost laughing. He immediately recalled the comment he had deleted. Gallop finally knew why there were so many unread messages in his account. He could guess what the content was without clicking on the message. Gallop held his forehead and said, how could this happen? Gallop looked at the scenery outside the porthole in despair. He now hoped that the days without star network signals during the training camp would last longer. Chapter 130. The god of light worship landed in the Sky City, and Zhu Zi was surprised to find that there had been huge changes here. A high-tech training ground was built on the originally barren land, and there were a series of supporting facilities around it. The entire training ground was built around a lake. Sister, do you know what's in that lake? Zhu Ziyuan asked mysteriously with his head tilted. The light-tracing mirror. Zhu Zi said, as a matter of course. Zhu Ziyuan shook his head. More than that. What else? It's crystal chalcedony. Zhu Ziyuan and Shimia said in unison. Zhu Zi suddenly opened his eyes wide, and looked at the sapphire-like lake in front of him again. Is this the whole lake? Zhu Ziyuan nodded vigorously, and his golden hair swayed in the wind. Because the color is different, I didn't recognize it as crystal chalcedony at first. I thought crystal chalcedony was transparent, but I didn't expect that the color of them gathered together would be so beautiful. Before Zhu Zi's mental power was violent, Zhu Zi exchanged 2 small tubes of crystal chalcedony to open the door of the Elf King's court, which was in a closed state at that time. It can be seen that crystal chalcedony is rare and precious. But now there is a whole pool of crystal chalcedony here. When Yi Yunqin, an armorer, heard the 3 words crystal chalcedony, his eyes lit up at once. At the beginning, the Federal Research Institute improved the mental power conversion rate of weapons and users by studying crystal chalcedony. The entire Federal Research Institute worships a small bottle of crystal chalcedony like an ancestor. If there is crystal chalcedony, the moon shadow blade she gave to Zhu Zi can be improved and upgraded. Although it is not as good as the spiritual power conversion rate of the Star Core sword, it is not too bad. Yi Yunqin's eyes staring at the crystal jade are almost glowing green. Because Yi Yunqin's eyes are too obvious, Shimu silently said, you can take a bottle of crystal jade back. Really? Although he said so, Yi Yunqin was afraid that Shimu would regret it, so he quickly took out a small glass bottle from the space and ran to the lake. Yi Yunqin ran happily, and did not forget to say to Shimiao, thank you. With the crystal jade, Zi can help Zi improve the Moon Shadow's sword. Zi seems to like the appearance of the Moon Shadow's sword very much. But before Yi Yunqin arrived at the lake, she was stopped by the instructor. It's all about training, Yi Yunqin. Why are you going? Go to the assembly. An instructor in a gray combat uniform pointed in the direction of the training ground and stared at Yi Yunqin and said. Yi Yunqin held the small glass bottle and looked at the crystal jade with great reluctance. But she noticed the murderous look in her instructor's eyes, so she had to cover the lid and go back disappointed. Suddenly, the small bottle in Yi Yunqin's hand was taken away. Zhu Zi held the bottle and comforted Yi Yunqin. I asked someone to fill the bottle for you, and you can get the crystal jade after the training is over. Yi Yunqin nodded happily, and the disappointment just now was swept away in an instant. A few minutes later, the training ground was full of people. This time we gather everyone here for the Star Dome Alliance in a month. Defeat the Orc Alliance and defeat the Zerg, the instructor said. At first, some people wondered what the defeat of the Orc Alliance had to do with the Zerg. But after listening to the instructor's explanation, everyone's face darkened. Photos and information of the members of the Simmons family participating in the competition were placed in front of them one by one. The king insect disguised as an orc had a very high level of mental power. There were 24 SS-level mental power masters, which could catch up with the total number of SS-level mental power masters in the 4 countries' delegations. This made everyone gasp instantly. There are 2 more SSS-level masters. Among the 2 SSS-level masters, Dewey Simmons' information was relatively complete. But Von Simmons' information was almost blank, with only a name and a photo. Kill the bugs and take back our homeland, someone in the crowd shouted. Then, shouts one after another exploded in the crowd, like a prairie fire. The instructors looked at this scene with great satisfaction, and some even shouted excitedly with the students. After everyone quieted down, the instructor announced today's training tasks. Everyone was randomly matched with a person for practice. No matter whether they won or lost, they had to fight the next person immediately after the fight. Zhu Zi instantly understood the instructor's intention of making such an arrangement. It was not to improve their fighting ability, but to quickly consume their physical and mental strength. In the state of physical fatigue, the mental pressure of the Sky City will become more serious. Obviously, many people are now aware of the existence of mental pressure. Some people frowned in confusion, and even wondered if there was something wrong with them. Others asked their teammates in confusion if they had this feeling. The calmest among this group of people were the angels, who had lived here since childhood. The random one-on-one challenge soon began. Isaac from the Interstellar Federation was waiting for his match with some anticipation in the crowd. His double S-level mental power was not low in the top military academies of the Interstellar Federation, and most people here were no match for him. The screen floating in front of Isaac was jumping with one name after another. Isaac stared at the screen, and then saw that it finally stopped on the 3 words Zhu Zi. Isaac's eyes widened instantly, and the corners of his mouth that had been raised collapsed. There were so many people on the training ground. How could he be randomly matched with the Elf King? Is he going to be beaten up on his first day of training and his first competition? Looking at Zhu Zi, who was walking towards him, Isaac took a deep breath. The most taboo when fighting with others is to lose your spirit before the fight even starts. No matter how powerful Zhu Zi is, he is much younger than him. He has been a main member of the school team from the 1st to the 4th grade of the Federation Military Academy. Without a real fight, who knows how strong Zhu Zi is? Maybe there is some exaggeration in it. After all, Zhu Zi is the Elf King, and he needs to publicize his strength to maintain his rule. When Isaac thought of this, his eyes, which were originally a little wilted, suddenly became firm. Let's start. Isaac picked up the spiritual weapon and said, Okay. Zhu Zi nodded. Isaac took the lead in launching the attack, raising the spiritual sword and rushing towards Zhu Zi like a cheetah. But what surprised Isaac was that Zhu Zi had nothing in his hands, and he didn't even take out any spiritual weapons. Why don't you take out your spiritual power weapon at this time? Isaac opened his eyes wide. Did Zhu Zi think that she didn't need to use her spiritual power weapon to fight him? Ridiculous. He has SS-level spiritual power. Zhu Zi may not know his spiritual power level, nor his highly aggressive spiritual power field. She will pay the price for underestimating her enemy. The more Isaac thought about it, the happier he became. He might be able to earn the title of defeating the Elf King. But just 7 minutes later, Isaac sat on the ground in doubt of his life. The spiritual power sword fell beside him, and he didn't even have the energy to pick it up. How could this happen? Zhu Zi didn't use any spiritual power weapons, even her spiritual power field with a tree growing on it. But he was beaten without any ability to fight back. Isaac grew up smoothly since he was a child, and had never suffered such a blow. He was beaten so hard that his eyes were dull. Could it be that his mental power was suppressed too much here, so it was like this? The one-on-one challenge kept matching him with opponents, and the opponent was an S-level mental power elf. The elf held a bow and arrow, and his black hair was scattered behind him. After more than 20 minutes, Isaac, who successfully defeated his opponent, regained a little confidence and his dull eyes came back to focus. It seems that it is not his problem, but the strength of the Elf King is too abnormal. The rumored strength of Zhu Zi is not only not fake, but also very modest. Zhu Zi watched his matching opponents change one after another. After more than 10 games, his mental power has not been consumed much, but he has consumed a lot of mental power for others. Almost all the people who were sparring with Zhu Zi came over with heavy steps, and then left with dull eyes. In just one afternoon, Zhu Zi had fought hundreds of games. Although each game ended very quickly, he won because of the large number of games, and he felt a little mentally exhausted at the end. Zhu Zi felt more and more mentally suppressed, and her body subconsciously wanted to release mental power and adjust her breathing to fight against this suppression. This was the method taught by Grandma Yu, the experience summed up by the angels living here for a long time. But after realizing that this was a training camp, Zhu Zi allowed this sense of suppression to become more and more serious. Seeing that everyone's mental power was almost exhausted, the training instructor called a halt. The floating large screen showed the number of battles, and wins, and losses of each person. Zhu Zi's record of 102 games, 102 wins, and 0 losses directly ranked first. This is too strong. An average of one person is eliminated every 3 minutes. Someone exclaimed with wide eyes. I competed with the Elf King for a full 4 minutes, hee. A mermaid said with some pride. Isaac's eyes suddenly lit up, and he raised his hand excitedly, sweeping away his previous frustration, and said, I took 7 minutes. Wow, so impressive. Many people looked at Isaac and said. On the other side, Zhu Zi didn't know that the length of the competition with her had become a unit of strength measurement. Zhu Zi was looking at the 3 people standing in front of her with a tangled face. The training camp arranged 2 people in a room, and they could freely choose their roommates. Afra, Pei Xinyan, and Yi Yunqin all came to Zhu Zi as soon as possible. Wang should live with me. We were roommates when we were in school. Pei Xinyan raised her chin and said happily. When we were in Atlantis, Zi and I lived together. We also took a hot spring bath together. Afra looked at Pei Xinyan and said unwillingly. Yi Yunqin stood aside with her head down, saying nothing. She came here to ask Zhu Zi for the Moon Shadow Blade. With the crystal jade, she could give Zhu Zi a better Moon Shadow Blade. She had to train during the day, so she could only find time to change it at night. Yi Yunqin didn't want to be roommates with Zhu Zi, as it would disturb Zhu Zi's rest. Can I live with Wang? Arian looked at Zhu Zi and asked politely. Hearing this, Zhu Ziyuan widened his eyes in anger. You absolutely can't. Although even if they were roommates, they would sleep in 2 separate spaces. But why did Avian come to join in the fun? Ximia also slowly turned his head and looked at Avian sharply. My brother is talking nonsense. Xia Pu, who was standing by, was shocked by Avian's shocking words and quickly covered Avian's mouth. Avian was taken away by the Zerg when he was young. Although he looks like a normal person now, he lacks common sense in life. Such a situation will happen occasionally. But Xia Pu didn't expect Avian to run to the king and tell him. Xia Pu pulled the confused Avian away with one hand. If he didn't pull him away, he was afraid that his brother would be killed by Zhu Ziyuan and Ximia together. But Zhu Zi finally became roommates with Pei Xinyan. Yi Yunqin was from the ordnance department, and she lived with another classmate. Afra is a mermaid, and it is not convenient for her to live on dry land all the time. Under Zhu Zi's persuasion, she finally went to the dormitory built specifically for the mermaids. The happiest person this time was Pei Xinyan, who was roommates with Wang again. Wang, I have also awakened my spiritual power field. Pei Xinyan said with bright eyes. In fact, she was not qualified to participate in the Star Alliance League, but because her spiritual power field was very special, she was allowed to participate. What kind of spiritual power field is it? Zhu Zi asked curiously. Auxiliary system, Pei Xinyan said with a smile. If it weren't for Wu Suining, who was also in the auxiliary system of spiritual power, teaching her, she probably wouldn't have been able to awaken her spiritual power field so smoothly. Pei Xinyan now realized that Wu Suining, who suddenly opened a class to help people awaken their spiritual power fields, was probably arranged by Wang secretly. She was so stupid at the time that she thought it was just her luck. But she was really lucky to meet Wang. It's actually the auxiliary system. Zhu Zi was a little surprised. No wonder Pei Xinyan spent so much time awakening her spiritual power. The more powerful the spiritual field, the more difficult it is to awaken. The next day, Zhu Zi and Pei Xinyan both got up early. After all, it was good enough to be able to sleep on the first day, when they were suddenly in such an environment where their spiritual power was suppressed. Many people also woke up early, and soon the delegations of various countries stood neatly on the training ground. Zhu Zi stood at the head of the Elf Kingdom delegation, although the selection competition of the first military academy was forced to be suspended due to the unexpected appearance of the King Bug, and the commander-in-chief could not be selected. However, now the Elf Kingdom delegation knows who the commander-in-chief is without choosing. The king is here. Which elf dares to go against the sky and surpass the king to become the commander-in-chief? Zhu Zi, Zhu Ziyuan, Simi, and Afra stood on the same horizontal line, wearing military uniforms of various colors. The entire training hall was quietly waiting for the arrival of the formal training instructor. But what shocked Zhu Zi was that the instructor who came today was actually her father. Some people in the crowd opened their eyes in surprise. This scene was too big. The former elf king of the elf clan and the chief of the dragon clan came together to teach them. I wouldn't dare to dream of such a thing. But Zhu Zi lowered her head and was inexplicably entangled. Zhu Zi was thinking about a very serious question. What if she called her father and Smollett, and Zhu Zi responded to her together? Chapter 131. It's rare for these two to appear at the same time, and they are instructors. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. Indeed, my brother is from the Dragon Clan's 3rd Legion, and he rarely sees Marshal Zhu instructing people in person. Another person nodded. Our training this time is too busy. The girl with a single ponytail looked forward, her eyes bright. In front of the training ground, Smollett and Zhu Zi unconsciously set their eyes on Zhu Zi as soon as they entered the field. Zhu Zi, who hadn't seen his daughter for a long time, smiled and greeted Zhu Zi, and the black and gold military uniform with a tough outline seemed a little softer because of the smile on his face. For a while, the eyes of others followed Zhu Zi and fell on Zhu Zi. Smollett frowned slightly and looked at Zhu Zi, and Zhu Zi put away his smile and returned to his original calm and serious look. Zhu Ziyuan, who was standing below, couldn't help but hold his forehead. His father just smiled in a worthless manner, and he couldn't bear to watch it. But his father had been like this when he saw his sister since he was a child, and he was used to it. Zhu Zi moved his eyes away from Zhu Zi and talked about business. I think everyone has felt the mental pressure here. Don't resist this pressure. It's good for you. You have awakened your mental power since you were young, and you may have heard of many ways to strengthen your mental power. You have always relied on your mental power and mental power field when fighting. Zhu Zi continued. But what I want to say next is that from now on, give up using your mental power and rely on pure physical strength to fight. When your body is pushed to its limit in a high-intensity confrontation, you can force the suppressed mental power to return to the most original nourishing state and break through the original induction threshold. Zhu Zi glanced at these students and said in a deep voice, Does anyone want to come up and compete with me? But after Zhu Zi finished speaking, the entire training ground was silent. It is difficult to fight without mental power. The habit they have developed over the years will make them instinctively use mental power in battle. What's more, the opponent of the competition is the SSS-level Golden Dragon. Facing a powerful opponent, this instinct is even more uncontrollable. Although this opportunity is rare, there are so many eyes watching in the training ground. Everyone is afraid that they will accidentally use mental power and violate the rules and dare not step forward. Then I have to choose someone myself. Zhu Zi looked around and said. Finally, Zhu Zi's eyes turned back and forth between Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan. Zhu Zi slowly said, Zhu Ziyuan. Zhu Ziyuan walked forward expressionlessly, but looked at Zhu Zi with a rather resentful look. He knew that his father would definitely choose him for this kind of beating activity. Sure enough, in just over 10 minutes, Zhu Ziyuan was defeated by Zhu Zi's bare hands, and was hit on the shoulder and waist. Zhu Ziyuan restrained the urge to counterattack with mental power subconsciously, and tried to avoid Zhu Zi's attack. However, as time went by, Zhu Ziyuan's movements became more and more skilled. It didn't take long for him to find an opportunity to counterattack. When Zhu Zi's left hand was swinging, Zhu Ziyuan suddenly ducked and dodged to the side, grabbing Zhu Zi's wrist with the force. But just when Zhu Ziyuan was about to complete a shoulder throw, Zhu Zi immediately threw him to the ground. His Zhu Ziyuan cried out in pain. Although the move was not decisive enough, it was already very good, Zhu Zi said. Zhu Ziyuan was very depressed, holding his aching head, but after hearing Zhu Zi's praise, his golden eyes suddenly lit up. After the individual competition, everyone in the training factory was soon assigned a sparring task. Unlike yesterday's randomness, this time everyone's opponents were obviously specially selected. Opponents and teammates of the same level teamed up to fight in pairs. Zhu Zi was assigned to be teammates with Zhu Ziyuan, and the opponents were Simi and Afra. The battle started as soon as he received the match notification. Zhu Zi turned around to remove Simi's attack, and his peripheral vision and Zhu Ziyuan met in the air. Without words, Zhu Ziyuan immediately understood what Zhu Zi meant, and took the opportunity to bully Simi and suppress him. Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan cooperated very well, and had the upper hand for a while. In the training ground, Zhu Zi and Smollett used their mental power to pay attention to the students' movements, and occasionally gave them some advice. On the other side, Gallup glanced at Chiu Dai of the Interstellar Federation, and secretly thought that he was unlucky to be assigned to his mortal enemy as a teammate. Chiu Dai looked at Gallup with disdain. "Gallup, don't hold me back. I should say this," Gallup said with a disdainful sidelong glance. However, Gallup originally thought that he and Chiu Dai would definitely not be good teammates together. But the magical thing is that the two seem to have cooperated countless times before, and they cooperated very well. Even the other party was a little surprised. Soon Gallup and Chiu Dai finished their fight, and sat side by side on the same chair. Gallup drank the energy supplement potion while looking in the direction where Smollett and Zhu Si were standing. Gallup frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly he touched Chiu Dai's shoulder and whispered, "Have you noticed that the former Elf King and Marshal Zhu don't seem to get along well?" Chiu Dai followed Gallup's gaze and looked over. Although Zhu Si and Smollett were standing together, there was a distance between them. Marshal Zhu said something with a smile on his face, but the former Elf King looked a little gloomy. Chiu Dai nodded and agreed indeed. Zhu Si and Smollett sighed. Zhu Si said with emotion, "I suddenly remembered that when Z was a child, she took her first fighting class. She was very depressed after the class. However, she became happy again after she found strawberry cake in the afternoon tea. I didn't expect that she has grown up so much in the blink of an eye." Zhu Si continued to talk to Smollett. "You may not know that Z was different from other children when she was a child. She was not used to using mental power. You may not know that when she was a child, she liked." Smollett frowned more and more as he listened. His mind was full of Zhu Si's words that you may not know. You may not know. No matter how detailed his investigation of Zhu Zi's childhood was, he really couldn't know these details of daily life. On the contrary, Zhu Si could always accompany Zhu Zi. However, Smollett looked at Zhu Si and slowly said, "Marshal Zhu, I wonder if you feel that Zi's eyes and facial features look very similar to mine." Hearing this, Zhu Si was silent instantly, and the next sentence "you may not know" was swallowed back by him. After a while, Zhu Si said a little stubbornly, "Zi's hair color is similar to mine." Smollett looked at one with light brown hair and one with golden hair. He said silently, "Marshal Zhu can think so if he wants to." Zhu Si touched his hair and fell silent again. Smollett's mood suddenly became much better, and this time it was Zhu Si's turn to frown. There was no way. Zhu Si did look a bit like Smollett. Zhu Si lowered his eyes and thought hard for a long time, trying to make a comeback. Suddenly, Zhu Si's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile on his face, "You may not know that Z loved to pester me when she was a child, and asked me to tell her bedtime stories." Zhu Si sighed and said, "Alas, there is no way. You may not know that Zhu Zi was more clingy at that time. Every time he told a story to Xiao Zi liked him to tell it faster, probably because she couldn't wait to hear the end of the story. In fact, if Zhu Zi was here, she would definitely shake her head vigorously." Zhu Si told stories just like attending classes, and she didn't like it at all. She just wanted her father to finish the story quickly, so that she could sleep peacefully. As for pestering Zhu Si to listen to his stories, that was even more impossible, because Zhu Si insisted on telling her stories. But Zhu Si was busy practicing with Simi, and didn't hear what Zhu Si said at all. Zhu Si looked at Zhu Zi, and said with certainty, "Z loved to listen to it when she was a child." Smollett on the side lowered his eyes thoughtfully. Why had I never heard Zhu Zi mention this before? It turned out that she loved to listen to people telling stories when she was a child. In Smollett's opinion, Zhu Zi is still very young now. According to the lifespan of the immortal species, Zhu Zi, who is in his teens, can even be said to be still in the cub period. Smollett turned on the optical computer behind Zhu Si's back and connected to the highest authority non-interference signal in the Interstellar Information Department of the Elf Kingdom. When Smollett applied for the highest authority non-interference signal, the whole department instantly fell into a tense atmosphere. The elves looked solemn and immediately entered a high state of alert, ready to fight. Did something happen in the Yogwam galaxy? An elf in white clothes had his heart in his throat. Both kings were there. If something happened to the Yogwam galaxy, the Elf Kingdom would be in trouble. Everyone calm down and take a look first. The minister frowned and said in a deep voice. For a moment, all the elves in the information department stared at the screen connected to Smollett's optical computer. Just as the elves held their breath and concentrated, Smollett opened an ordinary browser. What was the former Elf King going to do? Opening the highest authority signal was just to connect to the star network, not to send an urgent message. Then, the elves looked at Smollett with nervous doubts and extremely serious eyes, and opened the search box. Soon a line of words appeared in the search box. What kind of stories do teenage girls like to listen to? The elves were confused and couldn't guess what the former elf king wanted to do. Is this a secret code? But soon the elves saw a series of web pages popping up on the screen, recommending many popular novels and stories on the Star Network, all kinds of them, and the recently popular romance novels. I've read this novel. It's about being an elf king and watching the male concubines in the harem pulling their hair. A young elf's eyes lit up. But after she reacted, she immediately covered her mouth. For a moment, the entire information department fell into a dead silence. After a while, Smollett deleted the search terms very quickly, with a hint of annoyance. The Minister of Information could almost imagine the former elf king's face when he saw these pages. But Smollett didn't give up yet, and changed the search terms to continue. What stories do little cubs like to hear? A bunch of web pages also popped up, but this time Smollett obviously stayed on these pages longer, and read them very seriously. The elves in the information department looked at each other. Good news, there is nothing urgent. Bad news, they seem to have seen something they shouldn't have seen. Go away, do what you should do. The minister waved his hand and said. The elves that had gathered together dispersed in the blink of an eye, and returned to the original serious working atmosphere. Does the king like to hear any stories? Suddenly, an elf couldn't help but ask in a low voice. On the other side, Zhu Zi and Pei Xinyan, who had finished a whole day of training, were lying on the sofa and chatting casually. Suddenly, Zhu Zi's optical brain issued a message notification sound. Due to the high-speed dust flow in the Yugwang Nebula, the current optical brain cannot connect to the external signal, and only people in the Sky City can send her messages. However, Zhu Zi looked at the message sent to her by Smollett in confusion. Did something happen? Pei Xinyan raised her body, and asked with some concern. Nothing happened, but my father suddenly forwarded 2 stories to me, Zhu Zi said. Stories? Although Pei Xinyan was a little confused, she didn't ask what kind of stories they were. At this time, the message sent by the former elf king to the king was probably related to the Star Alliance League, the Zerg, or something important. But the next moment, Pei Xinyan heard Zhu Zi, who had read these 2 short stories, directly comment. Dad is so childish. Zhu Zi frowned slightly. Why did he suddenly feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity? The not-so-wonderful childhood memories suddenly came to his mind. Zhu Zi sent a little man, with a puzzled expression to Smollett. On the other side of the optical brain, Smollett looked at the emoticon package sent by Zhu Zi, and fell into deep thought. Smollett, don't like it? Zhu Zi quickly sent another emoticon of a quick nod. Smollett sat on the chair with his chin supported by one hand, and suddenly began to seriously doubt the authenticity of what Zhu Zi said. Chapter 132. The training time passed quickly. Zhu Zi spent every day training except eating and sleeping. The mental power suppression of the Sky City began to stabilize, after reaching a certain level. After so many days of training, Zhu Zi had even gotten used to this mental power suppression. I feel that my mental power has not changed much. Zhu Ziyuan frowned and said. That's because you are in the Space City. You will feel the changes when you go out. Afra said casually sitting on the chair. Zhu Zi nodded, and turned the moon shadow knife that Yi Yunqin had improved for her. The improved moon shadow knife became lighter, and the cold light was restrained. Yi Yunqin also used crystal jade to engrave several delicate and complex patterns inside, which improved the mental power conversion rate of the moon shadow knife. Z, we have to leave first. See you at the Star Dome Alliance tournament, Yi Yunqin said with a smile. Zhu Ziyuan also stood up and waved, see you in a few days. The day to leave soon arrived. The Interstellar Federation was the farthest from here, and they were the first to go back. The next time I meet my sister will be on Yuanlia Star. Yuanlia Star, an ordinary third-level planet in the Kaena Galaxy, was chosen as the venue for the Star Alliance League. The huge flow of people and huge funds brought by the event instantly activated the economic pulse of the entire planet. In just a few months, Yuanlia Star jumped from a remote third-level planet to a second-level planet. The most watched planet in the interstellar world must be Yuanlia Star. Before the Star Alliance League started, reporters from major media and well-known bloggers on the Star Network had already squatted on Yuanlia Star. The official media of Yuanlia Star also quickly took on this huge influx of traffic. The number of people in the official media channel live broadcast room ranked first. The most advanced holographic equipment equipped in the live broadcast room allows the audience to feel the atmosphere before the game in person. There are so many people, some national teams have already arrived. Where are the mythical races? I haven't seen any of them. The Simmons family has not come either. These big countries will probably arrive last. In just a few seconds, thousands of comments flashed by. In the center of the holographic projection, Davis, a reporter from the official media of Yuanliao Star, was squatting in the commercial district with the most dense traffic in the player city. Suddenly, Davis's eyes lit up, and she found the North SAS Empire team walking on the street. She immediately gave them the camera. The North SAS Empire team arrived at Yuanliao Star yesterday. What we are seeing now are the main members of their team, Davis introduced. To be honest, the North SAS Empire is quite strong. I saw Edith. Our Edith has become the chief commander. Edith has performed quite well in the Star Domain League. Is the North SAS Empire strong? There are not many double S level players. The above has seen too many big countries. It is really good that the North SAS Empire team has 3 double S players, and there are also many S level players. It feels like it can be ranked 8th or 9th. Ha ha ha, there is also a delegation from the Yas country on the opposite side. Someone recognized a group of people walking towards the North SAS Empire team. There are many beautiful women and handsome men. Are the participants of the Star Dome Alliance League selected based on their appearance? It seems that there is no ugly person in this player area. Although the overall strength of the Yas national team is not very good, they are very lucky. Yes, not only did they discover the spiritual power, but this time, they also found an SSS level for the first time. It seems that Yas National can also be ranked in the front. I will wait and see if these two teams collide. Davis didn't expect to be so lucky today. He encountered the main members of the two teams colliding. Ji Chungyu, the girl who walked at the head of the Yas national team, is a popular player who can be ranked in the first echelon of the Star Dome Alliance League. Ji Chungyu wore a purple-black military school uniform, with a straight collar outlining a neat line, and the cloak on her shoulders fluttered with her steps. Her long black hair was tied up high, calm and cold, but her bright eyes were full of the spirit and publicity of a young man. Yes, country is getting better, and now it can confront the North SAS Empire. Edith is still smiling, but her smile doesn't reach her eyes, but Ji Chungyu doesn't even pretend. I like Ji Chungyu like this. Why don't they go out and have a fight, ha ha. But I feel Edith can't beat Ji Chungyu. It's a pity for Ji Chungyu to stay in the Yas country team. Yas country has only one SS level player, and unlike other teams with half of them being S level, they only have a dozen S level players. Even if he has SSS level mental power, he probably can't lead this team. What do you mean by pity? Ji Chungyu is originally from our Yas country, and you still want to encourage her to change her nationality. A Yas countryman said angrily. Yas is the first country to discover the spiritual power, and the league also gives it special treatment, which can slightly make up for its disadvantage. Someone else added. Davis, you are just sandwiched between the two national teams. Why don't you ask the commanders of the two teams to predict the ranking of Yas and the North SAS Empire? Ha! If you want to harm our CC, just say it directly. That's what I said, but I really want to see it. Imagine the scene of Davis holding the microphone to her face and turning it up. Don't harm me. Davis laughed. Although major media have recorded interviews with star players before the game, they don't catch people on the street like now, let alone in this occasion. The main players of the two teams are willing to let her shoot, probably because she is the official media of Yuanliaoxing. However, Davis looked at the commanders of the two sides, who were originally staring at each other with swords drawn, and her eyes suddenly fell on her. Davis was frightened by these two looks, and even her movements became stiff. Could it be that these two commanders did not intend to let her take pictures? Davis swallowed unnaturally. Look at how scared we are. Is Davis standing between them blocking the road? Cece, you are blocking the fight. Cece, please get out of the way. I want to watch the two teams fight. Cece, please get out of the way. Don't get hurt by mistake. Davis looked at the flashing barrage, but she felt that these two looks were hostile to her. Actually, it can't be said to be hostile, it seems to be vigilance. Davis was puzzled. Why should she be vigilant? Just when Davis was about to move away from here, Ji Chungyu from Yazi said, "You are here to buy things too." Davis, ? Davis's face was full of question marks, and the audience in the live broadcast room was just as confused as Davis. Aren't you going to fight? Why are you buying things? What are you going to buy? Why are you looking like you're going to steal the show? Just now, I was busy watching the representative teams of the North SAS Empire and the Yas Kingdom, and suddenly I found Ji Chungyu standing at the front door of a souvenir shop. Ha ha, I think I know what they are going to buy. Davis turned around and saw the door of the largest souvenir shop in the entire commercial district. On the electronic display screen was the only one left of the Star Dome Alliance limited edition doll. It was a potted flower with a strange appearance, but because it was the pet of the Elf King, it was sought after by the entire galaxy. Davis finally understood why Ji Cheongyu and Edith were so vigilant. It turned out that they were afraid that she would steal the last doll. It's a limited edition of the League 5000. I want one too. Amazing, military school students actually like to buy dolls. And this flower is so strange, I don't see what's so good about it. It's a limited edition just to print the logo of the Star Alliance League on the flower pot. It's really perfunctory. You don't understand. This is not a doll. It's called Idol Peripherals. The Commander-in-Chief of Yes Kingdom and North SAS Empire is also a fan of the Elf King. Finally, I know who is trying to snatch the doll from me. How can I snatch it? Damn it! It turns out that they are trying to snatch the last limited edition. No wonder the atmosphere was so tense just now. If I were there, I would also dislike everyone around me. So who will buy the last 5,000 doll? I bet 5-star coins that it's definitely not Davis. It's indeed not Davis. Davis quickly made way after learning that it was a misunderstanding. Ji Cheongyu and Edith were both obviously relieved. Now they were the last competitor. When their eyes met, Edith ran to the souvenir shop. Ji Cheongyu, who was a little slow to react, immediately followed, but fortunately, Ji Cheongyu ran faster than Edith and got the last 5,000 doll first. Ji Cheongyu smiled and happily went to the counter to pay. The Star Network audience who witnessed the whole process of the competition was surprised. I thought Ji Cheongyu would not smile. I have watched all her competition videos. Whether she won or not, she had a cold face throughout the whole process. I foolishly thought this was SSS level style, but I didn't expect that she hadn't encountered anything happy yet. I feel that if Ji Cheongyu met the Elf King, she would definitely smile more happily. Ha ha ha, guaranteed. Edith, who didn't get the doll, was heartbroken in the corner. Edith tried to buy it from Ji Cheongyu at 10 times the price, but was decisively rejected by Ji Cheongyu. Little Ji hugged his doll tightly, fearing that others would miss it. In the souvenir shop of Yuanliu Star, Quan Xiangchen, the representative of Klin Country, sneered at the doll in Ji Cheongyu's hand. What's so good about a broken doll? Do you want to surrender to the Elf Kingdom? Quan Xiangchen said. The people behind him also laughed and said, you won't follow anyone, choose the Elf Kingdom. Davis frowned and looked at Quan Xiangchen and others. Klin Country's tendency was very obvious. In recent years, it has had very close contacts with the Orc Alliance. Anyone with good eyesight will know that the first place in the Star Dome Alliance League will definitely be the Orc Alliance. Following the Elf Kingdom will only lose. Quan Xiangchen raised his head slightly and chuckled. Quan Xiangchen's words were like throwing a stone into the harmonious and calm lake. The audience in the live broadcast room, who were originally happily watching people fight over the dolls, also started to discuss. Although I like the Elf King very much, I have to admit that the Orc Alliance is indeed very strong. Let alone 2 SSS level orcs, there are so many SS level orcs with the same spiritual power. The spiritual power of the mythical race is not as high as that of the Simmons family. The Simmons family is definitely the most powerful dark horse of this century. Some people have heard before that the Simmons family has the strength to become a new mythical race. Chapter 133. Davis's brain vibrated as if to remind her. She looked up and saw the gesture of the photography assistant. Davis nodded in understanding. Davies, why did she go out when she saw something? No, Davis, just go, but don't take my holographic camera with you. I want to see Ji Cheongyu and that little brother of the Orc Alliance quarrel. Davis, you don't want such a hot spot. What are you going to do? However, the audience in the live broadcast room saw that Davis not only did not stop, but also disliked her slow walking, so she took out the hoverboard from the space twister and flew towards the space station. Although there was a lot of scolding in the barrage, Davis's unusual behavior instantly aroused the curiosity of the audience in the live broadcast room. Although they scolded, few people actually left the live broadcast room. What are they going to do? Which mythical race has arrived? Is it the angels and elves? I'm looking forward to it. Ha ha ha, I also like to see the dragons and mermaids. Davis is flying too fast. The camera is shaking and making me dizzy. The delegations from the Elf Kingdom and the Orcs Alliance are coming, Davis explained as he flew towards the space station on his hoverboard. When Davis arrived, he saw the Orcs Alliance's starship preparing to dock at the docking port of the ring-shaped space station. The dark red surface of the ship glowed with cold light, like a ferocious beast lurking in the sea of stars breathing out cold air. The tightly closed hatch slowly opened, and Vaughn Simmons, wearing a dark combat uniform, walked out with an indifferent expression. Following closely behind were 2 huge metal cages. One of the cages was completely surrounded by a grid of gold, and the imprisoned overlord could be clearly seen from the outside. But the other cage was completely closed, and the heavy chains wrapped around it could not suppress the slightly trembling cage, and the sound of the overlord hitting the wall could be heard from inside. The space station was already full of people, but after seeing the overlord, they all made way for the Orc Alliance team. It's an overlord. I've only seen this thing in a museum, and it's a dead overlord specimen. Why was it brought by the Orc Alliance? I heard that the overlords used in this Star Alliance League were all provided by the Orc Alliance. The first overlord looked intact, and not even a leg was broken. It was not easy to capture an overlord alive, and to be able to do this, the Orc Alliance was really strong. I'm curious about what the overlord looks like. The second cage has a much higher defense level. The cage is still shaking. I'm afraid the overlord will come out and start killing people. Why do I feel that Vaughn Simmons is inexplicably handsome? He can walk forward without looking around even though there is such a fierce overlord next to him. If it were me, I would have been scared silly. Don't even mention you. The crowd watching the scene wanted to stay 800 meters away from the overlord. Bringing the overlord here, the Orc Alliance team's appearance is simply amazing. It's full of oppression, so cool. It almost made me forget that there is also the Elf Kingdom. Yes, where's the Elf Kingdom team? On the Elf Kingdom starship not far away, Pei Xinyao looked angrily at the Orc Alliance starship that suddenly sped up to seize the channel. They definitely did it on purpose. Pei Xinyao said with wide eyes. This channel is so wide, why do they have to squeeze in front of us? Xiaopu also said very unhappy. Zhu Zi looked up at the Orc Alliance's starship in front of him. Let's go, we're already here. Pei Xinyao pursed her lips and followed Zhu Zi. Okay, I deal with them after we get to the stadium. Xiaopu nodded in agreement. The Star Dome Agreement League was about to start, so they didn't have time to make trouble for such a thing. Let's deal with them after we get to the stadium. The hatch of the starship slowly opened, and the people in the space station were obviously much quieter than before. A group of people had already followed Vaughn Simmons and others. Zhu Zi was also happy to lead the team forward leisurely. However, Davis was still excited to stay in the space station, pointing the holographic camera directly at Zhu Zi. Davis, don't you chase after the Orc Alliance delegation to take pictures? Obviously, the heat over there is higher. Davis, please stay here. There are fewer people in the live broadcast room. I guess many people went to other live broadcast rooms to watch Vaughn Simmons. But Davis seems to like the Elf King very much. The Elf King's introduction is much more detailed than other players. Ah, I see our king again. I'm happy. Those orcs are not as good looking as our king. Hey, the Elf King looks a little lonely. The person above, how did you see that the Elf King has a lonely expression? His face is obviously normal. But the main players behind her look a little angry. This time, the Elf Kingdom's performance in the Star Dome Agreement League is not expected to be very ideal. I heard that the Interstellar Federation has formed an alliance with the Orc Alliance. In the game between the three major powers, the Elf Kingdom seems to be the first to be left out. Someone said regretfully. The Interstellar Federation and the Orc Alliance have formed an alliance. How come I don't know? I am a civil servant of the Interstellar Federation, I don't know. The construction of the Interstellar Network from the Interstellar Federation to the Orc Alliance has been launched, led by Senator Wei. Other cooperation with the Orc Alliance is also being carried out one after another. As long as you pay attention to the interstellar situation, you will find that the federal government and the Orc Alliance have a clear intention to cooperate in the Star Covenant League this time. The person who just left a message retorted. Aren't the dragons and elves on good terms? I wonder why they don't form an alliance with the Elf Kingdom. The game between the great powers is not like ordinary people making friends and getting close to whoever they have a good relationship with. The Interstellar Federation will cooperate with whichever side is stronger. I still feel a little unconvinced. Someone frowned and left a message. It will be clear when the Star Covenant League starts. I can guarantee that the Interstellar Federation is definitely in an alliance with the Orc Alliance. After getting off the starship, Zhu Zi and the other team members settled down in the residential area. The atmosphere in the residential area near the competition players was both lively and serious. Zhu Zi could run into acquaintances every 2 steps on the street. However, Zhu Zi and his team deliberately avoided the people from the Interstellar Federation team. Zhu Ziyuan, who lived a block away from Zhu Zi's house, also did not visit Zhu Zi for the first time. Everyone ate and trained in their respective living areas and waited for the Star Dome Alliance League to start. Soon the Star Dome Alliance League was held as scheduled. The tickets for this highly anticipated interstellar event were immediately sold out as soon as they were released. The huge opening ceremony venue was filled with people from various interstellar countries. The audience seats were divided into 27 areas according to nationality, and the audiences from various countries sat in distinct areas holding their own flags. But as the delegations from various countries entered, enthusiastic cheers rose one after another. The entire circular opening ceremony venue had 2 entrance passages on the left and right, and one delegation after another entered the opening venue amid cheers. The host introduced the participating countries on the side. There were only 27 countries present, and this process soon came to an end. The 2 delegations of the Elf Kingdom and the Orc Alliance were arranged together in the last few finale positions, entering from 2 passages on the left and right at the same time. Zhu Zi wore a platinum military school uniform, with a gilded braided ribbon wrapped around the cuffs, and several medals on his chest, reflecting the cold metallic luster. These complicated and trivial decorations were obviously not suitable for combat. It was a dress uniform specially prepared for the opening of the Star Dome Alliance League. She led the elves into the venue, and saw Vaughn Simmons and his group. Wearing black clothes that were completely different from theirs, Vaughn Simmons stepped on the green grass with dark combat boots, and the dark patterns on his cloak that looked like Zerg bone spurs were as sharp as a living thing. The moment the 2 groups of people's eyes met, it was like the collision of light and the abyss. The temperature at the opening ceremony dropped a few degrees. But the floating camera still worked diligently in such a cold atmosphere, and the live broadcast room was filming non-stop around the clock. Which genius came up with this idea to let these 2 teams enter at the same time? It's probably the official of Yuan Liaoxing. They will catch the heat. Ha ha ha. I can see that Yuan Liaoxing is trying hard to catch this overwhelming traffic. But don't worry about how hard I try. In terms of appearance and aesthetics, I declare the elves a complete victory. The mythical race is really amazing in terms of appearance. The whole team is tall and straight, and pleasing to the eye. Ah! I also want to reincarnate into the mythical race in my next life. Why do I feel that the costumes of the Orcs Alliance are a bit strange? It's rare to see clothes decorated with Zerg elements. Someone asked in confusion. It's very special. I always feel that the people of the Simmons family give people a sense of discomfort. Which good family would embroider Zerg bone spurs on clothes for display? It's strange to see something rare. The Orcs Alliance is close to the Zerg nest, and is often harassed by the Zerg. Using Zerg elements to decorate is a kind of show-off similar to trophies. An orc immediately retorted. Obviously this decorative pattern is very cool and novel. Tisk, it's good to be strong. There are people to support you in everything you do. Someone else said disdainfully. Just like the tense atmosphere at the opening, 2 groups of people in the comment area of the live broadcast room started arguing fiercely. In contrast, the audience seats at the opening were obviously much calmer. The host continued to introduce the delegation of the last country in the opening match. The main camera of the live broadcast room moved to an entrance where no one appeared. The 3 major countries have already entered. Why is there one left behind? How can it be left behind? It is obviously left to appear last on purpose. It is the Angel Country. The Angel Country is the only one left among the 4 mythical races. Excited? I can finally see the angels after waiting for a long time. As the lights in the dark passage were lit up one by one, the audience also saw the Angel Country team that they had been looking forward to for a long time. Simi stood at the head and led his people forward. The angels, who had never seen such a big scene, turned their heads and looked around curiously. But the cheers of the audience froze for a moment when the angels appeared. Without seeing the holy angel wings as imagined, this looked like just an ordinary human team, which made people disappointed. Some small discussions were heard in the audience. The strong mental power allowed Percy, who was walking in the team, to hear these voices clearly. Percy's head, which was looking around curiously, froze instantly. How could these people be angels? Where are their angel wings? Is it wrong? This is also called the Angel Kingdom. The voices pierced into Percy's ears like sharp thorns, and the light in his eyes suddenly dimmed a little. Percy unconsciously stroked his back, where there was an uneven scar, and faintly felt a stabbing pain. He is one of the few remaining members of the Angel tribe. It is a great fortune to be alive, but the blood of the Angel tribe flowing in his body reminds him of what he has lost. Percy lowered his head, looking very lonely, and even wanted to retreat to the Sky City for a moment. In the live broadcast room of Star Network, the uninformed netizens were also very confused. They really couldn't connect them with the Angel tribe. Where are the angels? Don't tell me this is an angel. No way, how could this be? I have been looking forward to it for so long, and I am only allowed to see this. Wow, I feel cheated. Maybe they folded their wings? I don't know why this team looks like they came from a deserted planet. Yes, a friend of mine from an unknown planet is like this. Referring to the tragic situation of the Mermaid Kingdom before, the Angel Kingdom may have encountered something. But looking at the introduction, it seems that their mental power levels are very high, and the leader is still SSS level. Isn't this Simi from the Elf Kingdom? I saw him in the video of the candidates of the first military academy. How come he is from the Angel Kingdom? Simi was the guard of the Elf King before. The Angel Kingdom and the Elf Kingdom are probably in the same group. The Angel Kingdom is not a country temporarily built by the Elf Kingdom. In this way, even if they lose, they can get more spiritual power ores after the game. Then the Elf Kingdom is too smart. If this method is useful, why is it that only the Elf Kingdom thought of it? Do you think the supervisors of the Starry Sky Council are all fools? So are these really angels? Chapter 134. After all the teams from 27 countries entered the venue, the screen in front of the opening venue suddenly changed, showing a simple map of the competition venue. The venue was a very standard circle. The host of the opening ceremony stepped on a hoverboard and flew in front of the huge screen to introduce the rules of the game. The rules of this Star Dome Alliance tournament are very simple. The team that reaches the center of the circle first will be the first. Then the host took out a fist-sized ore. The cameraman immediately gave a close-up of the ore. The crystal clear ore, like a solidified galaxy, refracted thousands of gorgeous lights under natural light, pure without a trace of impurities. This is the eye of the spiritual power vein. It will be placed at the finish line and become the reward for the first team. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at this beautiful ore with curiosity. Aren't spiritual power ore blue? Why is this one crystal clear? It is called a mine eye, so it must be different from ordinary spiritual power ore. This one is so beautiful that it can be used as jewelry. It is too wasteful to use it as jewelry. Of course, it is used to improve spiritual power. The league is too generous, and they are willing to take out the mine eye as a reward for the first place. In the opening match, Zhu Zi looked up at the spiritual power ore. Yes, country mined a large amount of spiritual power, or with one hammer, and this mine eye was also mined together. Even in such a huge mineral vein, there will be no more than 3 stones that can be called mine eyes. However, after the spiritual power vein was made public, the head of Yes Country, Yi Han, did not hesitate to announce all the resources of the mined vein, and use this precious ore eye as the champion reward of the Star Dome Alliance. Not far away, Vaughn Simmons's scarlet eyes unconsciously followed the movement of the ore eye. The extremely pure evolutionary power emanated from the ore, bringing him an irresistible temptation. He must get it. Vaughn Simmons's Adam's apple rolled, and made a slight hissing sound. If the floating camera was closer at this time, it would be able to clearly record the excited roar of the Zerg when it found its prey. Until the host's words came again, Vaughn Simmons' greedy eyes gradually regained clarity. This competition will be divided into 2 rounds, the elimination round and the final round. There is no interval between the 2 rounds. After entering the arena, the representative team will either finish the game or be eliminated, the host said in a loud voice. As the host introduced, the map on the screen changed, becoming a green ring surrounding a red circle. Teams that fail to enter the red ring within the specified time will not be eligible to participate in the final round. The host continued, there are 1 to 27 entrances for each team to choose from in the league, and we will draw lots to determine the order of selection. As soon as the host finished speaking, the numbers on the screen began to jump. It was the representative team of the North SAS Empire that drew the first place, the host said with a smile. However, when the camera turned to the faces of the representative team of the North SAS Empire, they did not look very happy. For them, the first position is not a good position. There is no way to judge which route is easier to go from the simple map provided by the competition. They can only make a rough blind choice, and they will lose the opportunity to avoid or get close to other teams because of the first choice. Edith frowned slightly and stood in front of the screen, looking at the 27 entrances evenly distributed around the edge. At least the terrain can be seen from the map of the competition field. The terrain of the 3rd to 5th routes is relatively flat, but the possibility of large areas of swamps cannot be ruled out. Edith first ruled out these routes. After a few minutes of hesitation, Edith finally said, we choose entrance 11. Okay, entrance 11, North SAS Empire representative team. Next, let us invite the Commander-in-Chief of the Orc Alliance to choose the competition entrance, the host said. Vaughn Simmons walked forward slowly, unlike Edith, who was hesitant and entangled. Vaughn Simmons didn't even look at the map of the competition venue carefully, and said directly number 12. There are so many entrances to choose from, but the Orc Alliance chose the place right next to them. The teammates of the North SAS Empire team couldn't help but look down. The North SAS Empire may be in trouble. Too miserable. It's better to choose at the back. Alas, those who are not strong hesitate, and those who are strong just choose with their eyes closed. Time passed by minute, and the national emblems of various countries continued to appear at the entrance of the competition venue map. But the 5 or 6 teams that came up in succession tacitly avoided entrance number 12. Entrances number 12 and number 11 were empty, and no one chose them. The representative team of the Interstellar Federation has drawn the 9th ranking. Let's see which entrance the Interstellar Federation will choose, said the host. Everyone's eyes in the opening venue fell on Zhu Ziyuan. Generally, in such a large-scale competition, the strong teams will tacitly avoid each other in the early stage. After all, they will definitely meet in the finals in the future to compete for the top spot. There is no need to fight at the beginning of the game, and then consume too much mental energy, and give other teams a free advantage. If the 2 strong teams deliberately choose to be together, then it will undoubtedly send a clear signal of alliance. Under the inquiring eyes of the crowd, Zhu Ziyuan glanced at Zhu Zi in the audience, and then he raised his hand, and chose the 13th entrance adjacent to the Orc Alliance. Zhu Ziyuan's choice really surprised the audience. So the rumors on the internet are all true. The Interstellar Federation and the Orc Alliance are going to join forces to deal with the Elf Kingdom. Didn't Commander Zhu grow up with the Elf King? How could this happen? It's all about the trend of interests. There is no other way for the sake of their own country. Everyone's eyes moved back and forth between Zhu Zi and Zhu Ziyuan, trying to see something. Zhu Zi's eyes flashed with surprise, and Zhu Ziyuan looked at Zhu Zi, and walked forward without looking away. What's wrong with Zhu Ziyuan? Pei Xinya tilted her head, and muttered in confusion. We were all fine when we were training together in Sky City, but why did something go wrong when we arrived at Yuan Liao Star? Is it pretending to form an alliance with the Orc Alliance? Or is Zhu Ziyuan controlled by the King Bug? Various thoughts popped up in Pei Xinya's mind, and her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Soon the host called their numbers. The numbers they got were relatively late, and there were not many entrances to choose from. Zhu Zi walked up and chose number 19. Simi looked at Zhu Zi with bright eyes. The number Zhu Zi chose was just near them. Not far away, Afra sighed a little sadly, but looked at her entrance number, and both sides have been selected. It is estimated that she will meet Z and the others in the finals. As for being eliminated, Afra has never thought of this possibility. After all the teams chose the starting point, they got on the hovercraft to the competition venue. Because the competition venue was too large, even the audience on the scene could not directly see the players' movements. After the teams left, the big screen at the opening venue was connected to the live broadcast of the players of each team. The famous lead commentators Su Ying and Liang Zhou had already taken their positions in the commentary booth. Zhu Zi sat in the hovercraft, looking at the windows that were tightly covered with gray film. Only some light could penetrate through the windows, but the outside scene could not be seen at all. Gallop, who had participated in many leagues, was accustomed to such scenes. This is to prevent us from seeing the terrain clearly in advance. It is estimated that the entire venue will be banned from flying. Although Zhu Zi could not see the outside scene, he could feel the hovercraft slowly descending. Soon Zhu Zi and his group stood on a lush forest. As soon as they landed, 3 half-human-high insects jumped out of the bushes on the left. The Zerg shell was emitting dark green mucus, and its sickle-shaped forelimbs drew a white arc of light in the air. However, before Zhu Zi made a move, Gallop and his team quickly dealt with the Zerg. On the scoreboard of the competition field, the Elf Kingdom's score, which was originally 0, also jumped up a few numbers. Gallop, you take the 3rd team to clean up the nearby Zerg, Zhu Zi said. Yes, King. Gallop nodded. On the other side, as soon as Zhu Zi landed, the image of their team appeared on the big screen in the audience. Gallop led a team of more than a dozen people to diligently clean up the surrounding star bugs. While the others stood there at the starting point with nothing to do, Zhu Zi even closed her eyes and stood there motionless. There was also an elf next to her, and her fingers were gesturing something in the air. Maybe some people will wonder what the elves are doing. Why don't they hurry up and move forward? Commentator Su Ying said with a smile. Don't look at the Elf King standing there motionless, but in fact her mental power is already exploring the way for her. Standing next to the Elf King is the Armorer, who can draw a map in proportion through mental power. Liang Zhou explained. The armorers of other teams have also begun to draw maps of the competition field. Generally, this task requires the armorer to release his mental power to explore the way, and it takes the cooperation of multiple armorers to initially complete the drawing of the map. However, the elves are special. the Elf King can directly connect to the mental power of other elves. So the picture we just saw appeared. Su-Ying said. Drawing a map is a time-consuming task, and it is not as interesting as fighting. In order to prevent the audience from getting bored, Su-Ying and Liang Zhou began to popularize the science of mental mapping. We can see that the map of the elves was drawn very quickly, and the armorer also carefully marked the distribution of the Zerg on the map. Liang Zhou explained, as long as the mental power is strong enough, the specific location and number of the Zerg can be sensed in advance. However, this is a protracted battle, and each team needs to find supply boxes along the way. It's just that every supply box in the arena has a special coding, which can't be sensed with mental power. Su-Ying said with a smile. This is difficult for the players. The contestants not only have to compete in speed, but also spend a lot of time looking for and fighting for supply boxes. The male and female commentators talked one after another, but suddenly they both stopped. The map drawn by the elves marked the location of the supply one after another. Su-Ying and Liang Zhou's eyes widened instantly, and the words they just said were broken. How come even the location of the supply box is marked? Could it be that the tournament's anti-psychic sensing coding has failed? Looking at the maps of other teams, everything is normal, and at most the location of the Zerg is marked. Was the Elf King marking it randomly? Liang Zhou said in confusion. He knew that as a lead commentator, he shouldn't say such a sentence with obvious uncertainty during the live broadcast. But just after they said that the supply box could not be sensed by psychic power, the Elf King just marked the location of the supply box. This really made him speechless. Maybe the supply written by the Elf King means natural water sources in the woods, or some edible wild fruits. Su-Ying's brain worked quickly, and she immediately made up for it. Yes, in addition to the supply boxes provided by the organizers, the contestants can also get food from nature. The elves who are close to nature have a natural advantage in this regard. Liang Zhou nodded hurriedly, as if he had found a savior. However, after seeing the elves find a supply box according to the map markings, Liang Zhou couldn't help but open his eyes wide again, and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. It seems that they really found the supply box, Su-Ying said silently. And there is more than one place. The locations of the supply boxes carefully hidden by the organizers along the way are all marked. However, Zhu Zi and other elves in the stadium all looked calm. Zhu Zi even knocked on the box and frowned slightly, wondering, why hide it so well? Can't you find it with a mental scan? Maybe they are afraid that it will be carried away by insects. The organizers are quite considerate, Xia Pu said with a smile. Su-Ying, Liang Zhou, This is the first time I've seen Su-Ying and Liang Zhou on stage at the same time. The commentator is unlucky to have encountered the special case of the Elf King. It's so funny to be carried away by bugs. Competition organizer, high-end anti-psychic perception coding, hee, you have found some. Elf King, what coding? Where did the coding come from? It's better to give it to them right at the beginning. Ha ha ha, they found it right, and the commentator is also wasted. Chapter 135. The audience watched the Elf Kingdom team pick up dozens of supply boxes along the way. They were definitely the team with the most supplies in the entire arena. We have enough nutrient solution, compressed water, and medical supplies, but there are a few spiritual supplement potions. Xia Pu frowned slightly and said, Yes, there are a few. On average, each person can only get 2 spiritual supplement potions. Zhu Zi said with some regret. We have to use them sparingly. Pei Xinhao said. But the audience in the live broadcast room widened their eyes. This is not too little. Just came back from the live broadcast room of the Orc Alliance. They can barely get 1 each. And this is still good. Yes, for example, the Seljas Kingdom. It's even worse over there. There are only enough spiritual supplements for the main players. Compared to nutrient solution, the amount of spiritual energy supplement potions that can be opened in the supply box is originally small. Let alone spiritual energy potions. Some teams have already turned this into a wilderness survival game to eat wild fruits. No comparison, no harm. However, when netizens were discussing supplies, suddenly a sharp-eyed netizen noticed that the expressions of the members of the Elf Kingdom team became solemn. Everyone alert, there is a star worm swarm 150 meters ahead, Zhu Zi said in a deep voice. Everyone's footsteps became much lighter. About 30 meters away from the worm swarm, several main members looked at Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi nodded slightly, and then Gallop, Xia Pu, Eddie, and Carol Lirifan took their respective teams to attack. Gallop rushed forward first, his ice blue spear arcing out, accurately piercing a starworm hiding in the bushes. The starworm group noticed the movement, and dozens of bugs emerged from a small bush, and the sharp roar shook the leaves in the forest. Xiaopu immediately followed and pulled the bow-end arrow. As the bowstring vibrated, 3 golden spiritual forces appeared out of thin air and broke through the air. The golden arrows penetrated the insect armor and nailed them firmly to the ground. We can see that the Elf Kingdom team has come to the Zerg colony marked on the map. Several main members acted very cleanly, Suing said. But only half of the main members acted, probably because the Commander-in-Chief considered the shortage of spiritual power replenishment potions. Liang Zhou continued. But when he mentioned the word shortage, Liang Zhou's tone paused a little. After all, if the supplies of the Elf Kingdom team are said to be in short supply, then the other teams will be in trouble. But this is just a small Zerg colony. Even if only a part of the main force is dispatched, it should be solved quickly, Liang Zhou said. But Su Liangzhou and Suing found that the audience's attention was not focused on the scene of killing the star bugs, but on Zhu Zi standing aside. Just when Gallop showed his mental weapon, a snow-white little ball of fur suddenly jumped out of Zhu Zi's pocket. The little ball of fur tried hard to wave a pair of small wings that were completely inconsistent with its body, jumping from Zhu Zi's pocket all the way to her shoulder, and finally jumped onto Zhu Zi's head. A pair of round eyes were watching others fight with great interest. What is this? Liang Zhou was full of doubts. How can pets be brought to the competition venue? An audience member questioned. Liang Zhou heard these voices coming from the audience. Others cast their eyes at them, hoping to get the answer from the 2 commentators. Liang Zhou couldn't help but hold his forehead. The Elf King wouldn't come to defeat him. How could he know how this thing was brought in by her? As a big boss in the commentary industry, he has commented on hundreds of leagues, big and small, but he has never seen anyone bring a pet to the stadium. Forget it. Just pretend not to see it, Liang Zhou thought. However, the camera in the stadium did not let him go. The program set in the camera automatically extracted the most popular terms in the comment area, and then intelligently captured the most concerned scenes of the audience. Now the split shot of the little fur ball appeared on the big screen. Liang Zhou was afraid that if the popularity continued, this would become the main screen. But the more you don't want something to happen, the more it will happen. The little fur ball quickly occupied the main screen, and the huge screen captured every hair of it clearly. Liang Zhou was really desperate. He looked at Suing for help. Suing has always been the best at saving the situation, and is a very reliable partner. But Liang Zhou found that Suing was also as confused as him. There were constant comments in the live broadcast room of Star Network. What's wrong with these 2 commentators? They look silly. Are they new? But what is this furry thing? It's pretty cute. You can't bring cute things into the league venue. Didn't we check it before the game? How come someone brought other living things in? It's too much. The Elf King can't ignore the rules of the game. This is the Star League, not the Elf Kingdom's own game. How can you bring anything in? The audience was talking and protesting, and some even asked the Elf Kingdom team to lose points and be eliminated. Inside the arena, Zhu Zi didn't know that the Star Core Beast had caused such a big controversy outside. She was always paying attention to the movements of the Star Zerg. However, the more Zhu Zi looked, the deeper her frown became. She had previously used her mental power to detect that there were about 30 to 40 Zergs gathered here, which was just a small Star Zerg swarm. But now the number of Zergs they killed is far more than 40. Why are there more and more? Even Xiaopu frowned in confusion. Suddenly, Carol Liruefen, who had gone deep into the bushes, had her pupils shrink, and then she suddenly retreated. What's wrong? Zhu Zi asked. High-level Zerg, Carol Liruefen said. Everyone looked in the direction of Carol's finger, and saw a dark underground exit hidden in the cover of the grass and trees. Those extra Zergs all came out from the ground, Pei Xinhua said in surprise. But now the hole seems to be blocked by something big. In the dark cave entrance, several pairs of glowing compound eyes could be vaguely seen. The next moment, the entire cave entrance began to tremble, and a star worm covered with a dark green shell crawled out from it. It was more than 10 meters long, and its surface was covered with spiral convex lines. The huge star worm was moving quickly in their direction, and its claws deeply embedded in the soil made the ground beneath it appear spider-web-like cracks. This is a high-level star worm second only to the king worm. This star worm has very quick reactions, and there may be a swarm of insects underground to support it. Albion, you take people to watch the cave entrance, and the others will work with me to contain it, Zhu Zi said. The other main players nodded. The tacit understanding cultivated during the training camp allowed them to quickly play their roles in the battle. Gallop and Carol Liruefen stood on both sides of the star worm, tiptoed the ground, and leaped into the air. The ice blue spear and the scarlet battle blade simultaneously drew interlaced arcs of light. Pei Xinhua deployed a mental barrier to limit the range of the Starworm's activities. Zhu Zi's eyes condensed, and he took advantage of the moment when the Starworm was attacked by turning its head to approach like an arrow from a string. The little Star Core beast had already jumped from Zhu Zi's head and turned into a long sword when Zhu Zi raised his hand slightly. The long sword was white all over, and the blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, but it flashed with cold light. Zhu Zi waved his hand and injected mental power into it. At that moment, the gem embedded in the hilt burst out a glass-like halo like a flowing galaxy. Liang Zhou stared at this scene in a daze. How could the little fur ball that looked harmless just now suddenly become a mental weapon? And the gem on the hilt was not ordinary at first glance. Could this be a Star Core? Liang Zhou was stunned for a while before he found his voice again. I didn't expect that a Star Core sword would appear on the field. Seeing that the other audience members were very confused about the Star Core sword, Liang Zhou immediately explained. Liang Zhou was very fortunate now. He had studied the history of the elves before, and only then did he know the existence of this magical creature. Star Core beast. I was just thinking about raising one, but you told me that this is the only one in the entire galaxy. I am so heartbroken. You probably can't afford to raise a second Star Core beast. It only eats Star Cores. Leaves silently. No wonder it can be brought into the field. It turns out that it is not a pet, but a spiritual weapon. No one has discovered that the spiritual power conversion rate of this sword is so high. It is estimated that even the master-level spiritual power weapons are far inferior to it. An armorer left a message in surprise. This is a bit too foul. For a while, Zhu Zi and the Star Core sword rushed to the top of the hot search on the Star Network. It also directly blew up a lot of master-level armorers. I didn't even care about the work in my hands, and rushed directly into the live broadcast room. Ah, I really want to touch this sword. Suddenly I found that there were many familiar nicknames in the comment area, all of which were master level. This is probably the most armorers gathered together. But big guys, you should be more reserved. In the competition venue, Zhu Zi held the sword with one hand, and the Star Core sword pierced the giant claw of the Zhong tribe cleanly. Black blood gushed out along the blade of the Star Core sword, but it turned into wisps of green smoke in the silver light flowing on the sword body. Zhu Zi turned his wrist suddenly, and cut off a giant claw of the Star Worm directly. The Star Worm let out a painful scream, but it didn't have time to attack Zhu Zi. The soft abdomen was shot by Xiaopu's arrow. An hour later, the Star Worm collapsed with the concerted efforts of the Elf Kingdom team. The fist-sized crystal core was also picked out. The Elf Kingdom team's points suddenly became the first by a large margin. But the audience in the live broadcast room were still reluctant to watch. What a smooth battle. Ha ha ha, the Star Core sword turned back into a small ball of fur as soon as the battle ended. It looked very well behaved. Is there a small animal like the Star Core beast? I really want to raise one. I want to stay in this live broadcast room. I suddenly fell in love with the elves. Although I haven't seen enough, the elves did spend a long time here, and the overall speed of travel was a bit slower. Yes, I came from the next live broadcast room. If they go further, they will meet the Elf Kingdom team. Is it Simi and the others? Pei Xinhua also noticed the movement and asked as she looked at the moving figure in the distance. But Zhu Zi shook his head. The team they ran into was the Yaz team. Seeing the other teams, the elves could not help but tighten their spiritual weapons cautiously. Gallop, who had just consumed too much spiritual power due to the high-level Star Worm, stared at the Yaz team while reaching into the space twister to take out a bottle of spiritual power supplement potion. The overall strength of the Yaz country is not strong, but they have an SSS-level spiritual commander this year, who is not easy to deal with. Xiaopu frowned and said. However, compared with the concerns of the Elf Kingdom, the Yaz team members saw the Elf Kingdom team, and their eyes were full of "I'm so unlucky, how did I run into them?" It seems that the Elf Kingdom team has just experienced a big battle, but even so, they dare not say that they can beat the Elf Kingdom team. After all, the gap in strength is clearly there. Ward actually has a lot of experience in this kind of situation, when encountering a strong team on the field. Generally speaking, they would choose to slide down quickly. Either join, or pay some protection fee and hide as far away as possible. But Ward looked at the back of the Commander-in-Chief Ji Qiongyu and sighed deeply. The Commander-in-Chief is young and energetic, and he probably won't be willing to do this. Moreover, the Commander-in-Chief always puts on a face that can freeze people to death. People who don't know her will definitely think she is provocative. Chapter 136. But what Ward didn't expect was that when Ji Qiongyu saw Zhu Zi, He didn't show his usual cold face at all, and even his eyes brightened a little. Originally, Ji Chilnyu was a little regretful that at the opening ceremony of the Star Dome Alliance, her team and the Elf Kingdom team were far apart, one in the east and the other in the west. But now they are face to face. However, they are competitors on the field. The corners of Ji Chilnyu's raised mouth were suppressed a little. In fact, Ji Chilnyu herself didn't expect that the route she planned would actually collide with the Elf Kingdom team. In the previous Interstellar College League, their Yazzie country team was in a worrying situation. They were either ranked last or served as followers of other teams. They were forced to agree to unequal agreements, lived a cowardly life, and were always the first to be abandoned at critical moments. Moreover, after the participating teams returned home, they were greeted by silent eyes along the way and citizens who could not hide their disappointment. But this time, because of her presence, the citizens of Yaz, who had never had any expectations in international competitions, were full of expectations for the Star Alliance League this time, and hoped that she could lead the team to achieve good results. Ji Chilnyu held the spiritual weapon in her hand, and looked at Zhu Zi, who was standing at the top. Weakness is the original sin. No matter what, she must show her strength. Only strong strength can give their team more negotiation qualifications and room for choice. At that time, even if they have to be followers. Cooperation? Zhu Zi suddenly said. Cooperation. Ji Chilnyu slightly widened her eyes. She didn't expect that the Elf King would want to cooperate with him. But for some reason, when she heard the word cooperation, her head nodded faster than her brain. Maybe it was because the Elf King's eyes looked sincere, or it sounded very tempting to cooperate with the Elf King, making people want to agree. But when Ji Chilnyu's head reacted, she began to regret it again. What if the cooperation the Elf King said was actually the kind of unequal cooperation between superiors and subordinates? Our two teams can go together, and the star beasts along the way will be distributed according to their respective strengths. Zhu Zi said patiently. They had spent a lot of time dealing with high-level starworms just now. The addition of the Yaz national team can promote their speed of progress, at least not falling behind the Beast Alliance. After all, their main purpose of coming here is not to win the game, but to deal with the common enemy of the Star People, the King Worm. One less competitor, and one more teammate, this is a good thing for Zhu Zi anyway. She believed that Ji Chilnyu would not refuse her. Sure enough, when Ji Chilnyu heard about this way of cooperation, she nodded immediately, and her eyes looked brighter than before when she looked at Zhu Zi. The other members of the Yaz team also breathed a sigh of relief. Then the two teams that reached a cooperation immediately set out to move forward. Along the way, they encountered a small swarm of insects, which was also quickly solved with the joint efforts of the two teams. Although the Elf Kingdom team gave up some points, the speed of travel was indeed much faster. On the other side, the Orc Alliance team was also moving forward quickly. But the whole team was solemn and silent, like an emotionless running machine. When they encountered the insect tribe, several king insects disguised as orcs also raised their swords and killed them all without hesitation. In their eyes, these low-level zergs are consumables that do not need mercy, and they are ruthless in killing. The only ones that these king bugs can take seriously are the high-ranking emperor bugs and king bugs of the same level as them. Vaughn Simmons's scarlet eyes looked coldly at the players, who were killing their own kind. It is their honor that these low-level bugs can be turned into points. As for the two king bugs in the arena, the king bug will not appear in the first round of the competition area, but even if it enters the finals at that time, he has a way. Vaughn Simmons smiled, but suddenly his keen perception made him turn his head and look to the left rear. Someone is coming, Vaughn Simmons said. Sure enough, after a while, there was a rustling sound and several footsteps. Vaughn Simmons looked at the team coming from behind, and a trace of excitement flashed in his scarlet eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Various comments flashed across the live broadcast room. It turned out that the North SAS Empire team and the Orc Alliance team collided. Will these two teams cooperate with the Elf Kingdom? The Commander-in-Chief looked very happy to see the North SAS Empire team. Don't you think that Vaughn Simmons' eyes look sinister? It's like he finally saw his prey. In the stadium, Vaughn Simmons' eyes were indeed full of joy at seeing his prey. Surround them. Vaughn Simmons gave the order with a curled mouth. Before he finished speaking, the knife on his waist had already flown out, and he also launched a surprise attack like an arrow from a bow. Compared to the Zerg, his weapons preferred to drink the blood of interstellar people. The people of the North SAS Empire team widened their eyes. They didn't expect these orcs to attack them directly as soon as they met. The sound of metal collision suddenly rose in the stadium. Vaughn Simmons' knife shuttled through the North SAS Empire team like a venomous snake, and every move was fierce and deadly. Other Simmons also joined the battle without hesitation. The mental barrier that Edith had erected to protect the team members was shattered in the fierce attack. The huge gap in strength between the two teams made Edith and her team retreat step by step. Deputy Commander Tate fell to the ground in embarrassment, and his mental weapon was also blown away. Tate, who was beaten without any backhand, looked at the oncoming sword and said tremblingly, "I give up." As Tate said this, he touched the elimination button hidden in his pocket. As long as he pressed this button, he could leave here safely. But there was a severe pain in his wrist, and Vaughn Simmons kicked him hard, kicking his elimination button away. Tate's eyes suddenly widened, looking at Vaughn Simmons in disbelief. The next second, the sword pierced his heart, and blood dripped down the blade to the ground, spreading a dazzling red. "Tate!" Edith shouted loudly. The audience in the live broadcast room was also shocked by this scene. This is killing people directly. It's too scary. Tate was about to press the elimination button, and he could get the points in a while. Why did he have to kill people? I said Vaughn Simmons was very gloomy before. You didn't believe it, now you believe it. No one cares. He didn't press the elimination button, and the competition organizers couldn't do anything about it. Substitute the North SAS Empire team. This is despairing. But the orcs did not intend to let the North SAS Empire team go. Hurt Simmons pointed his sword at the throat of the North SAS Empire people, and killed them directly with one blow. Looking at the teammates who died one after another, Edith's pupil shrank greatly, and she hurriedly said in a panic, "We admit defeat. We admit defeat. We are willing to join your team unconditionally." But what Edith didn't expect was that the response to her was actually the teasing voice of Vaughn Simmons. "Unfortunately, you are not qualified yet." Edith's eyes were red, and she clenched the spiritual weapon in her hand, and the weapon burst out with dazzling light in her hand. Since the Orc Alliance team was unwilling to let them go, they could only fight to the death. Vaughn Simmons didn't take Edith's raging anger seriously at all, but instead showed an interesting smile, just like a hunter watching the prey struggling to death. He raised the knife and lowered the blood towards Edith's heart. The audience in the live broadcast room were all worried for Edith, and they all advised Edith to press Tao Yuan Liaoxing to save her life. But Edith in the arena could not see these comments, and even if she did, she would not pay attention to them. As the commander-in-chief, she must not retreat. Edith dodged Vaughn's attack sideways, and the sword in her hand drew a sharp arc with the inertia of turning around. Vaughn immediately drew his sword to defend himself, and at the same time, his knee hit Edith's lower abdomen fiercely. Edith let out a muffled groan from the corner of her mouth. In the severe pain, Edith still held the sword tightly, and the tip of the blade plowed a deep bloody wound on Vaughn's arm with her mental power. Pain struck, and Vaughn's face flashed with surprise and anger. Although this body was just his host, the pain generated by the host could be multiplied several times on his body. Vaughn stared at Edith's scarlet eyes fiercely, looking more fierce than before. On the open grassland, the North SAS Empire team and the Orc Alliance team were fighting fiercely. The orcs thought that the battle would end soon, but the fighting power of the fierce North SAS Empire team was higher than they thought. However, the gap in strength between the two teams was there, and the North SAS Empire team still suffered heavy losses. Even the commander-in-chief Edith had fallen to the ground exhausted. Although there was no blood on her black combat uniform, it exuded a strong smell of blood. Vaughn took the opportunity to raise his hand and slash at Edith, but just when his knife was about to touch Edith, who was lying on the ground, he was knocked away by a flying sword. Vaughn's eyes instantly sank like a cold pond, and he looked in the direction of the flying sword. I saw Zhu Ziyuan and the Interstellar Federation team coming towards him. Thinking that this was a partner specially arranged by the Queen Mother, Vaughn's hand, which was originally prepared to activate the mental power to counterattack, tightly grasped the members, and the mental power slowly dissipated. "Why are you stopping me?" Vaughn said very unhappily. After being stopped by Zhu Ziyuan, his knife fell crooked. The level of dislike for the people of the Interstellar Federation is comparable to that of the elves. I really don't know why the Queen Mother wants to cooperate with the Interstellar Federation. Just let Edith press the elimination button. Why kill them all? Zhu Ziyuan frowned and said. Edith, who was lying on the ground, understood, looked at Zhu Ziyuan gratefully, and pressed the elimination button in her hand. On the other side, a game message prompt lit up on Zhu Zi's light brain. Zhu Zi's eyes sank when he saw this message, and Ji Qiongyu, the commander-in-chief, also received the message, and his slender eyebrows slightly frowned. What happened? Xiao Pu asked in confusion. The Orc Alliance team eliminated 62 people from the North SAS Empire team, including the commander-in-chief. Among them, 7 people died and 55 people left the field. Zhu Zi said in a deep voice. Chapter 137. The sun was low, and the night was getting darker. The cool evening breeze in the forest, and the heavy news blew on people's hearts. There was a rustling sound in the bushes. I don't know if it was the insects or the poisonous snakes. The night made this place more dangerous. Zhu Zi put away his laptop and looked at the open space not far away. We have consumed a lot of energy today. Let's rest here first, and set off again at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Shi Qingyu also nodded in agreement, and then the two teams began to clean the site in an orderly manner. Zhu Zi threw the small ball found in the supply box into the open space, and soon a gray tent appeared on the ground. As long as the 4 corners were fixed, the tent was set up. Xiaopu and Pei Xinyan, who were cleaning the site nearby, brought back a rabbit. In the twilight, the firewood burned with a crackling sound, and the rabbit meat sizzled on the fire. Several people sat around the fire, discussing the night watch tonight. Zerg tribes prefer to be active at night, so more people should be arranged to take turns to watch. While Zhu Zi and Shi Qingyu were discussing, Xiaopu added a piece of dry wood to the fire, and the sparks flew higher with a crackling sound. When the rabbit meat was roasted until the skin was crispy, the aroma spread. Xiaopu happily pulled a rabbit leg and handed it to Zhu Zi. Wang, do you want to taste it? But Zhu Zi, who witnessed the whole process of Xiaopu and Pei Xinyan roasting meat, immediately shook his head. I'm not hungry, I drink nutrient solution. Seeing that Zhu Zi didn't want it, Xiaopu had to withdraw his hand, looked at the roasted meat, and took a big bite himself. But the more Xiaopu chewed, the darker his face became. In the end, he resisted the urge to spit it out, and swallowed it with difficulty. It's not seasoned, it's so unpalatable. Xiaopu couldn't help but say. As soon as Xiaopu finished speaking, Shi Qingyu, who was beside him, paused after picking up the barbecue, and then put it down silently. After that, a large piece of rabbit meat was placed on the grill, and everyone moved it. Suddenly, footsteps were heard in the distance, and everyone immediately stood up and looked over there. Then several figures walked out of the dark woods to the light of the fire. When Zhu Zi saw that it was Ximei and the others, he waved to Ximei, and the atmosphere of vigilance disappeared in an instant. Seeing that it was Ximei, Xiaopu happily asked him to sit down by the fire, and tore off a large piece of barbecue and handed it to him. Ximei took the barbecue, and just as he was about to put it in his mouth, he suddenly realized that everyone's eyes fell on him intentionally or unintentionally, as if they were looking forward to him eating it. It was obviously only such a small rabbit, but he was given such a large piece of meat. Ximei smelled the aroma of barbecue, and a warm feeling flowed through his heart. Ximei himself couldn't count how many times he had participated in the Star Dome Alliance. But he had never seen such a scene before. The jumping firelight was reflected in Ximei's blue eyes, as if everything had changed. Ximei smiled. The audience in the live broadcast room was also very happy. Ha ha ha, please welcome the next victim. It's so funny, everyone in the know chose to remain silent tacitly, and looked forward to watching the fun. When people do bad things, they will feel instantly not tired. But the people who came from the Angels live broadcast room looked at the barrage of the Elf Kingdom team with a puzzled look. What happened? Why are you all laughing? You will know if you continue watching. Someone kindly answered. Sure enough, the next second, netizens in the live broadcast room saw Simi take a bite of the barbecue, but the smile on his face suddenly froze. Then he showed the same expression as when Xiaopu ate the barbecue before. The warm current flowing in Simi's heart also disappeared in a flash. If there is a next time, he will never take the barbecue handed over by Xiaopu. But Simi hopes that there will never be a next time. On the other side, the open space where the Orc Alliance and the Interstellar Federation are stationed. The two teams set up tents on the left and right sides with an invisible line between them. The camp was quiet, and no sound was made except the footsteps of the patrol members. Von Simmons waved his hand to call 3 orcs to his tent. There were no floating cameras in the tent, but Von Simmons still used a mental barrier to block all sounds and gazes. For Simmons sat together in the tent and looked at the map in the middle. The Elf Kingdom team set out from entrance 19. If nothing unexpected happens, they will choose this route. Von Simmons pointed to the red spot and said, speed up tomorrow. We will wait for them here. Let those elves not even get into the finals. Brother, are we going to kill them all here? Dahlia made a gesture of wiping his neck, his bloody eyes glowing, and said excitedly. Vaughn slapped him on the head. Don't you have a brain? The time for the first round of eliminations is limited. If we fight them thoroughly here, we won't have to participate in the next round. What should we do? Dahlia rubbed his head and asked. Let Kuei slow down their speed, and it would be best if we could drag them until tomorrow night, Vaughn said with a smile. But Dahlia frowned. Kuei was the most ferocious of the 2 king bugs they brought into the arena. But these 2 king bugs were arranged in the finals by the organizers, and would not appear in the elimination zone. Dahlia was confused. He couldn't figure out something too complicated. But if he couldn't figure it out, Dahlia simply gave up thinking about it. Anyway, according to the instructions of the Queen Mother, he only needed to do what Vaughn said. This is a special powder that can attract Kuei. I will create an opportunity for you when the time comes. You sprinkle this powder on them. Vaughn handed a small bag of powder to Dahlia. There is a shield in the arena, which prevents the Queen Mother from remotely controlling the Zerg. Now he could only settle for the second best, and use this method. Fuan looked at Dahlia, and told her not to open the bag until he saw the Elf Kingdom team. Dahlia nodded seriously. When the sky just got light, several teams had already rested and were ready to move on. As long as they reach the finals before midnight today, they can pass the elimination round. However, according to their speed, they can leave the first round before nightfall. With the actions of the players on the field, the live broadcast room of Yuan Liaoxing, which was silent at night, gradually became active. We can see that many teams have started to hurry on their way, Liang Zhou explained. Yes, but I don't know if you have noticed that there are more and more cases of 2 or more teams meeting each other, Suing said with a smile. In our circular arena, the closer the players get to the center, the fewer routes they can choose. This greatly increases the probability of a team collision. As for whether the 2 teams collide as enemies or friends, even the players themselves may not be able to tell. On Zhu Ziyi's side, the 3 teams worked together to open the way, and the speed of travel was obviously faster than yesterday. Along the way, they also encountered a high-level Zerg. Several people spent some time killing it, and continued to move forward. In the morning, they had walked out of this forest, crossed a stream, and walked towards the canyon. The narrow and long canyon was filled with fog. Although there were no swarms of insects here, a bug would occasionally emerge from the cracks in the cliff, keeping everyone alert at all times. The further they went, the wider the field of vision gradually became. But suddenly everyone stopped and looked at the 2 teams in front and behind. The atmosphere between the 2 sides was tense, and the audience watching the live broadcast also became nervous. How fast the 3 major countries met in the elimination zone. If the Orc Alliance and the Interstellar Federation had not rested here, they would not have met the Elf Kingdom. I wonder if the 2 sides will fight directly. There are 9 hours left before the elimination round ends. If the 2 sides meet at this time, it is estimated that there will not be a large-scale fight. Liang Zhou lowered his eyes and analyzed. Suing nodded, but there is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. Since they meet, they will always want to see who is better. In the arena, Fu Yin looked at Zhu Ziyi with bloodshot eyes. You also want to pass through here? There are 2 routes to the finals area after the canyon exit, but there are good and bad routes. Both parties obviously want to take the road on the left. So what do you want? Zhu Ziyi asked, looking at Vaughn Simmons, who was asking knowingly. You can go through here, but you have to show your strength. Vaughn raised his eyebrows and said, why don't we send one person from each side to compete, and whichever side wins can go first? Zhu Ziyi was a little surprised that Vaughn Simmons would propose such a peaceful method. Zhu Ziyi glanced at Zhu Ziyuan standing aside, then looked at Vaughn and nodded, okay. Vaughn smiled, raised his hand, and pointed first, saying, we will send Dahlia Simmons. Dahlia is an SSS-level psychic in the Orc Alliance team. Like Vaughn, he is an SSS-level person who came out of thin air. No one here knows his background. I go. Simi took the initiative to say. A few minutes later, everyone made way for a large area, and Simi and Dahlia stood face to face in the center of the open space. In the live broadcast room, the deliberate killings by the Orcs Alliance before made Simmons, who were originally very popular, lose many supporters. The large number of comments supporting the Orcs Alliance disappeared. Although I don't know if this Simi is a real angel, I still support him. Anyway, I don't want the Orcs Alliance to win. Me too, I temporarily forgive this person who pretends to be an angel. Chapter 138. In the arena, Dahlia took the lead in launching an attack. Dahlia punched Simi, and the wind of the fist, accompanied by the mental shock, hit his forehead like a heavy hammer. Seeing Simi duck and sideways to avoid it, he immediately raised his hand and took out the mental weapon from the space twister. Dahlia injected his mental power into the bone hammer, which was as black as ink, with a metallic luster and a slight buzzing sound. In fact, Dahlia didn't like to fight with mental weapons. They were Zergs who always fought directly, and only the fragile interstellar people needed to use weapons. But he was confined in the body of an orc, and even the mental power he used was simulated by the power of the crystal core. Although this was not as efficient as directly using the energy of the crystal core, with the mental weapon made of the leg bones of the Zerg, he had a better control of power. Dahlia took the drum hammer and rushed forward. The hammer's shadow was like a mountain. The majestic mental power spread out, full of oppression, and everyone else was worried about Simi. But Simi, who was standing in the shadow, had a calm face. He turned around in an instant before the hammer wind in his body, and the long sword drew a silver lotus-like sword flower, and the sword body and the bone hammer collided with a bang. With a loud clang, the two mental powers exploded like water waves. The surrounding leaves fell to the ground. Both of them took a step back at the same time. Dahlia rubbed his numb arm. The internal organs were impacted, and the orc's body was slightly painful. When Dahlia looked at Simi, his expression suddenly became a little ferocious, and his scarlet eyes were instantly stained with bloodthirsty murderous intent. Dahlia arched his body, twisted his body like a ghost and jumped up. The bone hammer drew a dark arc in the air, and the patterns engraved on the hammer body seemed to be oozing blood. Simi swung his sword to block, but the blade made a sizzling sound when it touched the irregular patterns on the bone hammer, and soon a gap appeared as if it was corroded. Surprise flashed in Simi's eyes. This long sword was made of the strongest iron in the Sky City, but it was damaged under the bone hammer. Simi stepped back slightly to stabilize his center of gravity, and firmly resisted Dahlia's attack, but the long sword in his hand was corroded with a larger gap. Simi looked at Dahlia's increasingly deep eyes, and the muscles on his face twitching due to the force. This may not be the ability of Dahlia's spiritual weapon, but the ability of the king insect. Dahlia smiled. How about it? If you admit defeat, I might spare your life. He increased the strength in his hands, and watched with satisfaction as Simi's sword made a buzzing sound under the heavy load. Even the audience in the live broadcast room were worried about Simi. The commander-in-chief of the North SAS Empire was also defeated by Dahlia's move before. The spiritual weapon was so broken that even the armorer couldn't repair it. I feel that Dahlia's bone hammer is very strange. Simi should admit defeat quickly. If he doesn't, the bone hammer will corrode more than just his sword. Someone frowned and left a message anxiously. In the arena, Ji Qiongyu also clenched his fists anxiously, and couldn't help but step forward slightly, frowning at Simi, whose arm veins were bulging. But when Ji Qiongyu turned around, she found that Xu Zi and the others were all calm. There was even one person from the Angel team who rubbed his waist and found a place to sit down and watch. He didn't seem to be worried about Simi at all. Could it be that Simi still had some tricks up his sleeve? But Ji Qiongyu saw that the sword in his hand was about to break. The smile on Dahlia's face became even more intense, as if he was sure of victory. He lowered his eyes and looked at Simi, pulling up the corner of his mouth and said, "Since you don't admit defeat, then I can't do anything." The bone hammer in Dahlia's hand suddenly burst into a scarlet light, and the lines on the bone hammer seemed to climb onto Simi's body like a living thing. But just when they were about to touch Simi, the wriggling bloodlines dissipated in the air like smoke. A circle of white mental power fluctuations spread out from Simi as the center, and the holy angel wings behind Simi also spread out. "Angel," Dahlia said in surprise with his eyes wide open. In the live broadcast room, the netizens who saw this scene opened their mouths in surprise. When the angel wings appeared, even the comments were blank for a moment, but when everyone reacted, countless comments came like snowflakes. "He is actually an angel. The angel race has not yet become extinct. Ah, it is an angel's wings, so beautiful. I just said he was a fake angel. I am guilty. I wish I could shut my mouth now." In the arena, Ji Qiongyu also looked at this scene in surprise. No wonder Xu Zi and the others had such calm expressions before. It turned out that Simi didn't use his full strength at the beginning. After Simi's mental power field was unfolded, the situation between the two sides directly reversed. Dahlia's bone hammer was shaken to the ground by Simi's mental power. Even Dahlia staggered back a few steps. The next moment, a long sword stabbed straight at Dahlia's throat. The threat of imminent death made Dahlia open his eyes in horror. The corrosive liquid remaining on Simi's long sword attacked him with the sword wind, and his own ability now burned his skin in turn. Looking at the long sword close at hand, Dahlia desperately suppressed the urge to change back to his original form. As long as he could change back to his original form, he would never let himself be slaughtered like he is now. But the Queen Mother had instructed that he must not expose his original form in the field of the Star Alliance League under any circumstances. Fortunately, there was still an elimination button, but Dahlia panicked and found that he had no time to find the elimination button. Before that, he had never even thought that he would lose. The fear of death enveloped Dahlia's whole body, and Simi's sword blade carried a murderous intent that was as if it had turned into substance. But at the moment, when Simi's sword was about to chop Dahlia's neck, a black long sword suddenly shattered his mental power field. It was Fu Yin who came to save him. Dahlia's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly took this opportunity to dodge Simi's attack. But the next second, a silver-white long sword immediately attacked him, piercing his flesh and blood from his chest. Dahlia covered his chest and looked at the long sword in horror that almost hid his life. The severe pain tore his body, and Dahlia's back broke out in a cold sweat. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have been a corpse now. Not far away, Zhu Zi walked slowly towards Dahlia, raised his hand, and pulled out the sword that had just been thrown from his chest. Zhu Zi looked down with regret at Dahlia, who was still breathing with his eyes open. What a pity, it was just a little bit short. The next second, the Star-Core sword was pulled out without hesitation, bringing out a blood flower. Dahlia couldn't help but let out a scream. But the moment Zhu Zi glanced at him, Dahlia immediately fell silent, fearing that Zhu Zi would turn around and stab him with his sword. Zhu Zi looked at him with a regretful look just now, which made his scalp numb. Useless thing. Vaughn impatiently stepped forward and kicked Dahlia. If he hadn't taken action, Dahlia would have died here long ago, and now he is still a coward. Didn't you say to send someone out to compete? Why did you intervene, Vaughn Simmons? Simi retracted his mental weapon and looked straight at Vaughn and asked. Hearing Simi's accusatory words, Vaughn frowned. You won. After a long while, Vaughn said in a hoarse voice. We won originally, but breaking the rules is not something you can just let go with one sentence. Pei Xinhua stared into Fu Yin's eyes and said. Fu Yin's move was extremely fast at that time. If the king hadn't noticed it, Dahlia would have really escaped unscathed. Anyway, we've saved her, so what do you want? Vera Simmons, a short beastman behind Fu Yin, said with her hands on her hips, and you also started a fight. You started it first, so our king started it. Just compensate us with 300 bottles of mental power replenishing potion, and we'd be done with it, Pei Xinhua said. After saying that, Pei Xinhua observed the beastman's reactions. She had completely overstated the number of 300 bottles. They didn't even have 300 bottles in their hands. She just wanted to test how much the Orc Alliance had so that she could make an offer. 300 bottles of medicine. Vera's eyes widened, and even Vaughn frowned when he heard the number. We don't have that much. We only have 124 bottles now. Vera said angrily. We need it ourselves. Although 124 bottles were a bit, Pei Xinhua was surprised that after she tested it, the other side actually reported the real number to her. Then compensate us with 80 bottles, and forget about this matter, Pei Xinhua said with a tolerant smile. Seeing Pei Xinhua's request reduced from 300 bottles to 80 bottles, Vera's eyes lit up and wanted to nod and agree immediately. But Vera was stopped by Vaughn. 70 bottles, no more, Vaughn said. If Dahlia's mission was completed, then the king insect in the final area would have already rushed to the Elf Kingdom team, and he didn't want to entangle with the Elf Kingdom team now. However, Fu Yin still felt very painful for the 70 bottles of mental power replenishment potion. But he was afraid that the Elven Kingdom would not agree if he said less. Okay, then 70 bottles. Deal. Pei Xinhua nodded hurriedly. Although Pei Xinhua's face was calm, she was actually very happy in her heart. The mental power replenishment potion in the supply boxes along the way was originally small. And the closer to the finals, even the supply boxes became fewer and fewer. It was quite good to get 70 bottles from the Orc Alliance. After a while, Vera handed the mental power replenishment potion to them. Fu Yin also led his people to make way for them to pass. Zhu Zi watched Pei Xinhua count the spiritual power replenishment potions, exactly 70 bottles. Pei Xinhua had a smile in her eyes, and the others were also happy about the sudden increase in spiritual power replenishment potions. In the live broadcast room. Ha, the Orc Alliance team was fooled. Most of the spiritual power potions that Simmons and others had worked so hard to save were suddenly in the pockets of other teams. It is much easier to rob the Orc Alliance team than to search one by one in the supply box. A very classic routine of starting from high to low. I can't laugh anymore. You see that Vera seems to be very satisfied with both sides. But the people on the side of the Elf Kingdom are more satisfied. In the arena, Vera patted his chest and said with relief, fortunately, they only took 70 supplementary potions. Otherwise, if they needed 300, where would we find them? But Vaughn, who was standing by, looked at the three teams that happily left with full loads and most of the supplementary potions missing, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. He glanced at Dahlia, who was lying on the ground with a pale face covering his wound. It was because Dahlia was useless that they suffered heavy losses. "Have you done what I asked you to do?" Vaughn avoided the floating camera and frowned to confirm. Looking at Vaughn, who looked particularly gloomy, Dahlia nodded quickly despite the severe pain. "Brother has done it." The bag of powder that Vaughn gave him fell apart with a pinch. When fighting with Simir, he had already secretly sprinkled the powder on Simir's body. Originally, Simi had nothing to do with it, but it was his bad luck that he had to stay with the elves and was chosen to fight for them. He could only blame himself for his bad luck. Dahlia glanced at Zhu Ziyuan. It was still the people of the Interstellar Federation who had brains and knew who to choose. Seeing that Dahlia had completed what he had ordered, Fuin's gloomy face eased a little. "I'm afraid that by then the Elf Kingdom team will have the life to get the mental power replenishment potion, but they won't be able to use it." Fuin waved to an orc next to him and said, "Go bandage Dahlia." Dahlia was seriously injured this time, and after that, he was kicked by Fuin again, so his injury is even more serious now. The orc team members carefully treated Dahlia's wounds, and it took a lot of time just to stop his bleeding. Fuin stood by and waited. Without the threat of the Elf Kingdom team, their team now had plenty of time. Finally, under Zhu Ziyuan's urging, the two teams set off. Watching the league game at the scene, a countdown clock suddenly appeared on the side of the screen, where the points ranking of each team was originally displayed. We can see that there are still 8 hours left before the end of the elimination round. The teams leading the field are the Elf Kingdom, Angels and Yaz. The teams in second place are the Orcs Alliance and Interstellar Federation. The third is the Mermaid Kingdom. Suing said, looking at the dynamic progress map provided by the organizer. At this speed, the Elf Kingdom team will probably reach the finals area in more than 3 hours. Liangzhou speculated. Although the Orcs Alliance team is temporarily behind, their speed is the fastest in the field. It is hard to say which of the two teams will reach the finals area first. In the field, Zhu Ziyuan and Vaughn Simmons led the two teams forward in silence. Vaughn Simmons had previously disliked the teammate that the Queen Mother had arranged for them, but now it seems that the two teams together are indeed faster than they would be on their own. Before completely destroying these interstellar people, they must also learn to cooperate with them. Vaughn now looked at Zhu Ziyuan and his eyes were much gentler than before, thinking about the cooperation conditions that the Queen Mother agreed to with Wei Shilan. They had to protect Zhu Ziyuan's safety during the cooperation period, and give Zhu Ziyuan more opportunities to show himself in front of the camera, so that he could gain more reputation and build momentum for Wei Shilan's election. The Queen Mother originally planned to cooperate with the current head of the Interstellar Federation, but now she has changed people, but it doesn't make any difference to Vaughn. The team continued to move forward. When Vaughn saw the high-level star worms appearing in the cliff, he did not rush forward for the first time, but let Zhu Ziyuan go forward before him, and he assisted Zhu Ziyuan from the side. Seeing that Vaughn Simmons let him go, Zhu Ziyuan rushed forward with other teammates without hesitation. Half an hour later, this high-level star worm died under Zhu Ziyuan's sword with great ease, and the points of the Interstellar Federation also increased a lot. Zhu Ziyuan smiled with a smile in his eyes, and was very happy. If he didn't take advantage of this benefit now, he would not get anything when the Zerg reacted. After killing the high-level Zerg, they continued to walk towards the next Zerg swarm marked on the route. However, before reaching the Zerg swarm, Zhu Ziyuan noticed that the people of the Orc Alliance suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Zhu Ziyuan asked. Fu In stared at a pile of waste rocks not far away. His pupils suddenly widened. "There is a king worm." After a while, as Fu In said, a 6 or 7 meter long insect came out from behind the pile of stones. The 9 pairs of black compound eyes on the top of its head showed its identity as a king insect. A thin and solid bone spur extended from the head of the king insect, and the poisonous mucus at the tip of the bone spur kept dripping down. Once pierced by the bone spur, the poison will spread to the whole body in an instant, and death is inevitable. This is Kuei. They plan to use it to deal with the king insect of the elves. But Fuin was surprised. How could it appear here? The king insect made a clicking sound when its mouth parts opened and closed, as if it was attracted by something, and ran straight towards Dahlia. Fuin also looked at Dahlia, with a pair of bloody red eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Dahlia widened his eyes in disbelief. How could this be possible? He had clearly sprinkled the powder on Simius' body. Seeing this scene, Zhu Ziyuan on the side silently stepped back a few steps. As early as yesterday when Vaughn brought 3 orcs into his tent, Zhu Ziyuan felt something was wrong. Fearing that they would harm his sister, Zhu Ziyuan wanted to quietly listen to what they were talking about. But Von Simmons set up a barrier so that he couldn't hear a word. However, Zhu Ziyuan had another way. When he woke up early this morning, he asked someone to keep an eye on the movements of those orcs. Chili, who was staring at Dahlia, immediately discovered that something was wrong with Dahlia. Although Zhu Ziyuan didn't know what Dahlia wanted to do, he still secretly sent someone to contact his sister and asked them to pay more attention. Sure enough, this afternoon, Von Simmons couldn't help but start to take action. But with Zhu Ziyuan's advance notice, Simi was extremely alert during the battle and paid attention to Dahlia's small movements. Then he found that Dahlia tried to sprinkle some powder on him, but Simi quietly opened the mental barrier to not only block the powder outside, but also let it stick to Dahlia's body. Zhu Ziyuan looked at the king bug that was supposed to appear in the finals and chuckled. It turned out that this was Von Simmons' idea. In the League Live broadcast room, the audience, who didn't know the truth, looked at the sudden appearance of the king bug in surprise. How could there be a king bug in the elimination zone? Did the competition organizer not manage it well, and let the king bug run out? Wouldn't the competition organizer come out to explain? On the other side, in a room full of stadium monitoring screens, representatives from various countries in the Star Dome Conference gathered here to form the competition team of the Alliance League. The representative of the Orc Alliance looked at the screen in the Orc Alliance teams monitoring anxiously. Why did the king bug appear here? This is a mistake in the stadium management. We should quickly send someone to drive the king bug back to the finals area. But the game has already started. It's not easy for us to intervene. The representative of the Elf Kingdom said hesitantly. There are many variables in the competition. The representative of the Mermaid Nation said with his head propped up. The representative of the Interstellar Federation stood up from his seat with concern, but the words he said were like mud. Oh, how could this happen? The representative of the Orc Alliance stared at these people with anger. A few minutes later, the organizers of the Star Alliance League issued a statement. There is no limit to the location where the king bug appears. Then they posted a graph to calculate the possibility and probability of the king bug appearing in various places. But the king bug should obviously appear in the finals area. Someone said in confusion. The king bug has been released. How can it be controlled? The organizers just tried their best to control the king bug in the finals area, and did not say that it can only appear in the finals area. It seems that the Orc Alliance team is unlucky. Chapter 139. In the arena, the king worm's carapace glowed with a metallic cold light, and several pairs of jointed legs slid on the ground, moving at an extremely fast speed. It rushed to Dahlia in a short while, and the sharp bone spurs on the top of the king worm's head almost pierced his shoulder. Vaughn looked at this scene with a gloomy face. The Zerg communicated and distinguished their own kind through antennae and smell. In the eyes of this king worm, they were just enemies, not their own kind. Now they could only get rid of this king worm. Vaughn picked up the long knife, and the blade slashed through the air with a cold light. Other Simmons also took out their mental weapons and aimed at the king worm. Several attacks fell on the king worm, and the sound of metal and carapace colliding was heard. The membranous wings on the back of the king worm spread out and flew into the air. The beastmen looked at the poisonous bone spurs of the king worm with fear, because they were afraid of being stabbed by the bone spurs and were restrained. The Orc Alliance, inside the president's palace. The opaque heavy curtains were always covering the sky, making it hard to tell whether it was day or night outside. In the huge dark space, the only thing that was lit was the live projection of the Star Alliance League. The scene of the battle between the Orc Alliance and the king bug in the stadium was projected on it. The light flickered on the face of the king bug, and the room was filled with a suffocating low pressure. The reason why the king bug is different from other Zergs is that each king bug will be born with a special ability. However, among the 24 king bugs in the stadium, only Vorn, Dahlia, and Vera successfully retained their special abilities after becoming orcs. Among them, several king bugs were unable to exert their SS-level strength due to the suppression of the orc shell. The royal insect looked at the royal insects killing each other in the arena, and his face was so gloomy that it seemed that water could be squeezed out of it. If it wasn't for the purpose of obtaining the evolution there would be no need to suffer such humiliation. Moreover, the powder she gave to Von Simmons was mixed with ingredients that could stimulate the royal insect Kui and make it enter a violent state. Didn't she let Von Simmons use the powder on Zhu Zi and his group? How come it was their own team that was attacked by the royal insects? The next moment, the royal insect clenched his fists, watching Simmons being pierced by the bone spurs of the royal insect. The deadly toxin penetrated his meridians and invaded his bone marrow within minutes. In the arena, Fred's pupil shrank sharply, and the toxin crawled along the spine to the heart, and every inch of nerves was clamoring for a burning sensation. The fishy sweetness of rust surged in his throat, and he suddenly arched his body, and a mouthful of black blood mixed with tiny dark red blood clots gushed out. Then, he could no longer support his body and fell down. The attack of the king bug became more and more fierce, and Fu Yin and Dahlia clearly felt that the king bug was in a wrong state. This is the king bug in a violent state. The king bug in a violent state will be twice as strong as before, and it will be quite difficult for their team to deal with it alone. Xu Ziyuan, what are you doing? Why don't you come to help quickly? Fu Yin turned his head and looked in the direction of the Interstellar Federation team. But to Fu Yin's surprise, he only saw an empty grassland. Where was the Interstellar Federation team? The cooperation was cheated. Realizing this, a surging anger instantly surged into Fu Yin's heart. Fu Yin, who had never been cheated by anyone, wanted to find Xu Ziyuan to settle the account immediately, but the king bug made him unable to get away. On the other side, Dahlia's chest injury had not yet recovered, and he had to face the king bug that had been attacking him in a violent state. Dahlia seemed to be struggling, and even his reaction was not as agile as before. The king bug's tail hook brushed Dahlia's ear, and when he stumbled back, the unhealed wound on his chest burst again, and blood continued to seep out. However, the king bug suddenly turned its head, and the venom on the top of the bone spur kept dripping, stabbing at him. Dahlia opened his eyes wide, and pressed the elimination button at hand in a panic. Fortunately, there was an elimination button. It was called an elimination button, but it was actually a small short-distance space teleportation gate. Thanks to the development of Stargate space technology, players can be teleported out of the arena by pressing this button. This is also the reason why the Queen Mother was relieved to send so many king bugs into the arena. Sure enough, the next moment, Dahlia appeared in another space. The bright lights and quiet environment gradually relaxed him. He was safe, and a smile appeared on Dahlia's face unconsciously. There was another boy who pressed the elimination button with Dahlia. The boy obviously recognized Dahlia, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. SSS level was eliminated so quickly. Dahlia glanced at the boy with great displeasure. If someone dared to say such a thing in the Orc Alliance, he would have killed him long ago. But this was not his territory. Dahlia just glanced at him coldly, and ignored him and walked to the door. But just when Dahlia was about to walk to the door, the metal door that was originally open was locked in an instant. A clang sound locked Dahlia and the boy in this confined space. What's going on? Dahlia frowned. The next moment, an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Dahlia opened his eyes wide, and felt one dangerous breath after another. Finally, one of them is coming. A lazy and casual voice came. Dahlia turned his head to look at the source of the voice, and he saw Juicy looking at him coldly. Then the former elf King Smollett appeared in the shadows. Although Smollett had no expression on his face, a huge sense of oppression suddenly hit him. Dahlia's pupils shrank, and he retreated repeatedly. He seemed to have gone from a dangerous place to another more dangerous place. However, the boy standing next to Dahlia was full of surprise. He didn't expect that the two big guys, who couldn't be seen at the opening ceremony, would appear in the elimination area. Could it be a benefit for the eliminated contestants? The boy's eyes lit up. It was a rare opportunity. He walked forward happily to see if he could take a photo with Smollett and Juicy. This would be enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. But the next moment, the boy froze in his place. The undisguised killing intent filled the air. Smollett's slender fingers clasped the hilt and drew out the long sword. Juicy also took action immediately, with the sword pointed directly at Dahlia. Two cold lights flashed, and Dahlia didn't even have time to raise his weapon to block. He only made a half-muffled sound in his throat, and fell straight down. The ground was soaked with blood. Dahlia's wide-open eyes were still filled with astonishment. The boy, who didn't know the situation, widened his eyes in horror and stepped back again and again, fearing that he would be the next one. No way, no way. Will he be executed directly after being eliminated? He didn't do anything outrageous. Smollett noticed the boy's frightened expression, and withdrew his sword with a bit of amusement, comforting him. Don't be nervous, you are not a king bug, nothing will happen. King bug. The boy was surprised. So Dahlia is a king bug. In the arena, Vaughn glanced at Fred, who was lying on the ground and completely out of breath, and the king bug who was like crazy not far away. If you are in danger, you can directly press the elimination button to leave the arena. Vaughn frowned and said decisively, while competing for evolutionary ore is important, it is also important to retain the high-end combat power of the Zerg. They can't let them die here in vain. The other Simmons were delighted to hear this. With the approval of Vaughn Simmons, They don't have to worry about being punished by the Queen Mother even if they press the elimination button. With this retreat, facing the violent King Bug, Simmons no longer hesitated because of the King Bug's venom. Seeing that the battle situation was unfavorable, Bridge Simmons could immediately press the elimination button that had been prepared at hand and leave the battlefield. Soon, another Simmons was teleported into the elimination area. Finally safe, Bridge Simmons' face was happy. He smiled and looked at the small round button in his hand. The Interstellar people's combat power was not good, but the things they made were still very useful. But before Bridge was happy for long, he saw Smollett and Juicy who had been waiting here. Another one so soon, Juicy said with a smile. The next moment, a sword light wrapped in a majestic mental power went towards Bridge. The imminent threat to his life made Bridge's hair stand on end instantly. At this moment, even if Bridge's brain was not working well, he realized that their identities had been exposed long ago. The Star Dome Alliance League was a game that this group of interstellar people had united to plot against them. Bridge roared and turned back to his original form. He waved his tentacles to try to contact the Queen Mother and the King Insects in the stadium. But he despairingly found that the signal was completely blocked in the confined space before it was sent out. Not only the signal, but he himself could not leave here. On the other side, Zhu Zi led the team into the finals area. However, Ji Qiongyu, who was following the team, keenly discovered that after entering here, their team's speed slowed down a lot. Although half of it was because the number of Zergs in the finals area increased, Ji Qiongyu felt that they seemed to be waiting for something. The time in the stadium passed by minute, and teams entered the finals area one after another. There is only 1 hour left before the elimination round ends. We can see that 5 teams, including the Elf Kingdom, Angel Kingdom, Yaz Kingdom, Interstellar Federation, and Mermaid Kingdom, have successfully entered the finals. Liang Zhou introduced the situation in the field. It seems that the teams from Shilin Kingdom and Ulysses Kingdom are about to enter the finals. But unfortunately, the North SAS Empire, which was expected to be in the front, may not be able to enter the finals. Suing said with some regret. The North SAS Empire fell behind because too many people were eliminated. Unless a miracle happened, they would not be able to reach the finals within an hour. Liang Zhou nodded. Now we are close to the final area, and the only team that has a chance to enter the final area within the specified time is the Orc Alliance, but they are blocked by the King Bug. The Orc Alliance fought fiercely with the King Bug and eliminated many players. If the Orc Alliance can solve the King Bug within the next half an hour, they still have a chance to enter the final area smoothly, Liang Zhou said. Fuin was panting in the arena, and there was a stabbing pain in his head. This was the reaction of excessive mental power consumption in his body. But now the whole team can't find any drops of mental power replenishment potion. If the Elf King hadn't cheated most of the mental power replenishment potion, they wouldn't be so embarrassed now. Fuin stared at the rampant King Bug with scarlet eyes. He had to solve it within half an hour, otherwise it would be too late. On the other side, Zhu Zi took the team to rest in an open space. The scope of the final area was reduced, and Zhu Zi met Afra and others along the way. Several people sat together. Some silently repaired their spiritual weapons, some drank nutrient solution, and some chatted and laughed. Ji Qiongyu actually didn't expect everyone to stop and rest. After all, the competition in the finals area was quite fierce, and every minute and every second here was precious. Now it was more like waiting for someone. Who is Commander Zhu waiting for? Ji Qiongyu asked with some confusion. If they were waiting for the Mermaid Kingdom team, then they would have arrived. Zhu Zi, who was drinking a sip of spiritual power supplement potion, heard this and replied, waiting for the Orc Alliance. He looked at the time on the light brain and was a little anxious. There were only 30 minutes left. It would be bad if the Orc Alliance team did not enter the finals area within the specified time. This way, she couldn't kill the King Bugs one by one in the arena. But Ji Qiongyu, who was sitting next to her, was very surprised. If Zhu Zi had said that he was waiting for the Interstellar Federation, she would not be as surprised as she is now. Aren't the Elf Kingdom and the Orc Alliance in a competitive relationship? The Elf Kingdom team is now in the lead, so why are they waiting for the Orc Alliance team? But looking at Zhu Zi's serious and resolute eyes, the lights jumped and rose in her pupils. Ji Qiongyu slapped her thigh, and suddenly her eyes lit up, as if she suddenly realized something. She knew why the Elf King did this. If the Orc Alliance team had not accidentally encountered the King Bug in the elimination zone, they would have entered the final zone by now. But the organizers handled this accident quite perfunctorily, and did not give any help to the unlucky Orc Alliance team. Although on the surface, the Elf King showed no concern about this matter, and even looked a little happy. But what Ji Cheongyu didn't expect was that the Elf King slowed down his pace and silently gave his opponent due fairness in action. Ji Cheongyu looked at Zhu Zi with awe and said excitedly, "You want a fair competition, right?" Hearing this, Zhu Zi, who was drinking a spirit-replenishing potion, almost choked. Even Afra turned her head and looked at Ji Cheongyu in surprise, who was looking at Zhu Zi with admiration. Zhu Zi widened his eyes, wondering how Ji Cheongyu came to such a conclusion. However, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly realized it after hearing Ji Cheongyu's explanation. So that's how it is. When I saw the Elf King smiling when she learned that the Orc Alliance was attacked by the King Bug, I said she was gloating. It turns out that I misunderstood her. Wow, I'm so touched. In such a fierce competition, I can still see such a brilliant character. Chapter 140. The roar of the King Worm sounded again, and Vaughn Simmons was glad that the King Worm's violent state disappeared, and its strength, which had increased several times, receded with the violent state. However, they didn't have much time left. If they couldn't get rid of this King Worm, their entire team would be eliminated. In the comment area of the Orc Alliance's live broadcast room. It should be too late. There is only half an hour left, and this King Worm is still jumping around. It's said that the King Worms put into the competition venue are carefully selected to ensure the safety of the contestants as much as possible. But why do I feel that this one is particularly ferocious? If I were in there, I'm afraid I wouldn't survive more than 3 minutes. Fortunately, there is an elimination button. I heard that the material cost of this small button alone is millions. The organizers are still very humane. But the Orc Alliance is quite miserable to encounter the King Worm in advance. Originally, they could have competed with the Elf Kingdom for first or second place. But who would have thought that they couldn't even make it through the knockout rounds? Many viewers in the live broadcast room were expressing their regrets, and some members of the Orcs Alliance were protesting to the organizers in annoyance. Inside the monitoring room of the Star Alliance tournament, the representatives of the Elf Kingdom and other countries frowned at Vaughn Simmons and his team. Lester, the representative of the Interstellar Federation, tapped the table with his fingers. He had to think of a way to make sure that the Orcs Alliance would not be eliminated. Lester's brain was working fast, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he came up with an idea. But before he could say this, he needed someone to give him a way out. Lester looked at Malik, the representative of the Orcs Alliance, who was even more anxious than him. Malik paced back and forth in the monitoring room anxiously, his eyebrows twisted into a knot. "Then this King Worm is an accident. We can't just eliminate our country's team like this." Malik finally couldn't help but said angrily. Lester nodded in agreement. "How about this, we?" However, Lester's words suddenly stopped, and Malik, who was looking at Lester expectantly, was also stunned. For a moment, everyone in the main monitoring room focused on the monitoring screen of the Orc Alliance team. Lester stared at the screen in a daze, and the method he just thought of seemed to be useless. How is this possible?" Malik said in surprise with his eyes wide open. On the screen, Vaughn Simmons' eyes suddenly darkened, and he who was rushing in the front abnormally retreated dozens of meters away. Seeing this, the other Simmons also retreated quickly, leaving only a few orcs who had not yet reacted and were still fighting the King Worm. Vaughn Simmons slowly raised his hand, and a ball of black mist appeared in his palm. In the blink of an eye, the ball of ink had already swept to the feet of the king insect. The inky black mist condensed and flowed, swallowing everything like a wave. The next moment, the roar of the king insect and the scream of the orcs in pain came from the black mist. But all the sounds disappeared after a few breaths, as if they had never appeared. Vaughn waved his hand, and the mist dispersed. The surroundings were quiet, and only the shaking of leaves could be heard. Lester looked at the open space in shock. The king insect and the orcs in the black mist disappeared. It was as if they were swallowed. And the owner of the black mist, Vaughn Simmons, rolled his throat, with a satisfied pleasure in the corners of his eyes. Lester suddenly thought of the King Worm, whose ability is to devour. Vaughn Simmons inherited the ability of the King Worm. Is this a mental field? A representative of a country asked in surprise. But the monitoring room was silent. No one answered his question. Even Malik from the Orc Alliance bowed his head and remained silent. In the live broadcast room of the Orc Alliance team, the audience was obviously shocked by this scene. Where are the King Worm and other orcs? They are gone. What a terrifying mental field. Why does this mental field seem to have no fixed range? After killing the King Worm, Vaughn commanded the team to go to the finals area. Simmons and others quickly followed, and the others stood there in a daze. The classmates and friends who had just fought together disappeared just like that, and they died in the hands of the King Worm, but in the hands of their own commander-in-chief. But Simmons and others did not give them time to be stunned. Hurry up and catch up. Vera Simmons turned her head and urged sharply. After killing the Overlord, the Orc Alliance team's points soared, surpassing the Elf Kingdom team and ranking first. The Orc Alliance team is the first team in the arena to kill the Overlord. Leon Zhou said. They are now rushing to the finals area at full speed, and may be able to reach the finals area before midnight. Su Ying continued. Time passed by minute, and Fu Ying calculated the time and sped up again. Even the small insect swarms encountered along the way launched black fog swallowing. Along the way, the Orc Alliance team arrived at the finals area in less than half an hour. Simmons and others breathed a sigh of relief. Finally they would not be eliminated. But Vera frowned and looked at Vaughn with concern. Vaughn could turn the objects he swallowed into his own energy. He was the only king insect who inherited the power of the Mother Queen. However, this power would make him addicted. Vera was worried that Vaughn would swallow too much and would not be able to maintain the appearance of an orc. I know what I am doing. Vaughn saw Vera's concern and said in a deep voice with his eyes down. In the audience area of the Star Dome Agreement League, the countdown of the elimination zone was completely reset to 0. A total of 8 teams, including the Shilin national team and the Ulysses national team, entered the finals. When the time was up, the teams that remained in the elimination zone were picked up by the competition organizers' hovercraft at once. Only the final zone remained on the entire field. The final area is much smaller than the elimination area. There are only 2 roads leading to the finish line. There are 2 roads now. One is the Elf King team, and the other is the Orc Alliance team. Zhu Ziyuan ran all the way after leaving the Orc Alliance team behind. The Interstellar Federation team was originally on the same road as the Orc Alliance team, but they took a detour to meet up with Zhu Zi and the others. Both teams were getting closer and closer to the finish line. At the finish line, the crystal-clear spiritual power, or reflected rays of light in the sun. The kingworm was attracted by the ore and lingered at the finish line. Zhu Zi was the first to arrive near the finish line. The kingworm, who had designated this area as his territory, attacked the invaders as soon as he saw them. The kingworm's sharp mouthparts kept flapping, and its nearly 5-meter-tall trunk stood upright, with sickle-shaped claws at the end of its front feet. Zhu Zi had unknowingly become the core of several teams. Afra and the others looked at her and waited for her instructions. Afra, you lead your men to go around from the left and attack its hind legs. The angels go around to the other side and lock the passage on the right side of the kingworm. Be careful not to be injured by the kingworm's sickle claws. Zhu Zi looked at the kingworm's abdomen. Compared with the hard shell in the back, this place is covered with a layer of soft armor. Second brother, attack its abdomen while the kingworm raises its claws. Zhu Zi said. Zhu Ziyuan, who was waiting anxiously on the side, saw that his sister finally called his name, and immediately responded happily. He looked at Simi and Afra, who were divided on both sides. His sister must have given him the most important task. Zhu Zi didn't know what the second brother was happy about, but she knew that the second brother would definitely do it well as long as he agreed. The audience in the live broadcast room watched the several teams cooperating in an orderly manner. It can be seen that Zhu Ziyuan is a sister control. He can be happy for a long time when his sister calls her. It's so funny. I really thought that the Interstellar Federation and the Orcs Alliance had formed an alliance. But the Orcs Alliance encountered the kingworm. Zhu Ziyuan ran as fast as he could. Now he is here, waiting eagerly for the mission. Why do I feel that these teams together are more tacit than the Simmons from the same family? In fact, there is no sense of cooperation among the Simmons. Basically, they fight each other. Although the SS level in the Orcs Alliance team can be compared with the 4 mythical races, it looks very impressive, but when they are gathered together, they are like a pile of loose sand. If the Orcs Alliance team could cooperate, so many people would not be eliminated, and Simmons would not die directly. In the arena, the kingworm, who was besieged by many people, was in a state of anger. It just caught a person and wanted to beat her to death, but another person soon appeared on the other side. The group of people came around it one after another, but it couldn't kill any of them. The king insect opened its mouth and let out a roar, and raised its sickle-like claws high, aiming at Zhu Ziyuan and Zhu Heti. Zhu Zi's face was happy, and she finally waited for this opportunity. She raised her eyes and glanced at Afra, who nodded knowingly. The ice blue field unfolded in an instant, and several ice cones condensed in the air and shot down at the king insect. The ice cones accurately pierced the gaps in the king insect's joints, and spiderweb-like ice crystals instantly spread on the surface of the shell. The king insect's just raised claws were locked in midair by the ice. Zhu Ziyuan knew that Afra's mental field could control the king insect for less than 5 seconds, and he had to kill the king insect in the shortest time. But what surprised Zhu Ziyuan was that the king insect locked in ice resumed its action in the next moment. Before he could launch an attack, the claws of the king bug raised high fell down, and Zhu Ziyuan had to twist and roll to avoid the sharp edge. Afra frowned her thin eyebrows and stared blankly at the spiritual field that suddenly disappeared. She didn't even feel any attack, and the spiritual field was broken. The Orc Alliance team is here! Someone shouted suddenly. Not far away, Fu Yin looked at Zhu Zi and the others with a cold face, but when Fu Yin's blood-red eyes turned to Zhu Ziyuan, he suddenly surged with anger. Zhu Ziyuan, who noticed Fu Yin Simmons' hatred, smiled and looked back at him, and sure enough, he saw that Fu Yin Simmons' anger was even stronger. Afra also understood why her spiritual field suddenly disappeared. She looked at the source of the energy fluctuations. This was Vera Simmons' ability. Since she appeared, she has not been able to use her mental power. But it is not clear how far Vera's ability can go. Vera raised her eyebrows and looked at Afra. You all can't beat it, so why not give this king insect to us? Vera had just finished speaking, and Afra hadn't had time to get angry, but the audience in the live broadcast room were angry first. If the Orc Alliance team hadn't intervened, this side would have been finished and the points would have been added. Is this really the Interstellar League? Why did the Orc Alliance team act like star pirates? The Orc Alliance team looked decent before, but why did they start to expose their true nature later? Are all the people in the Orc Alliance like this? Don't escalate to the entire country, most orcs are still very normal. The behavior of the Orc Alliance team is really shameful. When selecting players, the Orc Alliance only considers strength, but does not care about its international image at all. In the arena, Afra just found Vera's words funny. If Vera was a real orc, Afra might still be angry. But Vera Simmons is a complete kingworm. Afra has never seen a kingworm compete with interstellar people to kill its own kind. However, the energy of this kingworm has been almost consumed. If the Orc Alliance team comes to grab it again, she will naturally not be willing to hand it over to them. And Afra felt that Vaughn Simmons' state was not right. Afra herself couldn't explain it, but she felt that Vaughn's eyes when he looked at the kingworm were strange. It seemed to be filled with greed and desire. Vaughn raised his hand, and a ball of black mist condensed in his hand. What is this? Afra widened her eyes slightly. Zhu Zi felt the dangerous breath from the black mist, and even Simmons, who was originally standing next to Vaughn, stepped back a few steps away from the black mist. Everyone be careful, don't let the black mist get close. Zhu Zi reminded. But the black mist was very fast, trying to pass through the crowd and point directly at the king insect. Xia Pu put up the bow and arrow, his pupils locked on the trajectory of the black mist, and suddenly released the string when it passed the crowd, and several mental arrows penetrated the air and shot accurately at the black mist. But the arrows dissipated the moment they touched the black mist, and the black mist only slowed down slightly. Others saw the black mist retreating, and then various attacks fell on the black mist, but were all swallowed up. Even the spear thrown by Gallop disappeared in the black mist and never came back. Gallop, who had lost his spiritual weapon, widened his eyes in shock. If a person was sucked in, wouldn't he be swallowed up directly? Zhu Zi frowned and unfolded his spiritual domain, but what surprised Zhu Zi was that even the domain tree that could be used within the domain control of others had no reaction just now. Not far away, the black fog quickly swept across the ground. Zhu Ziyuan, who was in the center of the battlefield, was swinging his sword to block the claws of the king insect. The sword blade and claws collided and made a buzzing sound. The long sword left deep marks under the front claws of the king insect. The king insect raised its front claws in pain. Seeing the king insect stop, Zhu Ziyuan used the force to turn around and jump up. But Zhu Ziyuan's movement suddenly stopped, and the extremely dangerous aura made him turn his head suddenly. Then he saw a group of black fog only half a foot away from him. The black fog was not like an ethereal gas, but more like thousands of wriggling black silks, each of which was filled with murderous intent and made a tiny sound when twisting. Be careful. Get out of the way. Zhu Ziyuan heard several voices shouting around him. On the other side, Zhu Zi had already raised the Star Core sword when he found that he could not use his mental power. The mental power gathered on the sword, and the sword suddenly burst out with a dazzling silver light, falling towards the surging black fog. Zhu Ziyuan also dodged sideways as soon as he noticed the black fog. The moment the Star Core sword touched the black fog, the silver light and the black color collided violently, the black fog trembled slightly, and the sword energy stirred up a circle of circular black ripples. Zhu Zi turned his wrist, and the sword force suddenly accelerated. A half-moon-shaped sword energy burst out from the tip of the blade, cutting the black fog in two. Fu Wen looked at the intact long sword and the split black fog, and his eyes flashed with surprise. How could this happen? Vera opened her eyes wide. Her ability can prevent interstellar people within a certain range from using their mental power field, but Zhu Zi directly split Fu Wen's black fog without any increase in mental power field. However, it was useless for Zhu Zi to split it, and the black fog was immortal under Fu Wen's control. Fu Wen raised his hand again, and the black fog that was split into another half not far away went towards the direction of the king insect. Fu Wen's eyes were full of the sharp edge of determination. In front of the Queen of the Orc Alliance, he didn't have many opportunities to devour the king insect. Not far away, Zhu Zi was entangled by another group of black fog and couldn't get away. Fu Wen successfully controlled half of the black fog to pass Zhu Zi. Zhu Ziyuan, Shimia and Afra looked at each other. Shimia's wings suddenly spread out, and the feathers of light burst out like broken diamonds. Afra turned her wrist, and the blade condensed into an arc of light in her palm, controlling the king insect. Zhu Ziyuan stared at the movement trajectory of the king insect, and found the right time before the black fog arrived, and the long sword broke through the air, and cut the king insect's abdomen from the abdomen. Dark green blood splashed, accompanied by a shrill roar, and the king insect collapsed to the ground. When Fu Wen's black fog touched the king insect was already dead. Fu Wen frowned in disdain, and the black fog suddenly dissipated like a receding tide. In the audience area of the league, the audience held their breath and watched the battle between the two sides. The last king insect in the arena was killed. Because it was killed by several teams together, the points of the king insect were distributed according to the contribution of each team calculated by the intelligent brain. At present, the Orc Alliance team has the highest points in the field. Suing said. Liang Zhou nodded. Originally, the Elf Kingdom team had the highest points, but the Orc Alliance team independently killed a king insect with the highest points, not only jumping to the first place, but also opening a big gap with other teams. If the Elf Kingdom team wants to get the first place in points, only the spiritual power mine I can make up for the gap. Suing continued. Let's see who will win in the end. The Star Dome Alliance League has come to the final stage, and a large number of viewers have instantly poured into the live broadcast room of the final area. Although the Star Dome Alliance League has only been held for a few days, the field has been highly discussed by various players. The most discussed were Zhu Zi and Vaughn Simmons. However, those who supported Vaughn Simmons at the beginning and even said that the Simmons family should become the next mythical race are now silent. On the contrary, the popularity of Zhu Zi has been rising. Some people have even organized a fan club for her. Banners for Zhu Zi can be seen in the audience area of the league. Some eliminated players are also watching the game in the audience. Edith of the North SAS Empire is sitting in the viewing area of her country. When she looked up, she saw several people in front of her waving small flags of the Elf King as the first. Edith was also assigned one and waved it happily. Among the many banners supporting Zhu Zi in the audience area, there was also one supporting the Star Core Beast. A few days ago, Wu Qian was still the most popular, but since the cute-looking, murderous Zerd-like Star Core Beast appeared, its popularity has been rising. However, it was the first time that Edith saw someone supporting a sword in the game. Even the popularity of this sword ranks ahead of that of Vaughn Simmons. On the other side, Smollett and Zhu Zi, who were bored in the elimination zone, also opened the live broadcast room of the final zone. The two old fathers were watching the live broadcast together harmoniously. Originally, Zhu Zi never looked at the barrage when watching live broadcasts, because there were too many kinds of information in the barrage. And for him, generally 99 out of 100 barrages were invalid information. Watching these barrages actually hindered him from watching the game. But this time, Zhu specially opened the barrage in the live broadcast room, and he suddenly found the fun of watching the barrage. Zhu Zi was in a good mood after seeing all the comments praising his daughter. Even Smollett did not stop Zhu Zi from picking out these comments and putting them on a screen. However, there would be a few unfriendly comments occasionally. Smollett directly blocked these people. After the malicious comments disappeared, the interface instantly returned to peace. In the comment area of the live broadcast room of the Star Dome Alliance League, tens of thousands of comments were refreshed every minute. Although our country's team has been eliminated, it does not prevent me from supporting the Elf Kingdom team. Ah, the Elf King is so handsome. I want to be a pendant for the Elf King. To be a pendant, I have to queue up. I queue up before you. In fact, I originally supported Vaughn Simmons, But suddenly I felt that the atmosphere on the Orc Alliance team was very bad. Even the main members from the same family get along quite coldly, not to mention Simmons, and others treat other ordinary players. The other orcs in the Orc Alliance team are quite pitiful. Before in the elimination zone, Vaughn Simmons killed anyone he wanted. It looked scary. It could have been avoided with a reminder, but no one in the main force reminded them. They simply don't care about the lives of ordinary orcs. No one thinks that his mental power field is also very strange. It is a type that has never appeared before. In the arena, Fu In looked at the king worm lying on the ground with dim eyes. Even the crystal core of the king worm was dug out. Those interstellar people looked quite skilled in digging out star cores. But dead things have no value to him. Fu In's scarlet eyes swept around the group of people in front of him. There are so many living people here, and there is also the Eye of the Evolved Ore. This mine must belong to their Zerg. The two parties stood facing each other in an open space half a meter apart. Without the interference of the king bug, the mine at the end was placed a few steps away and could be obtained in a few steps. But neither side wanted to let the other side get it first. The silent atmosphere in the finals was like the calm before the storm. This tranquility was interrupted by an arrow from Xia Pu. At Chu Zi's signal, Xia Pu fired a mental arrow in the direction of Vera. Vera's figure swayed, and before he could dodge, his shoulder was scratched by the arrow, leaving a bloodstain. Two Simmons immediately stood in front of Vera, and a translucent mental shield rose beside Vera. Chu Zi frowned and looked at Vera, who was protected in the center. Judging from the tense appearance of Simmons and others, Vera's combat strength should not be high. But her ability is very special. With her around, they can't release the mental field. We must eliminate Vera first, Chu Zi said in a deep voice. As soon as Chu Zi finished speaking, Vaughn Simmons led his men to attack them. Vaughn Simmons had already pounced like a black panther, and his mental power was gathered in the sharp sword and swung towards Chu Zi. Chu Zi dodged Vaughn's sword wind. Xia Pu's arrow turned sharply to meet him, and the arrow tip collided with the sharp sword, bursting out dazzling sparks. For a while, everyone in the field fell into a state of battle. Chu Zi's side had more people, and there were 3 or 4 people fighting against one orc at the same time. Except for the people of the Simmons family, who had a much higher mental power level, the remaining orcs were at a normal level, and they were quickly defeated in the situation of several people against one. In just over 10 minutes, several orcs pressed the elimination button and left the field. On the main team side, Vaughn Simon kept a close eye on Chu Zi. Before coming to participate in the Star Alliance League, the Queen Mother had told him to get rid of the Elf King Chu Zi in the Star Alliance League. The Zerg had failed several times before in their attempts to kill Chu Zi, and it also aroused the vigilance of the Elf King's court. The Elf King was protected in the royal court, and it was difficult to get rid of her. But the Star Alliance League was an excellent opportunity, and it might be the only chance for the Zerg. Otherwise, they could only wait for the Zerg tide to surround the Eternal Galaxy to kill the Elf King. Vaughn Simons held a long sword, and a group of inky black mist followed him like a shadow, pressing towards Chu Zi step by step. Chu Zi was very troubled by the black fog of Vaughn Simmons. Even if she could use the Star Core sword to split the black fog would gather together in the next moment and stick to her like a dogskin plaster. If she was not careful, she would be sucked into the black fog. The sword energy of the Star Core sword could only calm the black fog for a moment, but when Chu Zi used the sword to cut the black fog, she didn't even feel tired, but the Star Core sword in her hand protested. The doubtful voice of the Star Core beast came in Chu Zi's mind. Why do I feel more and more hungry? The Star Core beast said. Hungry? Chu Zi frowned. The Star Core beast had stayed in the mausoleum for hundreds of years without eating or drinking, and never felt hungry. Why would he feel hungry now? The only thing the Star Core beast could eat was the energy in the Star Core. Could it be that when the sword body touched the black fog, the energy of the Star Core would also be swallowed by the black fog? Vaughn Simmons was dealing with Chu Zi. The moment black mist touched the Star Core's sword, he knew that the sword in Chu Zi's hand must be a good thing. Rich energy came from the sword, and even if he swallowed only a little bit, black mist would be excited. If he swallowed it all, it would definitely be more delicious than those king insects. A greedy light flashed in Vaughn Simmons' eyes. But compared to this sword, Vaughn Simmons wanted to swallow the Elf King more. Black mist changed its form under Vaughn Simmons' super control, and he needed to find the right time to kill it with one blow. If Chu Zi had a little breathing space, Chu Zi would immediately press the elimination button and leave. He was fortunate to have the protection of the elimination button before, but now he thought that the elimination button was also a trouble. Chu Zi sensed the murderous intent from the black mist, and turned around to avoid it. No wonder the king insect regarded Von Simmons as the killer weapon of the Star Dome Agreement League. Von Simmons was really difficult to deal with. Zhu Zi frowned at the ghostly black mist in Von Simmons' hand. If it didn't work, she would pull Von Simmons to press the elimination button together. After being teleported to the elimination zone, let Dad deal with him. Zhu Zi slashed at the rapidly approaching black mist again, listening to the aggrieved voice of the Star Core beast in her mind. After the game, I will definitely take you to eat a lot of Star Cores. Zhu Zi comforted. Suddenly Zhu Zi remembered what Vaughn said before, that his black mist was immortal. But Zhu Zi didn't believe that there was anything immortal. The black mist didn't die just because her mental strength was not enough. But Vera's ability limits her ability to use the mental field, so before Vera is eliminated, the Star Core beast can only work hard. In the live broadcast room of the league, some viewers, who didn't understand, raised questions. It's strange why no one from the Myth race uses the mental field. Isn't the Elf King's mental field very powerful? The Elf Kingdom has kept the information about the Elf King's mental field very well, and there are few photos and videos circulating on the Star Network. I heard that it is the only materialized mental field in the entire galaxy, but I haven't seen what it looks like. No one from the Myth race uses the mental field because of some restrictions. Su Ying explained based on the battle situation. It is the mental field restriction of Vera Simmons. Although there has been no similar mental field before, such a field skill may be classified as an auxiliary mental field. Vera Simmons only has an SS level mental power level, but she can quietly use the mental field without being detected by several SSS on the opposite side. It can be seen that her field skills are powerful. Liang Zhou continued. But what actually surprised Liang Zhou was that the Elf King's materialized spiritual field was also restricted. In the arena, if Afra and the others could hear the commentary, they would definitely feel helpless. When ordinary people use their spiritual field, they will emit spiritual fluctuations. As long as they capture the spiritual fluctuations, they can suppress the opponent's field. But Vera did not use her spiritual field but her ability. If Afra did not know in advance that Vera was the king insect, she would definitely doubt whether she was not capable enough to detect it. Not far away, Zhu Zi was entangled by Von Simmons, and couldn't get away. If Von Simmons's black mist could devour objects to replenish himself, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Zhu Zi. Now Vera must be eliminated as soon as possible. But several Simmons protected Vera very tightly, and Vera has not left the mental protection shield yet. Vera in the protection shield is not worried about her own safety. Anyway, there is an elimination button. If there is danger, she can leave by pressing it. Vera is now more worried about Vaughn. The pleasure of easily obtaining energy can easily make people lose their minds. If Vaughn fails to control and exposes the identity of the king insect, it may directly implicate them. But suddenly, there were sounds from the mental protection shield above Vera's head, and several short blades touched the mental protection shield and burst into flames. Afra hooked her fingertips suddenly, and several short blades spun back to her palm, and then were shot out again. This time the force of the shot was even greater, and the short blade collided with the translucent protective cover, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear. Vera then looked outside in panic. Mel, come and reinforce the protective cover. Vera shouted. But Mel had no time to respond to her, and she retreated in panic under Zhu Ziyuan's pressure. On the non-main member side, the orcs could not withstand such a one-on-many situation, and were eliminated one after another. There were even orcs, who were eliminated who secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the scene of their teammates being swallowed by the black fog was firmly engraved in their minds. Being eliminated by the Elf Kingdom team was much better than staying in the competition field and following Von Simmons, who regarded human life as worthless. But to be honest, the people on the Spiritual Power Kingdom team were a little surprised that this time it went so smoothly. If a few of the main members of the Orc Alliance team came here, the orcs would not be eliminated so quickly. But the main force of the Orc Alliance ignored these orcs at all, as if they didn't care whether they were there or not. After eliminating the non-main members, many people had their hands free to intervene in the battle of the main members. More and more people pointed their spears at Vera, and the Simmons who were originally protecting Vera were sent away. Vera in the protective shield panicked. The short blade between Afra's raised hands flew out again, and the cracks in the protective shield became larger and more obvious. Vera began to repair the protective shield herself, but her speed of repairing the protective shield could never catch up with the speed of the protective shield being destroyed. As soon as the cracks on the protective shield were repaired, an arrow came out from nowhere and pierced through. There was a circular gap on the protective shield, and the arrow landed straight at her feet, which frightened Vera. If she hadn't dodged in time, her feet would have been frozen. Vera suddenly began to get scared, and she looked at the eyes looking at her one after another outside the protective shield. The protective shield that Vera originally thought was extremely safe has now become her death warrant. Her greatest ability is forbidden, and if she goes out now, those people outside will definitely beat her into a sieve. Vera reinforced the protective shield with fear, and desperately operated the power in the crystal core to transform it into mental power, trying to bridge the spiderweb-like cracks on the protective shield. But with a crisp sound, the translucent mental shield still cracked in front of her. The mental fragments fell like thousands of light fragments. Before Vera was completely exposed to everyone, she quickly pressed the elimination button. A slight dizziness came over Vera, but when Vera opened her eyes again, she found that she was already in another space. Vera patted her chest with some fear. Fortunately, she pressed it quickly, otherwise she would have almost died there. But suddenly Vera froze in place. She saw the crystal cores of the king insects placed randomly on the table in front of her. Familiar breaths came from the crystal cores, and Vera could even recognize where each crystal core came from. Vera trembled and her face was pale. All the king insects who pressed the elimination button were here, placed on the table. However, one of them was her. In the competition venue, after Vera was eliminated, the omnipresent oppressive aura also dissipated. Zhu Zi's face lit up, and the next moment the spiritual field spread out around her. Von Simmons wanted to swing his sword to stop Zhu Zi's spiritual field, but it was useless. He watched a seed suspended in the air quickly take root and sprout under the urging of Zhu Zi's spiritual power. After a few breaths, a huge tree grew at the end of the gravel, and the canopy that covered the sky swayed in the wind, emitting a bright glow. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at the giant tree in shock. Finally, I saw the materialized spiritual field. This is the spiritual field. Such a big tree, how big is the scope of this field? It feels that the spiritual field of the Elf King has a sacred feeling of the Elf Mother Tree. In the arena, Von Simmons felt a strong sense of oppression coming from above his head, and even his 5 lungs seemed to be tightened by invisible iron clamps, causing dull pain. As long as you are in Zhu Zi's spiritual field, this sense of oppression will be everywhere. Von Simmons clenched his fists and looked up at the giant tree in the center of the field. If the energy on Zhu Zi's Dark Core Sword can be swallowed by him, then can this materialized spiritual field also provide him with nutrients, if the black fog swallows this giant tree? Von Simmons' eyes moved slightly, and the black fog suddenly attacked the center of Zhu Zi's field under his control. But before the black fog touched the giant tree, it was immediately bounced away by an invisible force, and then Von Simmons felt a huge shock, and blood gushed out of his mouth. You actually want to swallow my spiritual field? Zhu Zi smiled and looked at Von Simmons. The black fog lingered around Von Simmons, but Von Simmons was obviously pale and embarrassed. But a pair of blood-red eyes looked at the giant tree in Zhu Zi's spiritual field with a bright light. At the moment when the black fog was bounced away, Von Simmons clearly saw countless surging spiritual powers surging along the veins of the giant tree. The huge energy was like a gorgeous nebula, dangerous and charming. A voice madly emerged in Von Simmons' mind, like the whisper of the abyss demon, swallow it, swallow it, swallow it. Von Simmons' lips hummed and whispered in a low voice. On the capital star of the Orc Alliance. The Royal Bug stood up suddenly, while watching the live broadcast of the Star Dome Alliance League. She looked at Von Simmons' obsessed and greedy eyes, and could no longer sit still. She didn't need to guess what Von Simmons was thinking about now. Greed is the nature of the Zerg, and there is nothing to blame. Only interstellar people would call this greed. Rather than greed, it is more like a need and instinct. But Von Simmons is now in the Star Dome Agreement League, which is broadcast live throughout the interstellar space. Countless eyes are watching his every move. And Von Simmons' current state is obviously not right, and the royal insect can't help but get anxious. The royal insect turned into its original form, and its huge body appeared in the empty office. Several pairs of scarlet compound eyes stood on its head, and a pair of furry tentacles swayed up and down. This time, she deliberately gathered energy on the tentacles, and as long as she wanted, she could let any Zerg within 2 galaxies receive her signal. Von Simmons obviously didn't have much reason left, and she couldn't let him be exposed in the league. But as the tentacle swayed, the royal insect found that she couldn't transmit the signal to the stadium. The entire Star Dome Agreement League stadium was wrapped in a special energy shield, isolating the signal she sent. But the royal insect was not in a hurry. If he couldn't contact Vaughn, he could contact Dahlia. There was a way to contact Dahlia and Vaughn, but what surprised the Queen Bug was that Dahlia, who had been eliminated and left the competition area, could not be contacted. An ominous premonition instantly surged into the Queen Bug's heart, and then she contacted Simmons one after another on Yuan Liao's star. But what responded to her was silence. Those who were still in the competition area could be said to have been blocked from the signal, but the eliminated Simmons also seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. How is this possible? The Queen Bug said in a daze. If these King Bugs disappeared at the same time on Yuan Liao's star, there would be only one possibility. All dead. The Queen Insect was startled when she saw the 4 mythical races working in harmony in the live broadcast. Instantly, a thought came to her mind and occupied her brain. These interstellar people had long known that they were Zerg. In the competition field, Vaughn Simmons looked at the giant tree in the field with his eyes getting darker and darker. Zhu Zi's Star Core sword flashed, and Vaughn Simmons, who sensed the danger, had his pupils shrink and retreated to avoid it. Other Simmons wanted to go forward to help Vaughn, but was blocked by Simi and others. The black mist blocked Vaughn Simmons' body, acting as a mental shield. Zhu Zi held a long sword, and his mental power gathered at the edge of the Star Core sword, slashing at the black mist as he had done countless times before. Under the blessing of the mental field, the Star Core sword was sharp, with a sharp sound of tearing through space, and the black mist was violently surging by the Star Core sword. Vaughn Simmons also felt a sharp pain, his throat was surging with blood, and black blood was overflowing from the corners of his mouth. Vaughn Simmons looked at Zhu Zi, who was approaching like the god of death. The elimination button was in his right pocket. He could leave here as long as he pressed it. But if he left this time, he would never be able to eat such rich energy. Vaughn Simmons threw away the button, and just as Zhu Zi's Star Core sword was about to fall, the orc's body cracked inch by inch. Dark green mucus oozed out of the cracks, and the crisp sound of dislocated bones mixed with the sound of shells rubbing exploded, and a huge king insect appeared in the arena. Chapter 141. Seeing that Vaughn Simmons had turned into an overlord, the audience in the live broadcast room opened their mouths in shock. It was actually an overlord. Am I dazzled, or am I dreaming? How did the overlord disguise himself as an orc? Has the Zerg evolved to this level? Simmons is an overlord, and the people of the Orc Alliance feel like the sky is falling. Shock my whole family, the third overlord in the arena was actually transformed by a player. In the arena, even those who knew that Simmons was an overlord were shocked to see such a scene with their own eyes. Vaughn Simmons had 9 pairs of compound eyes on his head, like a scarlet abyss. He glanced at the crowd around him, and opened his huge mouthparts and roared. The black fog that was split by Zhu Zi also began to condense again, becoming several times larger than before. The black fog swept up the sand like a whirlwind. The other Simmons saw that Vaughn was exposed, and realized that they could not escape, so they all turned into their original forms. Not far away, Shi Qiongyu opened her eyes wide, and looked at an orc in front of her, who was about to be eliminated by her. Suddenly, he turned around and turned into a king insect. The body several meters high was like a small hill, and the hard shell glowed coldly in the sun. Even if she had been to the battlefield for internship, she had never seen a scene like this where 6 or 7 king insects gathered together at the same time. If it was only Vaughn Simmons, the king insect, it would be fine, and they could still deal with it, but now it was directly forcing people to death. Shi Qiongyu turned her head, and looked at Zhu Zi, the most valuable elf king in the arena. With such an accident on the field, the game cannot go on, and the organizers will definitely send people to deal with it. But so many king bugs are far beyond the scope of what Yuanliu's star can handle. In less than half a day, the entire planet will fall. The viewing area of the league match is only a few meters away from the field. Looking at the large number of king bugs on the screen, people can't help but scream. Whenever the king bugs run out, they will be the first to die. Fear and panic spread rapidly among the crowd, and in an instant, the viewing sight of tens of thousands of people fell into chaos. Even the audience watching the game in the live broadcast room became worried. So many king bugs. We can't find so many in a bug tide on our planet. What should I do? Even if all the military academy students in the field join forces, they can't beat so many king bugs. It's so scary. In this situation, it's a good thing to be eliminated in advance. But isn't there an elimination button? Why are these cadets still on the field? They can leave by pressing it. Yes, at this point, let's not worry about the rankings. It's more important to save our lives. The future of the entire galaxy is here. Don't let the Overlord destroy you. A large number of messages urging the players to leave quickly appeared in the barrage, but what surprised everyone was that even if there was an elimination button in hand, no player pressed the button to leave in this situation. In the field, Shi Qiongyu clenched the sword in her hand, used the force to spin and leap up, and the tentacles of the overlord behind her had already shattered the ground like an iron whip. Ji Qiangyu's long sword drew a beautiful silver arc in the air. She knew that the army on Yuanliu Star could not deal with so many overlords. And no one knows how long it will take to wait for the outside reinforcements to arrive. She can leave, but if they all leave, these king bugs will be completely out of control. And what will happen to ordinary people outside the stadium at that time? On the other side, the two teams of Shilin and Ulysses were rushing to the finish line. The people of the two teams knew that they would definitely not be the first few to arrive at the finish line at their speed, but the announcement of the end of the race has not been heard yet, which means that no team has yet obtained the Mine Eye. They may still have a chance to compete. But when the two teams walked to the finish line and saw several king bugs, they were dumbfounded. They knew that the competition in the final area would be fierce, but they never expected it to be such a scene. Pate, the commander-in-chief of Shilin, saw Zhu Zi's mental field from a distance, and under the field were 7 king bugs and a strange black fog like a whirlwind. Seeing this scene, Pate's first reaction was that they were definitely finished. Von Simmons controlled the black mist to sweep the 2 king insects beside him into it, without distinguishing between friend and foe. The king insect's iron-hard shell turned into wisps of black smoke under the black mist, and a series of shrill and unwilling roars accompanied its body being swallowed. The black mist was surging and expanding wildly, and it grew a bit bigger every time it swallowed an inch of the king insect's flesh and blood. Suddenly, Von Simmons turned his eyes, and stared greedily at Zhu Zi's domain tree. His huge body quickly moved to the side of the tree, and the black mist like a whirlpool in the abyss attacked the target. But before the black mist touched the tree trunk, Zhu Zi's domain tree suddenly bloomed with dazzling brilliance. Zhu Zi stood under the tree, consuming a huge amount of mental energy, and calmly looked at the chaotic scene in front of him. The original plan was to deal with the king bugs one by one, but Von Simmons suddenly revealed his true form during the game, causing the situation to get out of control. But even so, these king bugs will not live long. They must die here today. Zhu Zi looked up at the sky, and the next moment a majestic fleet was coming here, with white and gold and black ships breaking through the clouds, casting a shadow in the stadium. It's the 1st Legion of the Elf King's court, and the 3rd Legion of the Dragon Clan, someone said in surprise. Ji Qianyu opened her eyes wide, and looked at the 2 strongest legions in the Interstellar. Unexpectedly, the legions far away in the Elf Kingdom, and the Interstellar Federation appeared here in just 5 minutes. The fleet hovered in the air, and the ship doors opened and figures came out one after another. The first to land was the 3rd Legion of the Dragon Clan. The well-trained legion quickly took over the combat mission of the military academy students. The legion was divided into 4 groups to deal with the remaining 4 king bugs. Under the domain number, the black fog of Von Simmons gathered more and more, and a vacuum zone formed around Zhu Zi, and no one dared to approach rashly. But after the elves of the 1st Legion landed, they immediately walked towards Zhu Zi. The originally critical situation took a turn for the better, and the panicked crowd in the viewing area gradually calmed down and began to evacuate in turn according to the arrangements of the security personnel. But some people couldn't help but stop and look at the picture on the screen. In the picture, the girl stood quietly under the giant tree. Her hair was blown by the wind, brushing across her young but unusually calm face. Behind her, the tall elves stood in neat rows, respectfully and firmly guarding their king. It seemed that they would charge for her without hesitation and crush all obstacles in front of them, as long as they were waiting for Zhu Zi's order. Edith looked at this scene with a slightly stunned look in her eyes. Since she was eliminated, she has been paying attention to the Elf Kingdom team. Watching Zhu Zi lead the team forward, and watching her kill the Zerg again and again. She thinks Zhu Zi can definitely be regarded as an excellent commander-in-chief. But the scene in front of her made Edith realize for the first time that Zhu Zi is not only the commander-in-chief of the team, but also the king of the Elf Kingdom. Standing behind her are the extremely loyal people and the eternal faith of the kingdom. The extremely gorgeous wings of the Elf King slowly spread out, and the silver-white long sword burst out with dazzling light. Zhu Zi gently raised his hand and pointed the sword at the king bug. Kill! The moment the order was heard, the elves moved, and countless streams of light accompanied by surging mental power attacked Von Simmons. For the first time, a look of fear appeared in the compound eyes of Von Simmons. He could no longer care about devouring Zhu Zi's spiritual power field, and hurriedly moved the black fog in front of him to resist. However, the black fog that claimed to be immortal quickly collapsed under the huge spiritual power impact. Von Simmons retreated in panic and tried to turn around and escape. Zhu Zi naturally would not give him the slightest chance to escape. The elf wings waved, the sword flashed, and he flew into the air. Don't. Von Simmons was so frightened that he spoke human words, but the body structure of the king insect made his voice hoarse and unpleasant. However, no matter what Von Simmons said at this moment, it was useless. Zhu Zi's Star Core sword broke through the hard shell on the top of the king insect's head and went straight through his forehead. Von Simmons's huge body trembled violently, and his frightened compound eyes dissipated into a hollow gray, and the last trace of life dissipated in his pupils. Zhu Zi collected his sword in midair, stepped on the head of the king bug and looked down at it. Seeing the king bug that was just rampant die right in front of him, cheers broke out around him. The cheers exploded in the crowd like a tide, and even the panicked and anxious audience area was now in a jubilation of surviving a disaster. In the monitoring room of the competition, the representatives of several major countries had already anticipated what was happening in front of them. Even the eyes of the representatives of the Orc Alliance changed from the shock and horror of watching Von Simmons become a king bug to the calmness and clarity of watching the king bug being killed. The representatives of several countries looked at each other. Although such an accident occurred at the end of the game, the competition could not be carried out to the end. But despite this, everyone knew which team was most qualified to win the first place. The general representative of the league pressed the notification button. The next moment, a loud voice resounded throughout the venue. First place in the Star Dome Agreement League, the Elf Kingdom team. In the stadium, no one had any objection to the Elf Kingdom team taking first place in the league. Zhu Zi picked up the crystal clear mineral eye under the attention of everyone. At the moment when Zhu Zi picked up the mineral eye, several fireworks bloomed in the sky above the stadium, and the grand fireworks poured down, turning into a rain of stars falling in the sky. The audience area cheered even more enthusiastically, and Edith waved the flag with Elven King first in her hand excitedly. Elf King first, Elf Kingdom team first. No one in the crowd shouted this sentence first, and this sentence was like a spark bursting into hot oil, instantly igniting the entire crowd, followed by shouts one after another, spreading from Yuanliu Star to the interstellar space. Chapter 142. The Grand Star Alliance League ended with cheers. Although the league ended, there were many follow-up problems left by the league. After Von Simmons was exposed, the Orc Alliance was in turmoil. The Zerg and the army that did not have time to escape in the Orc Alliance broke out in a large-scale conflict. Even the angry people took the initiative to join the battle and killed many high-level Zerg. "Where is Mag Simmons?" Zhu Zi asked. The king bug was not found in the Orc Alliance. It may have sensed something strange and fled back to the Zerg nest. Nenhil said with his head down. But the Zerg not only did not get the spiritual power, or this time, but also suffered heavy losses. It is estimated that it will be quiet for a long time. Zhu Zi frowned slightly. The ability of the king bug is mysterious, and he also learned about the world restart like them. The Zerg must not be taken lightly. Now the important thing is to mine the spiritual power, or to improve the overall strength, and not let the scene in the light mirror reappear again. How is the mining of spiritual power or going? Zhu Zi asked immediately. After the Star Alliance League ended, the Elf Kingdom obtained the mining rights for a large area in the southwest of the mineral star, and then immediately mined spiritual power ore. Other countries that obtained mining rights also went to the mineral star, and for a time, there was a craze for spiritual power, or in the interstellar space. A large amount of spiritual power, or has been transported to the Elf King's court, Nansir said. In the Elf Kingdom, spiritual power or is distributed according to the kingdom's contribution, and will be given priority to high-level spiritual power users to improve the kingdom's high-end combat power. However, these systems are set up to constrain the citizens. For the king, he can get as much spiritual power, or as he wants at any time. Suddenly, the door of the palace was opened, and Smollett walked in with a high-purity spiritual power, or in his hand. Get ready to go to the training room and improve your spiritual power, Smollett said to Zhu Zi as soon as he came in. Smollett was very concerned about Zhu Zi's improvement of his spiritual power. Although Smollett did not show it usually, Zhu Zi's failure to obtain the original bloodline of the elf mother tree and the inability to connect to the energy of the mother tree has always been a knot in his heart. Zhu Zi should have been born on the elf mother tree like other elf kings and grew up under the protection of the mother tree. Smollett blamed himself for not taking good care of Zhu Zi. But fortunately, there is still a chance to make up for it. Perhaps Zhu Zi can make up for the loss of the mother tree's original bloodline by improving his spiritual power to 4S level. So as soon as the spiritual power or was transported to the Elf King's court, Smollett began to prepare the training room for Zhu Zi's spiritual power improvement. Even Zhu Zi, who had been to the ore mining site, walked into the training room full of spiritual power ore and was surprised. So many spiritual power ores. Smollett nodded. As a matter of course, the more spiritual power ores, the more convenient it is to gather energy. And this is an unprecedented 4S level. No one knows how much spiritual power ore is needed to improve the spirit to 4S level. Of course, the more the better. Zhu Zi looked at the room full of spiritual power ores. It is estimated that most of the ores mined by the Elf Kingdom these days are all here with her. Smollett saw Zhu Zi's concerns and said with a smile, "The mining speed on the ore star will be faster and faster. It will take less than half a month to ensure the supply of spiritual power ore for the entire Elf Kingdom." After hearing this, Zhu Zi felt relieved and began to study these spiritual power ores. At present, there are many ways to use spiritual power ores to improve spiritual power announced by the Research Institute, but the most effective one is to stimulate spiritual power through the energy field of spiritual power ores. Zhu Zi released his spiritual power and contacted the ore. But Zhu Zi didn't expect that the energy released by the seemingly gentle ore was so violent. Zhu Zi felt his temples throbbing, as if there were thousands of fine needles probing the boundaries of consciousness. But as time went on, Zhu Zi gradually figured out the law of the energy field, and the ice blue spiritual power energy flowed into Zhu Zi's spiritual power sea like a silk thread. During this period, the government affairs of the Elf Kingdom fell back on Smollett's head. Zhu Zi stayed in the spiritual power training room, except for eating and sleeping. Sometimes Zhu Zi, who relied on the nutrient solution to prolong his life, did not even leave the training room for several days. Smollett walked back and forth at Zhu Zi's door worriedly, but he did not dare to go in and disturb her, so he had to wait outside for Zhu Zi to come out. 3 months later, when Zhu Zi realized that his body had reached its limit and could not be improved anymore, he stopped using the mental power ore. The large area of mental power ore in the mental power training room turned from the original blue to a grayish-white empty shell. Even the crystal-clear mental power vein ore had lost its luster. Zhu Zi originally thought that she would not be able to use up all the mental power ore in such a room, but she obviously underestimated the difficulty of improving high-level mental power. Not only did she use up all the ores, but she also replaced them with another batch in the middle. However, the mental power growth during this period was also very obvious. On the mental power detection instrument, Zhu Zi's mental power value originally stopped at the middle of SSS level to 4S level. Now this value is infinitely close to 4S level. It's just that he has never been able to break through the limit of 4S level. It may be that he needs more time, or it may be that his body cannot reach 4S level. Although his mental power level did not increase, what made Smollett happy was that Zhu Zi successfully connected the energy of the Elf Mother Tree. A lush green giant tree rose from the ground in the Elf King's court, piercing through the clouds and reaching into the sky. The winding and stretching tree canopy is like an emerald dome, and every leaf is shining. The elves on St. Elvia Star looked up in shock and looked up at this giant tree. It's the king's mental power field. Although Zhu Zi's mental power field only appeared for a few minutes and then retracted. But the photo of Zhu Zi's domain tree has spread all over the star network, and along with it came the news that the Elf King's court would soon hold the Elf King's coronation ceremony. The popularity of the Elf King's coronation ceremony on the star network even overshadowed the spiritual power ore. St. Elvia Star, Elf King's court. Zhu Zi tilted his head and looked at Smollett, who was busy preparing for the coronation ceremony. "Dad, you don't have to be here so early." Smollett, who was checking the guest list, suddenly raised his head. "Of course the coronation ceremony should be held early. You are already very late." If Zhu Zi didn't want to ring the coronation bell tower himself, Smollett would have wanted to hold a coronation ceremony for Zhu Zi immediately. "Oh, by the way, how about this crown?" Smollett said with a smile. Then 2 attendants came forward with velvet cushions, and a dazzling crown was placed on a gilded tray. Looking at the brand new crown, Zhu Zi slightly widened his eyes. "Don't I already have a crown?" Zhu Zi pointed to the elven crown on his head, which was passed down from generation to generation by the elves and symbolized the supreme power of the kingdom. Zhu Zi didn't expect Smollett to have someone make another one. Zhu Zi looked at this luxurious crown. Platinum and mithril outlined a smooth arch and a leaf-like spire, and the crown ring was inlaid with dazzling gems like stars. This new crown was obviously not taken out by Smollett on a whim. The original process of the coronation ceremony was that the former elf king crowned the elf crown on the new king. But now this process cannot be followed. The elf crown is already on your head. So we have to make a new one and change the coronation ceremony to replacing the new crown. Smollett said, as a matter of course. Although before this, The royal court ceremonial officers had given an alternative plan, which was to use the old elf crown to crown the new king and complete a coronation ceremony. But this plan was immediately rejected by Smollett, who proposed to recast the elf crown for the first time. The ceremonial officers were shocked by Smollett's idea and tried their best to dissuade him. After all, this is the crown that has been passed down from generation to generation by the elves, and every elf king will wear it. But Smollett was determined not to let Zhu Zi's coronation ceremony be perfunctory, even if it meant replacing the crown that had been passed down by the elves for 10,000 years. But what bothered Smollett now was the main gem of the crown. Smollett searched through the palace treasury and the gem star, but could not choose a main gem that satisfied him. This one is not bad either. Zhu Zi pointed to a dark blue oval gem and said. There were more than a dozen crystal-clear gems on the table in front of her. Zhu Zi thought each one was very good. But Smollett shook his head seriously. This one is not good. The clarity is not enough. What about this one? Zhu Zi pointed to another beautiful ruby and asked. The clarity and size of this one are fine. This one is not good either. On the day the gem was mined, a meteorite hit the planet. Although it was intercepted in time. But this gem is not very auspicious. Smollett frowned and said seriously. Hearing this reason, Zhu Zi widened his eyes in surprise. When did Dad start to be superstitious? Soon the news that the elf king Ting Sheng was looking for gems spread all over the stars. I heard that the heirloom gemstone Heart of Cinder Eyes on Skarn was sold at a sky-high price, and then bought by the elf king's court. The same is true for our flowing light gemstone. And that's not enough, the elf king's court is still searching for gems everywhere. What kind of gem is so hard to find? I heard that they are going to choose the main gemstone for the elf crown. Ah? Isn't there already one on the elf crown? Why change the main gemstone? It's not changing the main gemstone, but the elves have recast a crown. I'm not seeing things. A new elf crown, so I'm witnessing history. Chapter 143. As soon as the news of the elf king's coronation ceremony was announced, it immediately became the top priority of the elf kingdom. Some of the elves who finally waited for the king's coronation ceremony were even excited to take to the streets to celebrate and parade, and the entire elf kingdom was in a sea of joy. The ceremonial officers of the elf king's court prepared the king's coronation ceremony in detail, but the busiest people in the entire kingdom were not the ceremonial officers, but the First Legion. With the coronation ceremony approaching, the safety of Saint Sylvia is the top priority. The Zerg failed to obtain the mining rights of the Psychic, or in the Star Dome Alliance. Although the King Zerg fled back to the Zerg nest, it still did not give up on snatching the Psychic ore. The Ore Star has suffered many Zerg attacks these days. The withering of the Elf Mother Tree in the Light Mirror, and the fall of the Eternal Star System, have always been an indelible shadow in Lian Kaiji's mind. According to the time of the last world restart, the Zerg will launch a large-scale Zerg tide against the Elf Kingdom soon. But this time, many good changes have obviously taken place, but Lian Kaiji is not sure whether these changes will make the Royal Bug desperate and launch an attack in advance. Moreover, the hidden dangers of the Elf Mother Tree have not been resolved, and the bugs hidden in the Elf Mother Tree have not been found yet. Under this kind of anxiety, before the king's coronation ceremony has begun, Lian Kaiji has already carried out no less than 7 large-scale security exercises on St. Elvia Star. Make sure that the king's coronation ceremony is held smoothly. The border security of the Eternal Star System cannot be ignored, especially at this critical moment. Even the Elf Kingdom's army generals, who can be recalled, have all been recalled. The entry and exit routes of the Eternal Galaxy and the major space station entrances are heavily guarded. The entire Elf Kingdom is like a sword ready to be launched. Anyone who dares to provoke it will be immediately chopped off a large piece of meat. Elf Palace. Zhu Zi looked at the elf crown inlaid with the main gemstone. The fiery red gemstone was embedded in the center of the crown, magnificent and gorgeous. Her fingertips touched the gemstone lightly, and a slight cool touch came. This is a gemstone from the Elf Kingdom Rensby Gem Star. All standards have met Smollett's strict requirements, and stand out among a group of heirloom gemstones. A gemstone alone is dazzling enough, and it is inlaid on the luxurious elf crown, which immediately makes the crown shine. Zhu Zi feels that this newly cast crown is no worse than the original elf crown. Even the ceremonial officers, who were strongly against remaking the crown, shut up after seeing this one. However, Smollett did not seem so satisfied. He looked at the gems on the new crown with some entanglement. Zhu Zi reasonably suspected that if her coronation ceremony had not started in 3 days, Smollett would still be able to fight with the main gem. It would be great if the Heart of Eternity was still there. Smollett sighed slightly. Although the one on the elven crown is already the best of all gems. But what Smollett wants to give Zhu Zi is the best in itself, not the best within limited conditions. Heart of Eternity? Zhu Zi was puzzled. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere before, but he could not remember it for a while. It is a crimson gem. It existed long before the birth of the Elven Mother Tree. Smollett explained patiently. After hearing what Smollett said, Zhu Zi finally remembered where she had heard it before. In the holographic projection class that Smollett recorded for her, when he was talking about the history of the elves, he mentioned that the name of the Eternal Galaxy also came from it. Unfortunately, the Heart of Eternity was originally treasured in the treasury of the Elf Palace, but the dynasty was turbulent during the Leopold era, and the Heart of Eternity also lost its trace. The elves had sent people to look for it many times, but they couldn't find it. Zhu Zi didn't expect that Smollett's first target would be the Heart of Eternity, a gem that could be compared with the Elf Mother Tree. No wonder Smollett was not satisfied with other gems. It is probably impossible to find the Heart of Eternity, or a gem of similar quality to the Heart of Eternity, before the coronation ceremony. But even without the Heart of Eternity, Zhu Zi is very satisfied with the current elf crown. Star Calendar Year 3029, September 18th. This is a day that will go down in the history of the elves, as the coronation ceremony of the Elf King is held on this day. On this day, the eyes of the entire galaxy are focused on the long temple of the Elf King's court. This is a magnificent giant palace, an eternal monument formed by the fusion of royal power and aesthetics. The long temple has stood here for nearly 10,000 years, and is only open when the royal family holds major ceremonies. At this moment, the huge palace is quiet and solemn. On the red velvet coronation platform, the Elven Crown, which symbolizes supreme power, lies quietly in the gilded box, waiting for its owner to arrive. Under the coronation platform, the elves of various tribes, the important officials of the royal court, and the legion commanders in the viewing seats were waiting here early in the morning in gorgeous ceremonial dresses. Not only elves, but also dragons from the Interstellar Federation appeared in the front row of the viewing seats. Zhu Ziyuan was wearing a black ceremonial robe today, and the satin fabric glowed with a dark light under the reflection of the palace candles. But his pair of golden eyes focused on the palace gate, expecting his sister to walk in from there when the coronation ceremony began. Zhu Xingtao also wore a black dress like Zhu Ziyuan. He looked at the elves sitting in the palace. The elves' eyes were full of excitement and expectation, as if they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The elves expected Zhu Zi to wear the crown of the elves legitimately, and expected the new elf king to bring a brighter future to the elf kingdom. But for Zhu Xingtao, whether Zhu Zi is the elf king or not, she is his sister. Even if Zhu Xingtao interrupted the improvement of his spiritual power halfway, he would still come to participate in this coronation ceremony, just because he didn't want to miss any important moment in his sister's life. Besides Zhu Xingtao, Zhu Si and Wei Xilan also came to St. Urbia from the Interstellar Federation. Standing in the viewing booth of the coronation ceremony, Wei Xilan could still sense the elves around her casting doubtful glances at her. After the Star Dome Agreement League ended, the last round of voting for the head of state election of the Interstellar Federation also began. The Interstellar Federation team led by Zhu Ziyuan won the mining rights of a large area for the Federation with the excellent result of second place in points. This made Wei Xilan, who was already highly supported by the public, elected as the head of the Interstellar Federation more smoothly. However, the coronation ceremony of the elves has never had the tradition of inviting heads of other countries to watch the ceremony. Due to the arrogance of the mythical race, the elves believe that the legitimacy of the elven kingship does not need to be recognized by other countries, so they have never invited heads of other countries. However, Wei Xilan and Zhu Si came to attend the coronation ceremony today, not as the head and marshal of the Interstellar Federation, but as Zhu Zi's family members. The lights in Long Temple suddenly dimmed. Zhu Ziyuan looked down at the time on the light computer, and the pointer moved to 9 o'clock exactly, and the coronation ceremony of the Elf King officially began. Zhu Ziyuan didn't know what his sister was feeling now, but he was sitting in the viewing seat and holding his breath unconsciously, and he was very alert. Zhu Ziyuan's seriousness in watching the ceremony was no different from those elves around him, who regarded the Elf King as a fanatical belief. The coronation ceremony was opened by the former Elf King, and everyone looked at Smollett, who was walking slowly not far away. Smollett was wearing a white and gold dress, and the fabric woven with gold and silver threads had a cold luster. A pair of transparent elf wings behind him were magnificent and gorgeous. The elves never mind showing off their wings on important occasions. The more gorgeous the wings, the more they symbolize their powerful strength. Smollett raised his eyes and glanced at the crowd below. His impeccable face showed a gentle temperament, but also an irresistible imperial majesty. The moment the crowd saw Smollett, they all stood up as if they had received a silent order. Everyone present knew that the one standing in front of them at this moment was a king who had been extremely noble since his birth and had ruled the eternal galaxy for nearly 1,000 years. I am very happy to gather here with you all to witness the glorious moment together. Smollett said so in a solemn silence. Smollett obviously looked in a good mood, with the golden candlelight of the palace dancing in his amber eyes. I will step down from the throne of the Elf King and hand over the supreme power to rule the Elf Kingdom, as well as all the sacred duties of protecting it, to my beloved daughter, the only heir to the Elf King's throne, Juzi. She has gone through the baptism of time and has shown extraordinary wisdom, courage, kindness, and deep love for the kingdom. There is no doubt that she is capable of taking on this supreme responsibility and honor. When he said this, Smollett raised his eyes and looked up at the top of the palace. At this moment, Juzi was standing behind the screen on the second floor of the palace, and her eyes met Smollett's. It was just a one-way screen. Smollett couldn't see her, but Juzi could see everything in the hall. Juzi had just prepared to go, because according to the content rehearsed a few days ago, after Smollett said this, he would announce the start of the throne handover ceremony, and then she would enter the venue with the sound of the robes. But Smollett did not play according to the routine. Juzi listened to Smollett saying words that she had never seen in the speech. On the coronation stage, Smollett's amber eyes were like a quiet sea of stars. When he looked above the palace, this sea of stars faded away all dangers and sharpness, leaving only gentle and soft gazes. Since the day the king's seed flower was born, countless elves have been looking forward to her arrival. The glory of the elf mother tree will shine for her, and the glory of the eternal galaxy will continue because of her. At that time, no elf could have expected the king's seed flower to wither, and she grew up quietly in a place where the tribe could not see. Smollett's voice was low, and he looked in the direction of Juzi. Smollett couldn't see anything from his perspective through a screen, but he knew Juzi was standing there at the moment. Smollett suddenly changed the narrative perspective, and the crowd and the audience became an insignificant background. Not being able to witness your growth is destined to be my lifelong regret. But your appearance is an unexpected surprise, and the most gentle gift from the universe to the elves. Smollett's words echoed in Juzi's ears, and she was a little stunned. Juzi originally thought that Smollett was going to praise her for growing up well outside the protection of the elves over the years, and she was ready to accept her father's praise again. After all, according to what her father had read in his previous speech, she was smart, brave, and kind, and could take on the important task of the Elf King, and she deserved to be praised. But Juzi didn't expect that her father didn't mention any of her advantages in his free speech. But it seemed that as long as she existed, she was the best. Chapter 144. Outside the Longsheng Temple, 62 salutes were fired one after another, and the sound waves were like a golden torrent, echoing above the towering spires of the Longsheng Temple and resounding through the sky. This was a grand announcement, the most solemn respect for the new king. The guests in the Longsheng Temple looked up at the top of the palace, and some elves even clenched their fists tightly to prevent themselves from being excited and losing their composure. It is the supreme honor to witness the king's coronation with their own eyes. At this moment, the sound of the salute subsided, and everything was silent. All eyes were focused on one person. Juzi walked down the stairs slowly, and his military boots stepped on the crimson steps, making a steady and crisp sound. Without redundant decorations or complicated robes, Juzi wore a white and gold military uniform. The straight uniform made her look tall and straight. The gilded wheat ears on the shoulder straps were wrapped in golden light and swayed when she walked. The girl's green eyes seemed to crush the stars in the Milky Way and tempered her sharpness. The dignity and majesty of the elven royal family flowed in her every move. Juzi walked to the coronation platform, and Smollett was watching her with a smile. It is extremely rare for the previous king to crown the new king in any country. But in the Elf Kingdom, the royal power changes like this. The elves look forward to the new king, just like looking forward to a glorious future. The elves in the Elf Kingdom, who could not go to the Elf King's court to watch the ceremony, were now watching the live broadcast of the coronation ceremony in front of the light brain. As expected of a king, his aura is simply invincible. Wow, that's great, we've finally waited for the king's coronation ceremony. An elf said excitedly. Who knows how long I've been waiting for this? Ever since the king just returned to the country, I've been thinking about when the king can hold the coronation ceremony. Finally, I've waited for it. I didn't sleep all night yesterday. I came here specially. Blanche stood under the coronation building of the spaceport. The ancient bell tower stood tall, and the oblique light stretched the bell tower shadow, like a scepter across the earth. But even if Blanche came here a whole night in advance, she couldn't squeeze into the front row. The coronation building was already full of people. The elves waited here for the moment when the bell sounded, cheering for their king. Even the soldiers standing guard in the spaceport, standing upright with guns, couldn't help but feel happy and excited about the upcoming moment. But suddenly, the soldiers' earphones came with a solemn and low command from the commander. Emergency alert. There is an abnormal movement in the A036 defense line. The spaceport will open the defense matrix in 5 seconds. Everyone, pay attention, enter combat readiness immediately. Felton's pupils shrank suddenly, his nerves immediately tensed up, and he clenched the gun in his hand. How could this happen? On the other side, in the dark space, thousands of starships hovered outside the spaceport, majestic and ready to go. It's a Zerg tide. Captain Fast frowned and looked at the A036 defense line, only to see a dark mass of Zerg in front. Damn Zerg, they actually chose this time. The king's coronation ceremony was still in progress, but the Zerg launched an attack at this time. We must not let these Zergs affect the king's coronation ceremony, Fast said solemnly. But the deputy captain Tuvalin beside Fast was pale. He looked at the data chart sent back by the detection instrument, and his voice trembled with disbelief. So many Zerg. Tuvalin's Adam's apple rolled violently, and cold sweat slid down his temples into the collar of his combat uniform. He had participated in hundreds of Zerg tide battles, big and small, but he had never seen such a big battle. Even on the blood moon day of that year, there probably weren't so many Zergs. Tuvalin said with a pale face. Fast hurriedly took the detection instrument, and saw on the screen, the red dots representing the Zerg were densely packed and spreading like a virus. Fast opened his eyes wide. Even if the soldiers and starships stationed on Carrie were enough to resist a large-scale Zerg tide, the scene in front of him was definitely not something that the current force could handle. Hurry! Call for reinforcements. Fortunately, because of the king's coronation ceremony, many generals and soldiers were recalled and stationed in major defense lines and galaxy fortresses. As long as the Zerg did not come out in full force to attack the Eternal Galaxy, they would soon receive reinforcements. But the thing that worried Fast the most still happened. Tuvalin sent one distress message after another to the major legions and fleet generals, but in the end, all he received were replies in glaring red letters. A large-scale Zerg tide is pressing on the A001 defense line, and reinforcements cannot be provided. A large-scale Zerg tide is pressing on the A123 defense line, and reinforcements cannot be provided. A 016 defense line cannot be reinforced. This is not a Zerg raid at all, but a carefully planned encirclement and suppression by the King Zerg. In the Carrie Star spaceport, a giant protective cover rose, and the roaring alarm sounded with a glaring red light. How can there be a large-scale insect tide at this time? The elves shouted in panic. However, in the live broadcast of the holographic screen, the Elf King's court seemed to have not received the news from the front line, and the coronation ceremony was still going on. Smollett handed the star seal, which symbolized the supreme military power of the Elf Kingdom, to Shu Zi. The leaders of the major legions came forward one by one and knelt on one knee respectfully, holding the sharpened swords across their palms, offering unreserved loyalty to the new king. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least an hour for the grand coronation ceremony to end after the transfer of power. Outside the exquisite carved window lattices of the long temple, the elf mother tree exuded a faint glow and watched the coronation ceremony quietly. However, in the viewing seats, Nan Hill was stunned when he saw the battle report from the front line. If only one line of defense encountered an insect tide, it would be fine, and it would not disturb the king's coronation ceremony, but in such a serious situation, he must report to the king. Nan Hill looked at the king who was holding the ceremony, bent down and stood up. Although Nan Hill's movements were very light, they still attracted everyone's attention in the solemn palace. Zhu Zi looked at Nan Hill with a solemn expression, and suddenly a bad premonition emerged in his heart. Unless something big happened, Nan Hill would not be so out of control in such an important occasion. Nan Hill left his seat privately and walked forward, leaning over her and Smollett to report the situation in a low voice. The guests in the viewing seats looked at Nan Hill in surprise or confusion, but some elves, who also received the frontline battle report, had already guessed what Nan Hill was reporting to the king at this moment. "It's a swarm of insects," an elf said. On the planet Carrie, tens of thousands of ferocious Zergs were approaching the border defense line like a torrent of death, and the black mass seemed to swallow up the entire starry sky. The fleet rushed to the front line, but the roar of artillery fire could not cover the buzzing of the dense Zerg wings. The people in the spaceport, who had not yet evacuated, watched in panic as the Zergs swooped down, from the high-altitude orbit. Countless insects hit the protective shield violently without feeling any pain, causing the protective shield to shake slightly. Suddenly, a silver-gray figure appeared in the black mass of Zergs, with countless compound eyes on his head. The silver-gray insects roared, and the insects seemed to have received some instructions, and a more fanatical light ignited in their compound eyes. This is the royal insect. The protective shield of the spaceport shook violently, and the crowd fell into panic. Blanche looked at the scene in front of her desperately. It's over. She came here with great interest to watch the king's coronation ceremony, but she never expected that she would lose her life here. Moreover, she had not yet finished watching the king's coronation ceremony, and had not seen the king wearing the crown. Suddenly, Blanche opened her eyes wide, and saw the coronation bell tower emitting light. This is the king's spiritual power field. According to the tradition, at the end of the coronation ceremony, the king personally rang the coronation bell tower to announce her rule to the people of the eternal galaxy. But the king's coronation ceremony has not yet been completed, and it should not have come to the last step so soon. However, Blanche did not hear the coronation bell ringing, but instead felt a soft but majestic energy covering the entire spaceport. Then the elves looked up and saw a giant tree. The land was covered with vibrant greenery growing wildly. The giant tree was emitting a bright glow in a gray and chaotic world. Blanche had seen the king's domain tree countless times on the Star Network, but she found it to be a kind of brilliance that could not be described in words when she was there. The air around her seemed to be quiet. Blanche stared blankly at the king who had just been on the virtual screen and appeared in front of her. The king is here. The king is here to save them. When Zhu Zi learned about the situation on the front line, he immediately decided to suspend the coronation ceremony. No matter how important the coronation ceremony was, it was not as important as the safety of the elves. Zhu Zi looked at the insect hide in front of him, and the spiritual field of the energy of the elven mother tree covered the entire eternal galaxy. Wherever the field went, the Zerg screamed in fear, and the huge body exploded into powder in the ripples of spiritual power, and a large number of Zerg disappeared. Even the royal bug retreated from Zhu Zi's spiritual power field in fear. Surprise flashed in the royal bug's eyes. Zhu Zi's spiritual power has not reached 4S level yet, but she can reach this level. If she waits until she breaks through the shackles of 4S level, she will really have no way to survive. Can't wait any longer. Zhu Zi and the royal bug stared at each other across a clear boundary. The royal bug looked at the elf kingdom. Those elves who thought they were saved cheered and looked at Zhu Zi. Even the previous elf king Smollett came to this small Carrie star, and there was also the angel Simiel mixed in with the elves. The royal bug stared at Simiel for a long time, and a hoarse hissing sound came from his throat. Simiel was the most difficult to deal with, but he couldn't be killed. However, everything has its limits, and she did not believe that the time reversal of the angels was really infinite. Simiel noticed the vicious look of the royal worm and looked up at it. The royal worm opened its mouth full of fangs and cracked a smile at him at an angle similar to that of a human, which looked weird and fierce. The royal worm stretched out its forelimbs, and its sharp claws cut a small hole in its abdomen, and a blood-red fleshworm crawled out from it. Simiel's pupils shrank when he saw the fleshworm. Not good. But it was too late. The royal worm pinched the fleshworm, and the scarlet blood mist rose into the air and swallowed all the fleshworms. Others may not understand what the royal worm is doing, but Simiel knows this scene very well. This fleshworm is the same species as the one that Johnston, the leader of the Moon Shadow Elf clan, put into the elf mother tree during the Blood Moon incident. The one just devoured by the royal worm was the mother worm, and the one buried in the elf mother tree was the daughter worm. This is a special parasite. The daughter worm parasitizes the elf mother tree to absorb energy, and the royal worm holding the mother worm is equivalent to controlling the lifeblood of the elf mother tree. On the day of the blood moon, the royal worm relied on the daughter worm that had not yet been fully parasitized to destroy the Moon Shadow Elf clan. What about this time? The royal worm came to suck the energy of the elf mother tree. It only devoured a small flesh worm, but the royal worm's pairs of compound eyes narrowed with great enjoyment. The majestic and pure energy of the elf mother tree surged towards her, and the royal worm felt comfortable all over, and its body quickly grew larger. On the other hand, Zhu Zi's mental power field shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhu Zi, who was connected to the energy of the elf mother tree, immediately noticed the changes in the elf mother tree the moment the royal worm devoured the flesh worm. The energy of the elf mother tree was like a gentle ocean, always gentle and peaceful. But at this moment, this ocean was in turmoil, and Zhu Zi could even feel the panic and pain of the mother tree as if it had turned into substance. Zhu Zi's heart seemed to be tugged up, and he felt suffocated. Something happened to the mother tree. Saint Elvia Star, the Elf King's court. Zhu Zi led people through the star gate and hurried back, and saw a scene that would be unforgettable. The mother tree that they worshipped as a god now had yellow leaves, a large amount of energy was plundered by the royal worm, and the bark was cracked like a dry lake bed, revealing a gray and dead color, showing an unprecedented decadent posture. But the delicate elf flower stubbornly grew on the yellow branches of the mother tree. The mother tree is using its last energy to protect its children. The elves are born from the mother tree and are connected by blood. At this moment, every elf close to the mother tree can feel the endless grief and helplessness spreading from the mother tree. The elder butler who is responsible for protecting the mother tree of the elves stood under the mother tree of the elves, shaking his hands, with red tears flowing from his eyes unconsciously. He was so panicked that he couldn't even say a complete sentence. King, the mother tree. The mother tree has not reached the time of natural withering. If it continues like this, all the elf flowers will die. Smollett stared at this familiar scene in a daze, but this time it was more serious than before. It was the whole mother tree of the elves that withered. Even Zhu Ziyuan, who was standing by, felt very flustered about this, but he suddenly seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up and suggested, "Don't we have the mother tree seeds? Is there any way to make the mother tree seeds grow faster? Without the protection of the mother tree, the seeds will not grow," Butterer said desperately with a trembling voice. The mother tree of the elves quickly decayed in an irreversible manner. The scene in front of him was a complete dead end. Without the mother tree of the elves, the extinction of the entire elves was a matter of time. Simi's mind was in a mess at this moment. It was not the first time he saw the scene, but this time the time was 3 years earlier. It takes a long time for the bloodworms released by the Emperor Worm to completely merge with the mother tree of the elves. Moreover, on the day of the blood moon, the Emperor Worm hurriedly launched the bloodworms to alienate the elves, which had already caused great damage to the bloodworms. The fusion progress must be slower. This time, the time retracing progress was perfect. It was originally planned to launch an attack on the Zerg after the major races absorbed the spiritual power, and the overall strength was improved. Although the hidden dangers of the mother tree of the elves could not be eradicated, the Emperor Worm could be completely solved before the Emperor Worm achieved its goal. But how could it happen so quickly this time? Flower of the elves. Butterer suddenly shouted anxiously. The elf mother tree withered very quickly. In just a few minutes, the mother tree turned into a jagged trunk as if its soul had been drained. Even the elf flower that the mother tree desperately protected was affected and stained with withering. However, on the Eternal Galaxy defense line, the size of the royal bug grew bigger and bigger. Like a bottomless pit, it absorbed and devoured the energy of the elf mother tree and transformed it into its own flesh and blood, growing wildly. The surging insect tied around the royal bug seemed to be inspired and pushed the defense line wildly. Without Zhu Zi's mental field to block it, the soldiers guarding the front line were forced to retreat step by step even if they fought desperately. In the Elf King's court, Zhu Zi looked at the withered elf mother tree. She frowned and raised her hand to exert the spiritual power field that she had withdrawn before. The royal insect looked at the obstacle that suddenly appeared again in surprise. Another large group of Zerg on the Eternal Galaxy's defense line was annihilated under the field. Zhu Zi was crazy. He dared to use the energy of the elf mother tree in this situation. Did he think their mother tree was not dying fast enough? The royal insect couldn't help but let out a harsh laugh. Those elves who claimed to be noble were just like this. In the face of the disaster, they didn't even care about the elf mother tree that gave birth to them, and wanted to squeeze out the last bit of its value. In the Elf King's court, the elves surrounding the elf mother tree also looked at the king's actions in surprise, but no elf stepped forward to stop him at this moment. The elves stood silently, although they didn't understand what the king wanted to do for a while. But they believed that no one in the world loved the elf mother tree more deeply than the elf king, and the king would not do anything to hurt the mother tree. No matter what the result is, they will accompany the king to bear it together. But what the elves never expected was that the king's face turned pale, the domain covering the entire Eternal Galaxy was gradually shrinking, and the coronation bell towers standing in various star regions dimmed one by one. But the elven flowers on the elven mother tree gradually returned to their original appearance. The gray and white petals became bright and lustrous again, and even the entire elven mother tree miraculously recovered its vitality and grew green leaves again. But the king's domain tree kept shrinking, shrinking to only cover a planet, shrinking to only cover the elven royal court, shrinking back to a seed until it disappeared completely. "King!" Nancier shouted anxiously. After doing all this, Zhu Zi's face turned pale, and she felt dizzy. But Zhu Zi looked up at the revived elf mother tree and smiled. It seems that her judgment was not wrong. When the royal bug devoured the elf mother tree, Zhu Zi noticed that the elf mother tree was unconsciously attracted by the energy of her domain tree. But the mother tree tried its best to restrain itself and asked her to disconnect the connection with her mental power domain for the first time. At first, Zhu Zi just thought that the mother tree could no longer provide energy to help her expand her domain. Later, she suddenly realized that for the withered mother tree, the energy in her domain tree was an extreme temptation. The mother tree did not want to hurt her child, so she took the initiative to disconnect her mental power connection. However, Zhu Zi felt that sacrificing her mental power domain in exchange for the mother tree's recovery was nothing better in the world. On the Eternal Galaxy defense line, watching the gradually fading spiritual field, the royal insect was originally very happy. It seemed that the elf mother tree was completely dead, and even Zhu Zi's spiritual field could not support it. But the next moment, the royal insect opened her eyes in disbelief. Through the perception of the child insects, she found that the withered elf mother tree suddenly became full of vitality again. And no matter how she controlled the queen insect, she could not absorb any energy from the elf mother tree. What's going on? Horror flashed in the royal insect's eyes. The elves actually saved the elf mother tree. Obviously, once her bloodworms were activated, no one could stop it. But how could the elf mother tree be fine? The royal insect roared angrily, but no matter what method the elves used, although it was a pity that the elf mother tree did not die, the energy of the mother tree was actually absorbed by her. Pure and rich power surged in her body, and the royal worm swung its tail, and an energy wave spread out in all directions. The warriors were on high alert and vigilantly guarded against this energy wave, but after a few minutes, nothing happened, and even the worm tide did not change at all. Could it be that the royal worm was faking a shot? But it was precisely this feeling of not knowing what tricks the other party had used that was the most frightening. However, the elves soon knew what had happened. A large number of reinforcements sent by various interstellar countries were blocked outside the Eternal Galaxy by an invisible barrier, and even the Stargate built on the federal capital star was blocked. In the vast sea of stars, the Elf Kingdom became a besieged island. However, the power of the royal worm was constantly growing. After seeing the blood mist of the royal worm, everyone realized that Von Simmons's devouring ability was simply not worth mentioning compared to the royal worm. King, the A036 defense line was lost. Nanhill frowned and reported with his head down. A 048 defense line, a 106 defense line have also been lost. Nangsel continued to report in a sad voice. In the meeting room of the Elf Palace, the dazzling crystal lamps illuminated the gilded long table, but could not reflect the frost on everyone's faces. Nangsel's report pierced everyone's heart word by word. In just 2 days, dozens of defense lines in the Elf Kingdom have been lost. Simi couldn't help but feel a bone-chilling chill. Now the situation is getting closer and closer to the ending that has happened countless times. They paid a huge price to solve the crisis of the elf mother tree withering, but the bigger trouble of the royal insect was nakedly placed in front of them. Other Zergs may find it more and more difficult to fight, but the king worm with the ability to devour is like a vortex that will never be satisfied. The blood mist even begins to try to devour the planet. The most important issue now is how to deal with the king worm. As long as there is no king worm to lead, the Zerd tide is not to be feared. Hobson, the leader of the 4th Legion, said. But what responded to him was a dead silence. All the elves knew that they had to deal with the king worm, but the strength of the king worm was growing like crazy. Yesterday, the 2 kings, Marshal Zhu, and several major legions joined forces, but failed to deal with the old monster king worm. On the contrary, the former elf king Smollett was injured. But as time goes by, the king worm will only become more and more difficult to kill. Frosty silence spread in the conference room. Simi clenched his fists, his knuckles turned white, and traces of blood oozed from his palms. Repeating again and again actually pushed forward the progress of civilization destruction. The complicated and repressed memories filled Simi's mind, causing him to have a splitting headache. Simi seemed to be standing on a road with no end in sight, with a gloomy and treacherous abyss behind him. There was no way back, and he could only keep moving forward. All the memories were intertwined and overlapped, and he couldn't even tell which time he was going back. It was unknown when the royal worm had the memory of time going back. Since then, the strength of the royal worm has been gradually increasing with each time it goes back, while his time of going back has been shortening. If it goes back again, the royal worm will become more alert, and the plan of the Star Dome Alliance will no longer succeed, and they will face a more severe situation. The angels have devoted all their efforts and sacrificed countless lives to build a backtracking formation. Could it be that it is also a dead end? Simi's heart beat violently in his chest, and the core of the retrospective magic circle was scorching hot. Suddenly Simi looked up, and an extremely bold decision appeared in his mind. There is a formation in the angels that can control the royal worm, Simi said in a deep voice. At the conference table, the elves looked at Simi with surprise. The formation of the angels has always been exquisite and powerful. As long as the royal worm can be controlled, the chance of killing her can be increased. What formation? How to do it? Heloise asked anxiously. Light energy cage. Once this formation is formed, it can make the royal worm unable to attack and move. The attacker in the formation needs to be able to completely kill the royal worm within the 1 minute of the light energy cage, Simi said. The elves' eyes lit up when they heard it, although this required a very high level of attackers, who must be killed in one blow or there would be no chance to launch a second attack. But in a battle, every second is very precious. A split second can change the entire battle situation, not to mention a formation that can control the royal insect for a full minute. But to activate the formation, at least 10 six-winged angels are needed to cooperate, Simi said immediately. But you are the last angel. Isn't this a formation that can't be completed? Nancier asked doubtfully. I can release the energy of the core of the backtracking formation, and let the few remaining angels in the tribe restore their angel wings. But doing so will make the backtracking formation disappear, and we will never have the chance to start over again. Releasing the core energy of the formation should have been done after the crisis of extinction was completely resolved. Although the collapsed Yedwang galaxy and the sacrificed tribesmen cannot be reborn, at least the angels can continue. But if the energy of the formation is released now, it will be a complete gamble, betting that the last attacker will definitely kill the royal insect. For a while, the huge conference hall was silent. If the energy of the formation is released, then this is their last chance. But if it is not done, as Simi said, the strength of the royal insect is getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, a crazy idea is hovering in everyone's mind. Otherwise, take a final gamble. But no one dared to say this, because if it fails, the entire universe will become a paradise for the Zerg. Just do it according to Simi's method. I will be the attacker. Zhu Zi, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. The hesitant elves looked at the king sitting in the first place, and the young monarch was looking up at them. Okay, then let's take a gamble. An elf was so excited that he slapped the table and said. But Zhu Zi stood up and said with a firm look, no need to gamble, trust me. After the battle with the royal worm yesterday, Zhu Zi felt that the spiritual power in her sea of spiritual power was constantly surging and colliding like waves, but there was nothing wrong with her body, so she endured the discomfort until now. But just now, Zhu Zi felt that the restrictions that restricted her from breaking through the 4S level suddenly disappeared, and her spiritual power continued to surge. If the light energy cage of the angel race can really restrict the royal worm, she will be sure to kill the royal worm. Shimia looked at Zhu Zi, and her green eyes were as calm and firm as tempered jade. Shimia nodded involuntarily. Okay, I believe you. Zhu Zi was the only light he could grasp at his countless hopeless time travels. So he was willing to believe in her forever. Simi stretched his hand to his heart, and an extremely dazzling ball of light floated in the air, emitting scorching light. On the border defense line of the Eternal Galaxy, the angels also rushed to the front line with the elves. The angels finally had a new home, but they were trampled by the Zerg. With new hatred and old hatred, the tribesmen killed the Zerg desperately with full anger. Even the elves next to them were amazed at their bravery. Which star region are they from? The Elfuer in the camp asked curiously. They are not from the Elf Kingdom, but the angels. Angels. If it weren't for his companion's reminder, Yuer would have regarded them as humans who immigrated to the Elf Kingdom. These angels really looked like ordinary humans. The angel Percy, who was replenishing his spiritual power in the camp, heard this conversation and lowered his head silently. There was no special feeling when they lived in the Yogwang Galaxy, but once they came out, they were often mistaken for humans, and no one thought they were angels. Percy touched his flat back, and it seemed that he was indeed not. But suddenly Percy felt a heat on his back, and the other angels suddenly opened their eyes. A warm current flowed in, and suddenly a dazzling light emanated from their bodies. Even the Zerg retreated 3 points, and dared not approach. The elves looked at this scene in even greater surprise. Under the halo, holy wings grew on the back of the angel, rippling with sparkling starlight in the gray sea of stars. The angel flapped its wings, and each feather was flowing with holy silver light, like a dream. Shocking, incredible. This is really an angel. Even Percy himself was stunned, and a strange and familiar power appeared in his body, and tears filled his eyes unconsciously. Percy looked up and saw the archangel, and the next moment he immediately understood what happened. On the Zerg battlefield, the royal worm looked at Simia and Zhu Zi, who had returned. She had swallowed many elves in succession, but she had not tasted the taste of the Elf King. But how come there were so many angels suddenly? 10 six-winged angels approached the royal worm with difficulty, under the cover of the 1st and 5th legions. Although it was the first time for Percy to face the royal worm, the huge body of the royal worm gave people a strong sense of oppression. But Percy, who was performing the formation, was not panicked at all. He remembered every formation of the angel clan in his heart, and these were the most precious wealth of the angel clan. On the other side, Zhu Zi attacked the royal worm from time to time. The royal worm stared at Zhu Zi, wanting to devour her. The great success in recent days has made the royal worm lower its guard. After all, these elves were defeated by her, and her strength is getting stronger and stronger. Zhu Zi and the others lost to her before, and it is even more impossible to deal with her today. The royal worm is now afraid that Zhu Zi, who is running around, will not be rescued by other elves. As long as she devours the Elf King, she can lead the Zerg army to take over the Eternal Galaxy within 10 days. The royal worm roared, and the barbed tail swung towards Zhu Zi. She wanted to let the entire Eternal Galaxy be buried with her dead child. However, the royal bug suddenly noticed a burst of golden light around it, which became brighter and brighter. In the seemingly chaotic pile of Zerg and elves around, 10 angels stood in the air in an orderly manner, and even Zhu Zi, who was flying above her head just now, stood with the angels. The royal bug finally found something wrong, and its claws broke through the air and swung violently at the angels, trying to destroy this uneasy situation. The thick and strange huge blood mist also followed the royal bug's movements, and went to a corner of the formation. Nancier, who was always paying attention to the battle situation, was sweating hard in his heart. The formation was about to take shape, and everyone in the center of the formation could not move at this moment. However, the royal bug's blood mist could swallow everything in an instant. No matter how smoothly it had progressed before, as long as the royal bug broke a hole at this time, the entire formation would fail. Nancier's heart was in her throat, and even her breathing stagnated. The cost of failure was too high, and no one here could afford it. However, Percy was very calm at the light energy cage formation. The blood mist came with a fishy wind, and the white angel wings behind Percy spread out, and the clothes fluttered. Just when the black mist was about to touch Percy, Simi burst out, "Start!" Suddenly, ripples appeared in the air, as if a stone was thrown into the water. Rays of golden light emerged from the void, like a god picking up a pen and drawing an arc in the void. As the light flowed, complex runes grew and spread like vines, and the golden lines intertwined into a huge round wheel, floating in the air, slowly rotating, exuding a sacred and majestic atmosphere. Under the round wheel, the strange blood mist suddenly dissipated, and the Emperor insect maintained an unbelievable posture with its compound eyes wide open, unable to move. Zhu Zi held the Star Core sword tightly in her hand. She only had 1 minute to win with one strike. The elves on the Starworm battlefield watched this scene nervously, and countless expectant, excited, and worried eyes fell on Zhu Zi. The Star Core sword burst out with dazzling brilliance, and the vast spiritual power like the sea flowed from Zhu Zi's hands to the sword body. For S-level spiritual power is not something that ordinary weapons can withstand. Even master-level spiritual power weapons will break under this intensity. But the Star Core sword excitedly absorbed this energy, and even the already extremely high spiritual power conversion rate was a few points higher. Countless energies and expectations gathered at the sword tip. The elves held their breath and concentrated, and their hearts were shaken. But at this moment, Zhu Zi's heart was calm. The more critical the moment, the more he had to abandon all concerns. Zhu Zi accurately aimed at the head of the Emperor Worm, and the Star Core sword made a clear and long sound, and the hard shell of the Emperor Worm touched the sword tip. There was a slight flash of surprise in her eyes. Even if the Emperor Worm could not move now, its defense value was extremely high. Zhu Zi's hand holding the sword trembled slightly, and the shell of the Emperor Worm showed spiderweb-like cracks under the tip of the sword. Around the formation, the soldiers of the First Legion were ready to clear all obstacles for the king and not let any insects enter. The elves in the camp watched the scene intently. Suddenly, the Star Core sword burst into light, and the sword tip pierced the Emperor Worm's vital point vertically. The next moment, the Emperor Worm's mountain-like back made a crisp sound of broken bones, and its huge body collapsed like a punctured air bag. The Emperor Worm died in front of them. Seeing the death of the Emperor Worm, the Zerg was completely confused. Some insects cried, and some were frightened and fled in panic. The originally aggressive insect tide scattered and collapsed. Zhu Zi retracted his sword and looked at the elves who were cheering not far away. How could people not be excited when the huge mountain that weighed on everyone's hearts disappeared? The elves looked up at their king, whose eyes seemed to contain a whole sea of stars, shining with eternal brilliance. Just a few days ago, their king was still standing in the coronation hall surrounded by people, but now the king is on a battlefield where the smoke has not yet dissipated, and the surroundings are desolate. It is a pity that the bells of the coronation bell tower have not rang, and the king's coronation ceremony has not yet been completed. Will the king hold the coronation ceremony again if he loses his spiritual power field? An elf whispered in the crowd. Smollett lowered his head. The incident happened suddenly, and he didn't have time to properly place the crown. The elven crown is now lying quietly in his space twist, and it has not waited for its real owner. He took out the crown from the space twister, but found that the main gem on the crown had cracks due to the violent shock. Sure enough, this is not the best. Smollett closed his eyes slightly, and his amber eyes were stained with an indelible regret. Suddenly, an energy that the elves were very familiar with surged out from the collapsed body of the royal insect. It was the mother tree of the elves. The gentle energy of the mother tree intertwined in the air, forming a huge phantom, as if embracing Zhu Zi in her arms across the void. The branches of the mother tree drooped, and a tender branch stretched out. Zhu Zi understood and connected the mother tree of the elves with her mental power. Suddenly, the energy of the mental field surged into her body again, even more pure and powerful than before. Zhu Zi raised her eyes in surprise. Without words, she could feel all the emotions of the mother tree. The mother tree said that he would crown her. The next moment, all the coronation bell towers in the eternal galaxy rang at the same time, and the loud and long bells sounded like ancient hymns from the depths of the stars. The elves opened their eyes wide with excitement. This is the domain of the king, and it was the king who rang the coronation bell tower. Is the coronation ceremony going to be held here? But where is the elven crown? How can there be no elven crown? The former elven king is still standing by, so who will crown the king? Smollett, who is also a seed of the elven king, naturally understood the meaning of the mother tree. Although the mother tree took away his chance to crown Zhu Zi in person, which made Smollett a little unhappy. But Smollett smiled, and was happy for Zhu Zi. Being crowned by the elven mother tree is an honor that the elven kings of all generations have never had. And he knew where the heart of eternity was. A crimson gem emerged from the chest of the royal insect. Simi opened his eyes wide in surprise. He had never figured it out. How did the royal bug suddenly gain the memory of time travel? It turned out that it was because it got the heart of eternity. However, at this moment, the heart of eternity was rolled up by the branches of the elf mother tree, and countless energies gathered around the heart of eternity, outlined, and finally condensed into a dazzling crown. There is no gorgeous palace, no grand ceremony and music, but here gathers the most ardent expectations, and the most devout beliefs. The elves looked down with excitement, knelt on one knee, and offered the most ardent admiration for their king. They waited for this moment for a long, long time. Under the shadow of the elf mother tree, the crown slowly fell, and was steadily placed on Zhu Zi's head. The girl stood quietly, and the thousands of stars behind her seemed to be praying for her. In the name of eternity, entrusted by all things, I crown you.